A matrix organizational structure is a company structure in which the reporting relationships are set up as a grid or matrix rather than in the traditional hierarchy. In other words, employees have dual reporting relationships, generally to both a functional manager and a product manager. In the 1970s, Philips, a Dutch multinational electronics company, set up matrix management with its managers reporting to both a geographical manager and a product division manager. Many other large corporations, including Caterpillar Tractor, Hughes Aircraft, and Texas Instruments, also set up reporting along both functional and project lines around that time. In a matrix organization, instead of choosing between lining up staff along functional, geographic, or product lines, management has both. Staffers report to a functional manager who can help with skills and help prioritize and review work, and to a product line manager who sets direction on product offerings by the company. This structure has some advantages. Resources can be used efficiently, since experts and equipment can be shared across projects. Products and projects are formally coordinated across functional departments. Information flows both across and up through the organization. Employees are in contact with many people, which helps with sharing of information and can speed the decision process. Staffers have to work autonomously and do some self-management between their competing bosses. This can enhance motivation and decision-making in employees who enjoy it. The matrix structure is generally considered the toughest organizational form to work in due to the conflicting pulls on resources. The overlaps can lead to turf battles and difficulty in determining accountability. The major disadvantages of a matrix structure are: staffers have to make their own decisions about work prioritization when their two managers have given them competing priorities. It can be difficult to determine who is responsible for operating financial results, and the dual reporting relationships make cost accounting difficult. The additional layer of overhead caused by the second set of managers increases costs. The frequent changes in reporting relationships as product priorities change and staffers are assigned to new products can be difficult for staff. These changes can disrupt working relationships and lead to startup losses as working relationships are redefined. The overlapping reporting relationships can lead to power struggles for resources. There may also be delayed reaction time when responding to market changes due to the number of people who have to be involved in the decision. The matrix organizational structure arose from companies looking for a way to meet their needs in terms both of functional support and product focus. In this structure, most team members have two bosses, one a functional or geographic manager and the other a product or business line manager. There are advantages in terms of efficient use of resources across products and communication moving in multiple directions across the organization. But a potential big disadvantage is that employees have to manage competing priorities from two different chains of command. If you've ever had responsibility for managing a project of any size, you'll remember several different skills you needed in order to accomplish your goals. Even if you aren't yet familiar with Professor and author Henry Mintzberg's observation-based research of CEOs, you'll most likely recognize the 10 different roles relevant to all managers. He has organized the roles into 3 categories. Informational management roles are divided into 3 different communication-based roles. Decisional management roles are sorted into 4 action-based roles for making and implementing decisions. Interpersonal management roles are grouped into 3 roles involving working with other people. Thinking about taking on 10 different roles may be daunting, but after this lesson, you'll have the precise vocabulary to describe how an effective manager uses the 3 interpersonal management roles of figurehead, leader, and liaison. Have you ever seen a mayor scooping a handful of dirt with a golden shovel at a groundbreaking ceremony? In that scene, the mayor is a figurehead conducting social, ceremonial, and legal responsibilities. A figurehead also provides inspiration by sharing the mission and vision of the organization and symbolizing authority. Her Majesty Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, and the other members of the British royal family are highly recognizable figureheads. On a less grand scale, if you are a department head giving a motivational speech at a quarterly sales meeting, you are acting as a figurehead. The term figurehead is frequently used to describe a powerless person who represents an organization without having real authority. But when the figurehead has responsibilities within the other 9 managerial roles, there is not a negative connotation. While leader is a generic term and the most widely examined of the 10 roles, Mintzberg specifically defines the leader managerial role as the act of directing goals and evaluating employee performance. Mentoring, training, and motivating employees are all leadership activities. If you were to develop a new employee orientation program, you would be acting as a leader. Former Oakland Raiders football coach John Madden, like many coaches, directed team goals by giving each individual specific performance milestones to meet during each practice. Afterwards, he would meet with players and provide concrete, detailed feedback. Madden also mentored individual players, implemented a team-wide training program, and maintained the collective drive and motivation necessary for his team to become Super Bowl champions. A liaison networks by connecting people inside the company as well as externally. This role is not about dissemination of information. Being a liaison is about identifying the challenges and goals faced by others and connecting them with resources that will enable them to overcome obstacles or advance an agenda. It turns out, you say, that the services provided by my company are just what you need. Something as simple as giving a friend your hairdresser's name after you've been complimented on your haircut makes you a liaison. Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg revolutionized the liaison role by making social networking widely available. When your grandmother and the CEO of your company are posting status updates, you know social networks are no longer just for cutting-edge early adopters. Working well with others is a significant component of a manager's responsibilities. Inspiring the troops and becoming a symbol for your area of responsibility would make you a figurehead, while mentoring, training, motivating, and evaluating your team puts you in the leader role. As a liaison, you'll connect others to helpful resources to round out your interpersonal management roles. An organizational structure defines the reporting relationships in a company. In other words, who works for who. Companies choose an organizational structure based on many factors, including their size, their geographic dispersion, and the number of different products and services they offer. In a functional organizational structure, an organization's reporting relationships are grouped based on specialty or functional area. For example, there might be separate departments for marketing, accounting, and engineering. Generally, all the functional heads will report directly to the company president or CEO. There are some definite advantages to grouping all staff by function. Staff is managed by a person with experience in their same specialty who can adequately understand and review their work. Staffers have the opportunity to move up within their functional areas, which gives a reason for them to stay long-term. The company gets the advantage of their expertise and company knowledge over time. Staffers work with others in their field, which allows for knowledge sharing and lateral job moves to learn new skills. The functional structure also has some disadvantages, including functional areas may have difficulties working with other functional areas. There is often a perception that they are competing with other functional areas for resources and a lack of understanding of what other areas do for the company. So, the accounting department may be upset that its request for an additional headcount is denied, but the company financial results point to a need for additional salespeople rather than accountants. As the company grows larger, the functional areas can become difficult to manage due to their size. They can become almost like small companies on their own, with their own cultures, facilities, and management methods. Functional areas may become distracted by their own goals and focus on them, rather than on overall company objectives. For instance, there may be a desire by the IT department to implement a new state-of-the-art computer system, but the overall company objectives support investment in new products instead. Since the unit doesn't have an overview of the entire company, it may focus attention on goals that it believes are important but which are not priorities for top management. Companies who find the functional structure doesn't work well with their business will generally look to two other options: divisional structure and matrix structure. In the divisional structure, a specific geographic or product area acts as a mini company, with division staff for various functions, such as accounting, marketing, and engineering. Each division is responsible for its financial results and generally reports into the company CEO. In the matrix structure, staffers have dual reporting relationships, generally to both a functional manager and a product manager. This allows a single functional area expert to report to and support multiple products. It also gives the staffer a functional area manager who understands their specialty and can review their work and give additional knowledge and direction. An organizational structure defines the reporting relationships in a company. In a functional organizational structure, staffers with the same specialty or function are grouped together. The leaders of those functions generally report into the company president or CEO.
Bureaucracies are all around us. This form of organization, which is comprised of non-elected officials who implement rules, is not only common in the public sector, but in the business world as well. Examples of bureaucracies in the public sector include the Social Security Administration, Environmental Protection Agency, and public universities. Among the oldest bureaucratic structures in the country is the United States military. In the private sector, most large business firms have a bureaucratic organization. Examples of private sector firms with a bureaucratic structure include IBM, GM, and the Union Pacific Railroad. Knowing how bureaucratic management works can lead to a better understanding of how government agencies and large business firms operate. It can assist you in interacting with complex organizations, whether it be seeking Social Security benefits or working for a large corporation. One of the most important thinkers in modern organizational theory, Max Weber, is the father of the bureaucratic management theory. Weber was a German sociologist and political economist that viewed bureaucracy in a positive light, believing it to be more rational and efficient than its historical predecessors. Weber's theory of bureaucratic management also has two essential elements. First, it entails structuring an organization into a hierarchy. Secondly, the organization and its members are governed by clearly defined, rational legal decision-making rules. Each element helps an organization to achieve its goals. An organizational hierarchy is the arrangement of the organization by level of authority in reference to the levels above and below it. For example, a vice president of marketing is below the company's president, at the same level as the company's vice president of sales, and above the supervisor of the company's social media department. Each level answers to the level above it, with the ultimate leader of the organization at the top. The easiest way to understand the term rational legal decision-making rules is to think of it as a set of explicit and objective policies and procedures that governs how an organization functions. Examples of rational legal decision-making rules include human resources rules and policies or the regulations governing who is entitled to unemployment insurance. A well-known bureaucratic organization is the modern U.S. military. For this example, let's look at an Army division. An Army division is broken down into brigades. The brigades are broken down further into battalions. Battalions are divided into companies, and companies are broken down into platoons. Platoons may have squads that consist of individual soldiers. Each individual level answers to the level above it. For example, members of a platoon answer to their platoon leaders, who answer to the company commander, who in turn answers to the brigade commander, and so on. There is a clear chain of command, and control is focused from the top down, with each level of the hierarchy responsible for specific functions intended to meet the organizational goals. Another example of bureaucratic management is the modern corporation. The CEO is at the top of the organizational structure. There may be numerous vice presidents in charge of particular parts of the corporation's business and functions, such as operations, marketing, sales, and legal. Middle management comprises the next layer of the hierarchy. Below middle management may be lower-level supervisors who manage individual employees. Like the military, management is top-down, with each level of management answering to the level above it. Bureaucracies are pervasive in our society. They exist in both the private sector and the public sector. Knowing how a bureaucracy works can help you in dealing with them and in working for them. Bureaucratic management theory helps explain how they function. The theory has two essential elements. 1. A hierarchical structure in which the lower levels of the bureaucratic organization answer to the higher levels of the organization. And 2. The organization and its members are governed by rational legal decision-making rules, which can best be thought of as objective policies and procedures. Examples of organizations that use bureaucratic management include the U.S. Army and large corporations like GM.
Administrative management theory attempts to find a rational way to design an organization as a whole. The theory generally calls for a formalized administrative structure, a clear division of labor, and delegation of power and authority to administrators relevant to their areas of responsibilities. Henry Fayol, 1841 to 1925. Fayol was born in France, where he worked for a coal mining business. He developed 14 administrative principles for organizational structure and management. James D. Mooney, 1884 to 1957. Mooney studied mechanical engineering and eventually became a key member of General Motors' top management team. In 1931, he wrote Onward Industry. The book is considered by many scholars to be a significant contribution to administrative management theory. Luther H. Gulick, 1892 to 1993. Gulick is often considered the dean of public administration. He applied administrative management theory principles to government. Administrative management theory involves many important concepts, but these concepts can usually be placed into the following broad categories. Formalized administrative structure. According to this theory, you should design an organization using a very formalized structure with clear lines of authority from the top down. This is a hierarchical structure. For example, consider a large corporation. At the top is the board of directors, who give directions to the CEO, who in turn gives directions to the vice presidents of each corporate division. The vice presidents will then give directions to their middle managers, who in turn give directions to supervisors down to individual employees. Division of labor. A second key structural feature of an organization designed by administrative management theory is a clear division of labor between the organization's departments. Each department is responsible for a particular aspect of the organization's activities towards achievement of organizational goals. For example, our large corporation may have a production division, marketing division, distribution division, and administrative division. Each works on a particular aspect of the company's business. The production division produces the products. The marketing division markets the products. The distribution division sends the products to customers or retailers. And the administrative division provides administrative support to the other divisions. Delegation of power and authority. Another key feature of the theory is the delegation of power and authority to administrators commensurate with their responsibilities in the organization. If you don't have the power and authority to engage in tasks necessary for achieving specific objectives you are charged with achieving, the organization can't meet its overall goal. For example, the board of directors of the company we have been discussing is responsible for making the overall policy decisions for the company. However, it's the CEO's job to see that those board policies are implemented. The board must give the CEO the authority to implement the policies. In turn, the CEO can't do it all and must delegate part of the authority given to him or her by the board to the vice presidents, who will delegate some of their authority to the relevant middle managers, and so on. Administrative management theory attempts to design an organization and its management structure for efficiency and effectiveness. Three important theorists are Fayol, Mooney, and Gulick. Core components of administrative management include utilization of a formalized administrative structure, a clear division of labor, and delegation of power and authority to administrators relevant to their areas of responsibilities. Often, people confuse the idea of happy employees with motivated employees. These may be related, but motivation actually describes the level of desire employees feel to perform, regardless of the level of happiness. Employees who are adequately motivated to perform will be more productive, more engaged, and feel more invested in their work. When employees feel these things, it helps them, and thereby their managers, be more successful. It is a manager's job to motivate employees to do their jobs well. So, how do managers do this? The answer is motivation in management, the process through which managers encourage employees to be productive and effective. Think of what you might experience in a retail setting when a motivated cashier is processing your transaction. This type of cashier will be friendly, creating a pleasant transaction that makes you more likely to return. Process your transaction quickly, meaning that the store can service more customers. Suggest an additional item you would like to purchase, increasing sales for the store. In short, this employee is productive and delivers a high-quality output. There are many ways to motivate employees. Managers who want to encourage productivity should work to ensure that employees feel that the work they do has meaning or importance, believe that good work is rewarded, believe that they are treated fairly. All of these tasks fall under one or more motivational theories. Expectancy theory outlines the connection employees expect between effort and reward. If an employee does very well and puts forth additional effort, they will likely expect to be rewarded accordingly. In a retail setting, for example, a cashier might offer to work a double shift when a manager is short-staffed, but would expect praise and perhaps additional compensation for doing so. Employees who do not feel rewarded become unmotivated. Think about how you might feel if you continually worked as hard as possible but never received additional recognition or compensation. Would you continue to work as hard as possible, or would you think, why bother? Equity theory indicates that employees are best motivated when they feel that they are being treated equally. If two employees perform the same job and believe that they do so equally well, they would expect equal pay and equal recognition. Lack of equity, whether real or imagined, can damage employee motivation. Again, imagine you are working as hard as you can and find that someone else who works at the same level doing the same job makes more money. Would you want to continue to work as hard? Maslow, a well-respected psychologist, described several levels of needs that people seek to fill. Usually described as a pyramid, these levels are physiological, or the basic need for a place to live and food to eat, safety, or a desire for security, belonging, or a want to feel like a part of something, esteem, or the need for praise or respect, self-actualization, or the fulfillment of one's potential. Employment typically fulfills the lower level needs, regardless of motivation. If a person has a job, they ideally have money to buy food and shelter and feel secure. Motivated employees will find their needs met at higher levels. Employees who feel like they are part of a team and are praised for a job well done will fulfill the need for belonging and esteem and will likely be more motivated. Managers seek to instill a desire to work hard and do well in their employees, and this is known as motivation in management. Activities that motivate employees to perform well might seem self-explanatory. Treat everyone equally, reward good effort, and make sure employees' needs are satisfied. But employee motivation is largely studied and discussed throughout the business world. Communication is a very important part of working in the business environment. Managers must be able to communicate with employees, and employees must be able to communicate with managers in order to have a profitable business. Upward communication is the flow of information from frontline employees to managers, supervisors, and directors. Upward communication keeps managers aware of how employees feel about their jobs, policies, and procedures, and the business in general. Some advantages of upward communication are feedback. Managers can get feedback from employees that can help improve organizational development. Employees who are encouraged to provide feedback feel respected and that they have a say in how the organization is run. Mutual trust. Mutual trust brings employees and managers closer to each other. As trust grows, relationships between employees and managers become stronger. Introduction of new policies. Frontline employees do the work every day. They can usually tell managers if something works or doesn't work. Employees can be instrumental in forming new policies or changing those that are outdated. Upward communication seems easy enough, but sometimes Employees face significant barriers attempting to communicate with managers. Some disadvantages of upward communication are filtering. Filtering occurs when an employee passes a message intended for upper-level management through an immediate supervisor. The employee's immediate supervisor may change the information in the message to reflect the supervisor's opinion or understanding of the situation. The change in the message could be deliberate or unintentional. Either way, upper management may not receive the intended message sent by the employee. Delay. Sometimes, frontline employees hesitate to let managers know of a problem because doing so means acceptance of failure. Hence, delays may take place when employees decide whether or not to inform top management or to try to solve the problem themselves. Reluctance. In some cases, employees are reluctant to provide information through upward channels because they fear retaliation. If employees feel that their messages are viewed as complaints, they may feel that management will find a way to terminate them. Education or experience. Upward communication faces barriers when frontline employees have different educational backgrounds than the people requesting feedback. Frontline employees may also lack the specific business experience to allow them to reply with terms that are readily understood by the receiving parties. For example, if an IT technician has an issue, the technician may use technical terms when communicating with management. If the manager does not have a technical background, the manager may not totally understand the issue. Cultural differences. Cultural differences can affect the language and messages flowing upward to managers. This barrier can be more prevalent in companies with global operations, large international workforces, or diverse local economic labor markets. Some examples of upward communication are performance reports. They are prepared by lower management and reviewed by upper management. Suggestion boxes. Employee satisfaction surveys. Focus groups. Meetings with an immediate manager. Meetings with upper-level management. Upward communication ensures that tasks are being performed on time, provides accurate feedback, and helps keep everyone on the same page with a common vision. Many organizations suffer because they lack effective upward communication. Even if they have upward communication systems in place, they may not be effective because upper management may not review the communication or may minimize or even ignore it.
Frederick Winslow Taylor, 1856 to 1915, was an American inventor and engineer that applied his engineering and scientific knowledge to management and developed a theory called scientific management theory. His two most important books on his theory are Shop Management, 1903, and The Principles of Scientific Management, 1911. Frederick Taylor's scientific management theory can be seen in nearly all modern manufacturing firms and many other types of businesses. His imprint can be found in production planning, production control, process design, quality control, cost accounting, and even ergonomics. If you understand the principles of scientific management, you will be able to understand how manufacturers produce their goods and manage their employees. You will also understand the importance of quantitative analysis, or the analysis of data and numbers to improve production effectiveness and efficiency. In broad terms, scientific management theory is the application of industrial engineering principles to create a system where waste is avoided, the process and method of production is improved, and goods are fairly distributed. These improvements serve the interests of employers, employees, and society in general. Taylor's theory can be broken down into 4 general principles for management. 1. Actively gathering, analyzing, and converting information to laws, rules, or even mathematical formulas for completing tasks. 2. Utilizing a scientific approach in the selection and training of workers. 3. Bringing together the science and the worker so that the workers apply the scientifically developed techniques for the task. 4. Applying the work equally between workers and managers, where management applies scientific techniques to planning and the workers perform the tasks pursuant to the plans. Frederick Taylor approached the study of management quantitatively through the collection and analysis of data. For example, he and his followers performed motion studies to improve efficiency. He analyzed the motions required to complete a task, devised a way to break the task down into component motions, and found the most efficient and effective manner to do the work. An example of a motion study is observing the number of distinct motions required to shovel coal into a furnace. The task is then broken down into its distinct components, such as picking up the shovel, walking to the coal, bending over, manipulating the shovel to scoop the coal, bending back up, walking to the furnace, and manipulating the shovel to deposit the coal. The most efficient way to perform the task was developed, and workers were instructed on how to apply the method. Scientific management helped bring about many modern management techniques for manufacturing companies. You can see its influence in task specialization and the assembly line, where an employee focuses on one part of the production, such as putting spark plugs in an engine. You can see its effects in the way companies utilize data, accounting, and mathematical analysis to improve efficiency and effectiveness of production. And you can even see scientific management behind the subjects of human engineering and ergonomics, such as the development of chairs with lumbar support and anti-glare computer screens. Frederick Taylor used his engineering background to develop his scientific management theory. He believed that the use of engineering principles would lead to a reduction of waste and an increase in production and efficiency that would benefit not only the business, but employees and society in general. His theory can be broken down into 4 principles that focus on using scientific techniques by both management and workers to improve efficiency and effectiveness. Part of Taylor's approach included quantitative analysis, or the analysis of data and numbers to improve production effectiveness and efficiency. One of his tools was motion studies that broke down a particular task into its component parts to determine the most efficient and effective series of motions needed to complete a work task. You can see Taylor's hand in nearly every area of industrial management, including task specialization, the assembly line, data analysis, cost accounting, and ergonomics. A contingency approach to management is based on the theory that management effectiveness is contingent, or dependent, upon the interplay between the application of management behaviors and specific situations. In other words, the way you manage should change depending on the circumstances. One size does not fit all. The contingency approach to management finds its foundation in the contingency theory of leadership effectiveness, developed by management psychologist Fred Fielder. The theory states that leadership effectiveness, as it relates to group effectiveness, is a component of 2 factors: task motivation, or relation motivation and circumstances. You measure task motivation or relation motivation by the least preferred coworker (LPC) scale. The LPC scale asks the manager to think of the person they least like working with and then rate that person on a set of questions, each involving an 8-point scale. For example, a score of 1 would be uncooperative, and a score of 8 would be cooperative. Fielder believed that people with a higher LPC score try to maintain harmony in their work relationships, while people with a lower LPC score are motivated to focus on task accomplishment. The theory states that task or relations motivations is contingent upon whether the manager is able to both control and affect the group's situational favorability or outcome. According to the theory, you can assess situational favorability by 3 factors. Leader-member relations. This factor addresses the manager's perception of his cooperative relations with his subordinates. In other words, is the cooperation between you and your employees good or bad? Task structure. This factor relates to whether the structure of the work task is highly structured, subject to standard procedures, and subject to adequate measures of assessment. Certain tasks are easy to structure, standardize, and assess, such as the operation of an assembly line. Position power. This factor asks if the manager's level of authority is based on punishing or rewarding behavior. For example, does the manager derive his authority from providing bonuses for meeting sales goals or terminating employees for failure to meet the goals? The combination of leader-member relations, task structure, and position power create different situations that have been coined octants 1 through 8. You can divide these 8 situations into 3 broad categories: favorable situations, intermediate situations, and unfavorable situations. According to the theory, each situation is handled the best by either high or low LPC managers. The theory argues that high LPC managers are most effective at influencing employee group behavior in intermediate situations, while low LPC managers are most effective in favorable or unfavorable situations. The concept is far simpler than it appears. Let's use an example to clarify it. Let's say you are hired as an outside consultant for a motorcycle company to assess management effectiveness. You decide to use the contingency management approach to assess and advise the company. You begin by testing each member of the management team to determine his or her LPC score. You then determine the type of situations that exist at the company and determine that most of the situations are either unfavorable or favorable situations. You advise the company to train its management to facilitate managers with low LPC scores, since they are best suited for managing most of the situations at the company. This makes sense at a factory because a low LPC motivated person is motivated to focus on task completion, which is very important in production tasks. You have matched the management type most effective for dealing with the situation. The contingency approach to management is grounded in Fielder's contingency theory of leadership effectiveness. The theory argues that a manager's effectiveness is based upon the interplay of task or relation motivation and the circumstance. In other words, certain circumstances require different management approaches with a focus either on motivating for task completion or maintaining harmonious group relations. You can determine whether a situation is favorable, intermediate, or unfavorable based upon the level and combination of leader-member relations, task structure, and position power. Managers with high LPC scores are best at managing employees in intermediate situations, while managers with low LPC scores are best at managing employees in favorable or unfavorable situations.
A team leader is someone who provides direction, instructions, and guidance to a group of individuals, who can also be known as a team for the purpose of achieving a certain goal. An effective leader will know her team members' strengths, weaknesses, and motivations. Team leaders serve various roles in an organization. Their job is to get tasks done by using all of the resources available to them, including other employees or team members. Below is a list of some important roles a team leader must often take on. Develop a strategy the team will use to reach its goal. Provide any training that team members need. Communicate clear instructions to team members. Listen to team members' feedback. Monitor team members' participation to ensure the training they are being provided is being put into use, and also to see if any additional training is needed. Manage the flow of day-to-day operations. Create reports to upgrade the company on team's progress. Distribute reports to the appropriate personnel. A team leader is responsible for guiding a group of employees as they complete a project. They are responsible for developing and implementing a timeline their team will use to reach its end goal. Some of the ways team leaders ensure they reach their goals are by delegating tasks to their members, including themselves. Team leaders are generally responsible for the flow of day-to-day operations. They establish meeting times and an agenda for their members. In these meetings, the team leader will report team activities against the program plan or schedule. It is extremely important that the team leaders keep their members focused and on track. Oftentimes, team leaders will report their team's progress to a manager or higher-up member of staff just to ensure the organization's leaders that they are on track. A team leader is someone who provides direction, instructions, and guidance to a group of individuals who can also be known as a team for the purpose of achieving a certain goal. Team leaders serve various roles in an organization. They develop strategies, provide training, communicate with team members, monitor team members, manage operations, and create and distribute reports. Team leaders are also responsible for guiding a group of employees as they complete a project. Great communication skills are your ticket to success in the academic and business world, but have you ever been overcome by fear or anxiety prior to going on a job interview or speaking in front of an audience? Knowing when to choose oral communication and polishing your speaking skills can help you at every stage of your career. Oral communication is the process of verbally transmitting information and ideas from one individual or group to another. Oral communication can be either formal or informal. Examples of informal oral communication include face-to-face conversations, telephone conversations, discussions that take place at business meetings. More formal types of oral communication include presentations at business meetings, classroom lectures, and commencement speeches given at a graduation ceremony. With advances in technology, new forms of oral communication continue to develop. Video phones and video conferences combine audio and video so that workers in distant locations can both see and speak with each other. Other modern forms of oral communication include podcasts, audio clips that you can access on the internet, and Voice over Internet Protocol, VoIP, which allows callers to communicate over the internet and avoid telephone charges. Skype is an example of VoIP. There are many situations in which it makes sense to choose oral over written communication. Oral communication is more personal and less formal than written communication. If time is limited and a business matter requires quick resolution, it may be best to have a face-to-face or telephone conversation. There is also more flexibility in oral communication. You can discuss different aspects of an issue and make decisions more quickly than you can in writing. Oral communication can be especially effective in addressing conflicts or problems. Talking things over is often the best way to settle disagreements or misunderstandings. Finally, oral communication is a great way to promote employee morale and maintain energy and enthusiasm within a team. Despite the many benefits of oral communication, there are times when written communication is more effective. For example, you may want to exchange important information that needs to be documented using written communication. A lot of transactions in the business world require some type of written record, and you will find that even strong verbal skills are not a substitute for putting things in writing. Additionally, oral communication tends to be less detailed and more subject to misunderstanding than written communication. It's best to always think carefully about which method of communication best fits your objective. How can you be sure to impress others with your speaking skills?
Here are 5 tips that can help you to become a polished and professional public speaker. 1. Be prepared. This is important for both informal discussions and formal presentations. Prepare by thinking about your goals and your target audience. 2. Get organized. Even informal discussions in a business meeting will be more effective if you organize your thoughts ahead of time. 3. Connect with your audience. Aim for a lively speaking style and pay attention to non-verbal messages you send. Your appearance, body language, and appropriate use of eye contact can make a huge difference. 4. Use visual aids. Effective use of visual aids will help your audience to understand, remember, and take action on your ideas. 5. Practice makes perfect. You can reduce stage fright and polish your delivery skills by practicing before you give a presentation. Oral communication is the process of verbally transmitting information and ideas from one individual or group to another. Types of oral communication include formal communication, such as classroom lectures, speeches, and meeting presentations, and informal communication, such as casual phone or dinner table conversations. Oral communication can be advantageous because it is personal, direct, effective, and flexible, but there are times when written communication can be more effective. An example would be when documentation of the communication is required. Being prepared, getting organized, connecting with your audience, using visual aids, and practicing are just a few of the ways you can perfect your oral communication skills. It's hard to get the big picture when you have such a small screen. This anonymous quote can be stingingly true. Have you ever had a manager reluctant to give up hands-on work? Maybe you've had managers who spend most of their life handling office politics. They're so deeply involved in the interpersonal relationships of the office that it's almost like working in a soap opera. It's important for managers to understand the work of the company and to navigate interpersonal relationships deftly. Without the big picture, though, managers can efficiently knock out the to-do list, only to find out later that the tasks aren't linked to meaningful goals and a coherent strategy. Becoming familiar with conceptual skills puts you on guard against such aimlessness as you move through your career. Managers who have conceptual skills have the ability to think creatively and understand complicated or abstract ideas. But before we dive into conceptual skills, though, let's get an overview of all 3 required management skills as well as the layers of management. Classical management theory structures organizational management into tiers, like a pyramid. At the base of the pyramid are supervisors, or lower-level managers working directly with workers to coordinate the daily tasks of the organization. In the middle are, you guessed it, middle managers. They oversee longer-term goals with the supervisors that align with strategic objectives of the organization. Who sets these strategic objectives? That's right, it's the folks at the tip of the pyramid, the top-level managers. Regardless of the level of management, theorist and psychologist Katz identified 3 skills common to every manager. These are conceptual skills, human skills, and technical skills. Conceptual skills allow a manager to visualize the entire organization and work with ideas and relationships between abstract concepts. Human skills, also called human relation skills, require communication and attention to relationships with others. Technical skills are needed to actually get the work done. They are the techniques, practices, tools, and processes needed by frontline employees in the manager's functional area. While all managers have these skills, the ratio of each skill to the others varies based on the industry and level of management. Let's say Michelle and Michael are both supervisors for accounting companies. Michelle's team are all remote contractors, while Michael's accounting staff are working 9 to 5 in a specific building. Both are on the same management tier, but Michael may need more human skills than Michelle to manage interactions among team members. Michelle's team interacts directly with her, but not with each other, so she'll use human skills differently and less often than Michael will. Each job requires the same amount of conceptual skills to ensure their team is meeting organizational objectives. They'll also use equivalent technical skills, general accepted accounting principles, to ensure the quality of the work. So you can see how the mix of managerial skills might differ by industry, but let's take a closer look how conceptual skills change with each successive step up the pyramid. Top managers rely mostly on conceptual skills, but they use significant human skills as well. Remember, though, they need technical skills to set a strategy that makes sense for the organization. Top managers have the most discretion, or choice, in how they exercise any of these skills. Human skills are needed by most middle managers because middle managers need to communicate up, down, and across the organization in order to do their work well. But they also need conceptual skills to set the goals and achieve strategic objectives. They are expected to have more technical skill and less conceptual skill than the managers above them because they are closer to the ground. Direct supervisors do not spend as much time doing work that requires conceptual skills. The day-to-day operations of the organization are more task-minded than strategically oriented. Instead, they are the closest to the ground, so they need more technical skills as the most hands-on and visible managers. They do need some human relations skills. It makes sense that the different levels of management have a different mix of each of CAT's 3 skills. But what do we mean when we talk about working with ideas and the relationships between abstract concepts? Sidney Fine, a professor and historian, described 3 families of skills relating to data: conceptual, people, human, and things, technical. As you can see, his families correspond with CAT skills. Fine described the data skills, conceptual, as working in a nested hierarchy, as shown in this image. Let's use a specific example to understand conceptual skills. Meet Julia, supervisor for 2 other people in the graphics department at Razzle Dazzle, a public relations and marketing firm. Given her industry, she's expected to have good conceptual skills. Her boss gives her samples of the kind of work he expects her team to produce, and she copies the examples and compares her team's work to the standard. She's very good at what she does, and 2 years later we find she's now the director of online marketing. As a middle manager, she still has the conceptual skills to copy and compare, but she's also skilled at analyzing graphics for more complex concepts, such as metaphor and meaning, color, shape, and texture. She then compiles examples of good work to share with the supervisor below her. Julia's on fire. When we check in 5 years later, she's now a partner in the firm. She's created innovative design strategy and coordinates the efforts of the departments below her so the firm can meet strategic objectives. When she's working with the partners to make strategic decisions, she's synthesizing information from the company as a whole, as well as from changing conditions and trends out in the marketplace. Conceptual skills deal with grasping the big picture and making connections between abstract ideas. Managers at all levels need conceptual, human, and technical skills to perform their jobs successfully. The proportion of each skill to the others changes based on managerial level. As managers move from the base of the management pyramid to the top, the conceptual skills they use become increasingly more complex and discretionary. Understanding the conceptual skills required for management responsibilities allows you to seek opportunities to make them a part of your skill set.
Horizontal communication is the transmission of information between people, divisions, departments, or units within the same level of organizational hierarchy. You can distinguish it from vertical communication, which is the transmission of information between different levels of the organizational hierarchy. Horizontal communication is often referred to as lateral communication. Horizontal communication presents some distinct advantages. It decreases misunderstanding between departments working on the same project, thereby increasing efficiency and productivity. It may result in better implementation of top-level decisions because employees on lower levels are permitted to coordinate directly with each other in the implementation of the decision made at the top. Horizontal communication facilitates teamwork if a project requires tasks from different people or departments. It may also increase job satisfaction and motivation by creating more employee empowerment in communication. Horizontal communication does come with some disadvantages. Management may have a greater problem maintaining control as horizontal communication increases. This is in part because management can derive much control and power if it controls the flow of information. Horizontal communication can also create conflict between employees exposed to each other through the communication process. It is also more time-consuming if vertical communication is required to ratify decisions made during horizontal communication, or to confirm information received through horizontal communication. Finally, it may create a lack of discipline if strict procedural rules of communications are not imposed and followed. Let's say that you are a vice president of the research division of a pharmaceutical company. Your division has just been given final FDA approval for a new antidepressant drug. The president of the company wants the product on the market yesterday, since the fiscal quarter ends in a few weeks and the annual shareholders meeting is in 6 weeks. Fortunately for you, the company permits horizontal communication. You are able to communicate and coordinate directly with your counterparts in production and marketing. You do not need to run up communications to the president just to have him run it down to each vice president. Consequently, you and your colleagues are able to coordinate quickly and develop a plan that places the new drug on the market a week before the end of the fiscal quarter and well before the shareholders' meeting. Now let's say that you are a department head of the printer division of a computer company. You receive a memo from your vice president that informs you that the company wants to create a new promotional computer package involving a flat screen monitor, a desktop computer, and a laser printer. You are to coordinate with your counterparts from the other departments to put the platform together. You meet with the department heads of the monitor and computer division and discuss options given the price point to which you must comply. You communicate the options available for laser printers as your colleagues explain the options available for monitors and the computer. You all agree on the product mix for the promotion and send a memo to your respective supervisors regarding the proposed package. Horizontal communication is the transmission of information between people or parts of an organization on the same level of the organizational hierarchy. Some advantages of horizontal communication include increased cooperation and efficiencies between people and units across an organization. It also helps with teamwork, morale, and job satisfaction. Disadvantages of horizontal communication include the possibility of decreased managerial control, interpersonal conflict, increase in time consumption if vertical communication is required, and the possibility of a decline in discipline.
Scientific management theory is important because its approach to management is found in almost every industrial business operation across the world. Its influence is also felt in general business practices, such as planning, process design, quality control, cost accounting, and ergonomics. Your knowledge of the theory will give you a better understanding of industrial management. You'll also understand how a manager can use quantitative analysis, an examination of numbers and other measurable data, in management to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of business operations. The founding father of scientific management theory is Frederick W. Taylor, 1856 to 1915. He was an American inventor and engineer. His two most important works were Shop Management, 1903, and The Principles of Scientific Management, 1911. The husband and wife team of Frank Gilbreth Sr. and Lillian Moeller Gilbreth contributed to the theory. This duo continued the practice of time and motion studies started by Taylor, believing they could find the best way to perform each task studied. Scientific management theory seeks to improve an organization's efficiency by systematically improving the efficiency of task completion by utilizing scientific engineering and mathematical analysis. The goal is to reduce waste, increase the process and methods of production, and create a just distribution of goods. This goal serves the common interests of employers, employees, and society. Scientific management theory can be summarized by Taylor's 4 principles. 1. Managers should gather information, analyze it, and reduce it to rules, laws, or mathematical formulas. 2. Managers should scientifically select and train workers. 3. Managers should ensure that the techniques developed by science are used by the workers. And 4, managers should apply the work equally between workers and themselves, where managers apply scientific management theories to planning and the workers perform the tasks pursuant to the plans. To further the development of Taylor's theory, Frank and Lillian Gilbreth performed time and motion studies. They broke task motions down into parts they called thirbligs. Decreasing the thirbligs required for a task increases the efficiency of task completion. The couple was also concerned about worker welfare, with Lillian Gilbreth contributing to the development of industrial psychology. We have learned that scientific management theory is a theory of management founded by Frederick W. Taylor and supplemented by others, including Frank and Lillian Gilbreth. The theory uses engineering, science, and mathematics to reduce waste and increase the efficiency of the methods and process of production. A frequent tool used in this theory is a time and motion study, where you break a work task down into its component parts and determine the most efficient motions to complete the task. You can see the influence of scientific management theory in such modern management techniques as cost accounting, process design, quality control, and ergonomics.
Downward communication occurs when information and messages flow down through an organization's formal chain of command or hierarchical structure. In other words, messages and orders start at the upper levels of the organizational hierarchy and move down toward the bottom levels. Responses to downward communications move up along the same path. Downward communication provides certain advantages to an organization. Organizational discipline. Downward communication follows the organization's hierarchy, meaning that organizational discipline and member compliance is much easier to maintain. Efficiency. Downward communication offers efficiencies because instructions and information come from the sources in power that are able to coordinate activities from the top of the organization. Employees receive feedback from the supervisors who manage them. Effective communication of goals. Upper management can easily communicate goals and assign responsibilities regarding achieving those goals. Ease of delegation. Delegation is much easier if the delegation comes directly from the vertical communication structure representing the chain of command. Downward communication is not without disadvantages, including the following. Distortion. Ever played the grapevine game? Downward communications can become distorted as it proceeds through multiple levels of the organization. Slow feedback. It takes time for messages to go down the organization and then up the organization and then back down again. This means that feedback can be slow, resulting in problems, especially in a dynamic environment. Interpretive problems. Downward communication presents interpretation problems because of the distortion effect and the slow feedback for message clarification. Lowers morale. Given the time communication takes and the problem with distorted messages, downward communications can have a negative impact on organizational morale. Not motivating. Given slow feedback and the dependence on formal channels of communication, this method of communication doesn't really help with motivation. Let's say you're the Vice President of Human Resources for a large company that employs about 10,000 employees. You just receive a memo from the President directing you to change the company's overtime policy. You compose an amendment to the company's employee handbook with the necessary changes to the overtime policy and send it out to the divisional vice presidents, who send it out to their department heads, who in turn send it out to their supervisors. The supervisors deliver a copy to their employees to insert in their personal handbooks. One employee notes a confusing ambiguity about the new policy, and his supervisor doesn't have the answer, so he writes up a memo and sends it to his department head. She can't answer the question, so she attaches the memo to an email to her vice president, who sends it along to you. You see the error and draft a revised amendment to resolve the ambiguity. You send the memos to all the vice presidents, and the revised amendment eventually filters down to the employee who found the error. The whole process took more than a week, given the varying priorities given to the issue by each person in the chain of command. Downward communication occurs when messages and orders are sent from the top of an organization down through to the lower levels of the organization. Advantages of downward communication include organizational discipline, some efficiencies, goal explanation, and ease of delegation. Disadvantages include message distortion, slow feedback, interpretive problems, lower morale, and the fact that it's not motivating.
Democratic leadership in an organization involves the redistribution of power and authority between employees and managers to provide employee involvement in decision making. Let's start by noting that there is a conceptual difference between leadership and authority. Authority is formalized power conferred upon an individual to engage in certain activities sanctioned by some person or institution with the power to confer the authority. For example, if you are elected to the Senate, the citizens of your state have conferred upon you the power to represent them. In the private sector, a board of directors confers upon the CEO certain powers to implement board policies. Leadership, on the other hand, can be thought of as the power of an individual to influence others in belief or action. A leader may or may not have formal authority, and someone with authority may or may not lead. In other words, leadership isn't a position or office one holds, but a behavior. Democratic leadership attempts to manage with democratic principles, such as self-determination, inclusiveness, equal participation, and deliberation. The following three features characterize democratic leadership. Distribution of responsibility. A manager that leads democratically will distribute responsibility among his group to facilitate participation in decision-making. Empowering group members. Leaders must empower their members so that the members can accomplish their responsibilities. Empowerment includes providing training and education necessary for delegated task completion. Aiding group decision-making process. A major role of a democratic leader is to ensure democratic deliberation in making group decisions. This means that a leader should act as a facilitator and mediator between group members and ensure that a psychologically healthy and respectful environment is maintained. Democratic leadership in the context of managing an organization has some advantages and disadvantages. Let's talk about some of the advantages. Democratic leadership techniques generally will do a better job creating job satisfaction because it fosters a sense of participation, control, and autonomy. Greater employee participation in decision-making may also lead to greater innovation and creative solutions to problems that will better serve an organization. Democratic leadership does present some disadvantages. A democratic approach to management may not be as efficient as a more traditional centralized and authoritarian form of direction. Consequently, it may be more costly to the organization in time and resources. Accountability may sometimes present a problem. When responsibility is diffused among several different individuals or groups, accountability for mistakes or failures may be harder to determine. And some organizations or tasks may simply not be compatible with the type of employee participation required for democratic leadership. For example, consider the effects of democratic leadership in a military unit during combat. Democratic leadership is an approach to management in which certain democratic principles are encouraged, such as self-determination, inclusiveness, equal participation, and deliberation. While the manager in a group may be the only one with formal authority, other members of the group can serve leadership functions by influencing other members' beliefs and behaviors. Characteristics of democratic leadership include distribution of responsibility, empowering group members, and aiding group decision-making. Advantages of democratic leadership include creating employee job satisfaction and encouraging innovation and creative solutions to organizational issues and problems. Disadvantages can include reduction of efficiency and problems with accountability.
Participatory leadership as a management style is used today by a significant number of companies and organizations. Understanding how it works will allow you, either as a manager or employee, to better function in an organization that uses it. Participatory leadership is a style of management where decisions are made with the most feasible amount of participation from those who are affected by the decisions. In a business setting, the level and type of employee participation can vary. One form of participatory leadership is representative participation, in which a group of employees is involved in organizational decision-making. This type of participatory leadership is more dominant in Europe, where employees may serve on workers' councils or even on the board of directors. Another form, more common in the United States, is participatory management, in which subordinates share a degree of joint decision-making with their immediate supervisors. For example, a self-managed work team may be responsible for a specific product and may have the authority to make decisions relating to work methods such as scheduling, purchasing, and hiring of members. One basis of support for the theory is that participation satisfies an employee's higher-level needs. You can readily see the influence of psychologist Abraham Maslow and his hierarchy of needs on participatory leadership. Two of his concepts are important for our purposes: deficiency motivation and growth motivation. If you are deficiency motivated, you are acting to try to alleviate the need for something, such as money or shelter. If you are growth motivated, you are seeking psychological growth and the development and fulfillment of your potential. Employees that are deficiency motivated may function fine under a bureaucratic and hierarchical management structure, but those motivated by growth may not, finding it dehumanizing. Another basis for participation is the concept of power sharing. The argument is that employee participation is necessary to redistribute power in an organization and protect employees' interests. This argument acknowledges that employees are stakeholders in the organization, entitled to a voice. Organizational efficiency has also been argued as a basis for participatory management. Theorists argue that participation increases efficiency by encouraging information exchange between different stakeholders in an organization, which should result in better decision-making. Additionally, similar to the humanistic view, it is argued that participation satisfies the higher-level needs of employees. If your higher-level needs are satisfied, then you should have a higher degree of job satisfaction. This should motivate you to work harder and increase your productivity. In participative leadership, decisions are made with the most feasible level of involvement of those whom the decisions will affect. For example, production decisions on an assembly line may involve the participation of assembly line workers. Of course, organizational goals will take precedence. The tail will not be allowed to wag the dog. Participative leadership attempts to permit employees to contribute in the decision-making of matters that directly affect them. Permitting employees participation in what are traditionally management decisions finds support in the humanistic view, the idea of power sharing, and in organizational efficiency. One example of participatory management is representative participation, found primarily in Europe, where employees may form workers' councils or even sit on corporate boards. In the United States, participatory management is more common, where employee participation happens at a lower level with decisions made with direct supervisors. Employee participation still takes a backseat to the achievement of organizational goals. If both can't be accomplished, participation loses.
In an organization, information flows forward, backwards, and sideways. This flow of information is called communication. Communication channels refer to the way this information flows within the organization. In this web known as communication, a manager becomes a link. Instructions or decisions flow upwards, downwards, or sideways, depending on the position of the manager in the communication web. For example, a report from a lower-level manager will flow upwards to upper-level managers or directors. This upward flow of information can be face-to-face conversations, emails, or interdepartmental memos. A breakdown in the communication channel leads to an inefficient flow in information. For example, if employees are unaware of what the organization expects of them, this could cause employees to become suspicious of motives and changes in the company. This could negatively affect productivity in the workplace. If productivity decreases, eventually this will harm the organization as a whole. Therefore, in order for an organization to run well, a good manager should be able to effectively communicate to employees what is expected of them, make sure they are fully aware of company policies, and inform them of any upcoming changes. This should help to optimize employee productivity and ensure that the organization runs smoothly. There are many different types of communication channels available for managers to use. Some of the possibilities are mobile technology, electronic bulletin boards, fax machines, and video conferencing. As organizations grow, managers cannot rely on face-to-face communication alone to get their message across. A challenge that managers face today is to determine what type of communication channel to use in order to carry out effective communication. The types of communication channels are grouped into three main groups: formal, informal, and unofficial. A formal communication channel transmits organizational information such as goals or policies and procedures. Messages in a formal communication channel follow a chain of command. This means that information flows from a manager to an employee. Examples of formal communication channels are newsletters, business plans, annual reports, and employer manuals. Within a formal working environment, there always exists an informal communication network. Informal communication channels fall outside of the formal chain of command structure. Examples of informal communication channels are quality circles, teamwork, and lunchtime in the cafeteria of an organization. Employees can still receive important organizational information, but in a relaxed, informal atmosphere. The unofficial communication channel in an organization is the organization's grapevine. It is through the grapevine that facts and rumors circulate. Sometimes information is correct and factual. Often information may be exaggerated or just plain wrong, so you must be careful about acting on information that you hear in the grapevine. An example of an unofficial communication channel is social gatherings among employees. These social gatherings usually take place outside of the work environment. Other examples of social gatherings are Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. In an organization, different types of communication channels exist. One of the tasks of a manager is to communicate effectively with employees. The goal is to figure out which communication channel to use and when to use it. There are three primary channel types. A formal communication channel transmits organizational information such as goals or policies and procedures. Informal communication channels are where information is received in a relaxed setting. And the unofficial communication channel, also known as the grapevine. Choosing a communication channel is not always easy, so you must put a lot of thought into what you want to say and how you want to say it.
Alton Mayo was born in Australia in 1880. He became a lecturer at the University of Queensland, 1911 to 1923, and the University of Pennsylvania, and then became a professor of industrial research at Harvard University from 1926 to 1949. He is best known for his work on the Hawthorne studies and is considered one of the fathers of the human relations movement. Alton Mayo started his work at Hawthorne in 1924. The prevailing management theory at the time was scientific management and was defined by Frederick Winslow Taylor, an industrial engineer who felt that standardization and enforcement cooperation was the way to guarantee the highest work output from a team, after conducting numerous time and motion studies to determine the best way to do specific jobs. Hawthorne refers to a Chicago-based Western electric plant. It had agreed to a study by the National Research Council at its plant to determine the impact on productivity of lighting changes on its 29,000 employees. Initially, 2 groups were selected and the impact of lighting changes on their productivity was measured. It was found that any change in lighting, even making it worse, improved productivity, so the initial conclusion was that change in working conditions led to the improvements. Additional changes were then made to working conditions to see what other types of modifications could improve output. In all cases, productivity went up. Mayo was invited to participate in this study and visited the project in 1929 and 1930 to conduct interviews with workers. A third stage in the research project involved a group that did not have productivity increases. Interviews showed that the group had a standard for output which they all worked toward, and that they had higher regard for the standards set by their group than those of company management. Mayo concluded that these experiments showed that workers who have the ability to impact their working conditions and output requirements are more satisfied with their positions, and that cooperation and a feeling of being part of a cohesive group were more important to productivity than financial incentives or physical working conditions. This work also led to the conclusion that managers need good interpersonal and leadership skills, not just technical ability, to effectively lead a team. The human relations movement is the name today for the concept that social aspects, such as job satisfaction, group norms, and quality of leadership, have a greater impact on productivity than non-social aspects, such as compensation. This concept has resulted in much greater attention paid to these social aspects of work by today's employers versus those in the early 1900s. External recruitment is the assessment of an available pool of job candidates other than existing staff to see if there are any sufficiently skilled or qualified to fill and perform existing job vacancies. It is the process of searching outside of the current employee pool to fill open positions in an organization. As with any recruiting method, hiring from outside an organization instead of promoting from within the company carries both advantages and disadvantages. Let's explore some of the advantages. When an organization recruits externally, it opens the organization up to a larger pool of applicants, which increases its chance of finding the right person for the job. External recruitment provides an opportunity for a fresh outlook on the industry that a company may need to stay competitive. Bringing in fresh talent from the outside can help motivate the current employees to produce and achieve more in hopes of obtaining the next promotional opportunity. Looking outside the organization also allows a company to target the key players that may make its competition successful. Hiring a candidate with a proven track record for the competition allows the company to get an insider's view as to what the competition is doing to be successful. This gives the organization a chance to stay a step ahead of the competition. Hiring an external candidate also opens up many opportunities to find experienced and highly qualified and skilled candidates who will help a company meet its diversity requirements. There are some potential disadvantages of hiring an external candidate. It can take longer and cost more than hiring from within the organization. It can also damage employee morale because current employees may feel this lessens their chances for promotion. When employee morale decreases, productivity can also decrease. It also takes more time to train an external candidate on the systems the organization uses, therefore taking the candidate a little longer to get up and running. It can be difficult to tell by a candidate's information whether he or she will fit in with the company and its employees. While a new employee may bring fresh outlooks and ideas, this can be considered a disadvantage because these ideas may produce conflict with current employees. Recruitment methods are the different ways in which a potential employee is attracted to an organization. There are various ways organizations can recruit candidates externally. They can communicate their employment opportunities through media such as newspapers, radio, television, and the internet. Some other ways organizations can recruit externally are through career or college job fairs and outside employment agencies. When a business engages in external recruitment, a headhunter might also be used to facilitate the search, contact, and recruitment process. The recruiting method an organization chooses can be based on how much money it has to spend on the recruiting process, how many applicants it is trying to reach out to, and how much exposure it wants this position to have. External recruitment is the process of searching outside of the current employee pool to fill open positions in an organization. Potential advantages include a larger applicant pool, getting a fresh outlook on the industry, motivating current employees to be more productive, targeting key players from the competition, and having more opportunities to meet diversity requirements. Potential disadvantages include a longer and more costly search process, possible damage to current employee morale, more time spent training new hires, and uncertainty about whether the new employee will fit in at the company. There are many different ways that organizations can recruit external candidates, including ads in media outlets like newspapers and the internet, career and job fairs, employment agencies, and headhunters. Job rotation involves an employee changing positions within the same organization and eventually returning to the original position. It can refer to different types of rotations. Task rotation usually takes place in jobs that involve a high degree of physical demands on the body or a high degree of repetitive tasks that can become extremely tedious. Employees are periodically removed from these mentally stressful or physically demanding tasks to a less demanding task for a while to give them a break. Let's say you worked as a spot welder on a production line where you work 10-hour shifts, 4 days a week. You basically spend your day standing in place applying welds to 2 specific locations on the product as it moves down the line. The production facility's environmental controls aren't the best, and you're constantly hot and sweating because of the protective gear you must wear along with the heat generated by the welding machine. However, every other week you get rotated off the line to work in the maintenance department and tool shop where your tasks are varied. The environment is a bit more comfortable, and you can sit down a significant amount of the time. This is an example of task rotation. Position rotation is the process of laterally moving an employee to different positions, departments, or geographic locations for the purposes of professionally developing the employee by exposing them to new knowledge, skills, and perspectives. Position rotation can be further broken down into within-function rotation and cross-functional rotation. Within-function rotation is where an employee rotates between jobs with similar levels of responsibility and in the same functional or operational areas. Cross-functional rotation, on the other hand, usually involves a sequence of positions, often with increasing levels of job responsibilities. Let's say you're a junior executive at a multinational consulting firm on the fast track. Your mentor and supervisor have just informed you that you have been approved for the company's advanced executive training program. You will spend the next 2 years rotating from your home office to the headquarters in New York, to the company's office in London, then on to Dubai, and finally on to Hong Kong before returning to your home office. Your job responsibilities will change a bit at each office, but you will basically still serve as a financial analyst. Upon your return, you will receive an important promotion so long as the rotations are successful. This is an example of position rotation, and more specifically, within rotation. Task rotation has some distinct advantages. It can increase job satisfaction because workers will be exposed to various work tasks that will reduce constant physical or mental stress, which may create more motivation to continue in the position and reduce turnover. Another advantage is the ancillary effect of cross-training employees for different tasks, which will increase the flexibility and adaptability of the organization. Position rotation also has some distinct advantages. Position rotation can be used to groom or prepare promising employees for future leadership positions by increasing their knowledge, skills, and perspective. It can also assist an organization in creating members with a broad base of organizational knowledge. Position rotation may also facilitate new personal relationships across the organization that may help develop a sense of cohesion and loyalty. Both task rotation and position rotation share similar disadvantages. Some efficiency may be lost because employees do not develop proficiencies in specialized tasks as quickly due to rotation. Rotation may result in increased use of resources and time because of the support required in having a rotation program. A problem unique to position rotation is the risk of spending time and resources on employees that are not worth grooming. An organization can reduce this risk by carefully screening candidates for positional rotation who demonstrate the attributes, skills, and organizational commitment to make the investment worth it. There are 2 general types of job rotation. Task rotation involves cycling an employee from a physically stressful or tedious job to a different position for a while and then moving the employee back. The purpose is to give the employee a bit of a break and hopefully increase job satisfaction and motivation. Position rotation occurs when an employee is moved to different positions, departments, or geographic locations as a means to increase an employee's knowledge, skills, and perspective. It is often used as a means to groom an employee for future leadership positions within the organization. Advantages to rotation include developing employees with a broad range of skills and increasing job satisfaction. Disadvantages can include some increased costs in time and resources, and some decline in productivity potential because specialized skills are not developed as quickly. A profitability ratio is a measure of profitability, which is a way to measure a company's performance. Profitability is simply the capacity to make a profit, and a profit is what is left over from income earned after you have deducted all costs and expenses related to earning the income. The formulas you are about to learn can be used to judge a company's performance and to compare its performance against other similarly situated companies. Common profitability ratios used in analyzing a company's performance include gross profit margin, GPM, operating margin, OM, return on assets, ROA, return on equity, ROE, return on sales, ROS, and return on investment, ROI. Let's take a look at these in some detail. Gross margin tells you about the profitability of your goods and services. It tells you how much it costs you to produce the product. It is calculated by dividing your gross profit, GP, by your net sales, NS, and multiplying the quotient by 100. Gross margin equals gross profit divided by net sales times 100, or GM equals GP divided by NS times 100. Example, imagine that you run a company that sold $50 million in running shoes last year and had a gross profit of $7 million. What was your company's gross margin for the year? GM equals 7 million divided by 50 million times 100, which equals 0.14 times 100, which equals 14%. For every dollar in shoe sales, you earned 14 cents in profit, but spent 86 cents to make it. Operating margin takes into account the costs of producing the product or services that are unrelated to the direct production of the product or services, such as overhead and administrative expenses. It is calculated by dividing your operating profit, OP, by your net sales, NS, and multiplying the quotient by 100. Operating margin equals operating profit divided by net sales times 100, or OM equals OP divided by NS times 100. Example, let's say you make and sell computers. Last year you generated net sales of $12 million and your operating income was $100 million. What was your operating margin? OM equals OI divided by NS times 100, which is equal to 12 million divided by 100 million times 100, which equals 0.12 times 100, which equals 12%. Out of every dollar you made in sales, you spent 12 cents in expenses unrelated to the direct production of the computers. Return on assets measures how effectively the company produces income from its assets. You calculate it by dividing net income, NI, for the current year by the value of all the company's assets, A, and multiplying the quotient by 100. Return on assets equals net income divided by assets times 100, or ROA equals NI divided by A times 100. Example, imagine that you are the president of a large company that manufactures steel. Last year, your company had net income of $25 million, and the total value of its assets, such as plant, equipment, and machinery, totaled $135 million. What was your return on assets last year? ROA equals 25 million divided by 135 million times 100 equals 0.185 times 100, which equals 18.5%. This means that you generate 18.5 cents of income for every dollar your company holds in assets. Return on equity measures how much a company makes for each dollar that investors put into it. You calculate it by taking the net income earned, NI, by the amount of money invested by shareholders, SI, and multiplying the quotient by 100. Return on equity equals net income divided by shareholder investment times 100, or ROE equals NI divided by SI times 100. Example, imagine that your social media company just went public last year, resulting in total investment of $100 million. Your company's net income for the year was $10 million. What is the return on equity? ROE equals 10 million divided by 100 million times 100, which equals 0.10 times 100, which equals 10%. Your company is generating a dime in profit for every dollar invested. Return on sales tells you what percentage of income you generated from sales is available to retain as earnings for future investment or for dividends to be distributed to your shareholders. You can calculate it by dividing the net income, NI, by sales, S, and multiplying the quotient by 100. Return on sales equals net income divided by sales times 100, or ROS equals NI divided by S times 100. Example, you run a publicly traded retail chain store. Last year, total sales equaled $250 million, and your net income was $20 million. Let's calculate the return on sales. ROS equals 20 million divided by 250 million times 100, which equals 0.08 times 100, which equals 8%. Out of every dollar in sales you generate, you have 8 cents to either retain in the company or distribute to your shareholders as dividends. Return on investment is a metric that is important to stock investors as it measures the earnings produced by the company for each dollar invested in the company. You obtain the return on investment by dividing the net profit, NP, generated for the fiscal year by the total amount invested, TI, in the company during the same time period, and multiplying the quotient by 100. Return on investment equals net profit divided by total investment times 100, or ROI equals NP divided by TI times 100. Example. Last year, your investors contributed $10 million to your company, and you generated $875,000 in profits for the year. What is the return on investment? ROI equals NP divided by TI times 100. ROI equals $875,000 divided by 10 million times 100, which equals 0.0875 times 100, which equals 8.75. Your investors earned 8.75 cents for each dollar they invested in your company last year. Profitability ratios are powerful analytical tools that you can use to determine how well a business is performing. Business management, owners, and investors also utilize profitability ratios to compare a business performance against other similarly situated businesses. Common profitability ratios include gross margin, operating margin, return on assets, return on sales, return on equity, and return on investment. There is ebb and a flow to every industry. In accounting, the ebb and flow is the accounting cycle. The term accounting cycle refers to the specific steps that are involved in completing the accounting process. The cycle is like a circle. It begins at one point and revolves through specific steps before starting again at the same point, and then repeating those same steps. The length of the accounting cycle varies from company to company. It may be monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, or annually, depending on when the financial statements of the company are published. Regardless of the timing of the accounting cycle, the processes involved remain the same. There are 10 basic steps to the accounting cycle. 1. Collect source documents. The very first step in the accounting cycle is to gather all the documents that are related to financial transactions of the organization. These documents, called source documents, are things like receipts, bank statements, checks, and purchase orders. They're the items that describe what a transaction was for. 2. Analyze transactions. The second step in the accounting cycle is to analyze the source documents. The purpose of this is to look them over and then decide what effect they have had on company accounts. 3. Journalize transactions. The third step in the accounting cycle is to post entries into the journal for the analyzed transactions. A journal is the book or electronic record that documents all the financial transactions for a company and the accounts that are affected by each transaction. When a journal entry is made, the double entry rule is used. This means that for every one transaction, at least 2 accounts are affected. There must be a debit and a credit for each transaction, and the total of debits and credits must equal the amount of the transaction. Journal entries are entered in chronological order, and debits are entered before credits. 4. Post transactions. The fourth step in the accounting cycle is to transfer information from the journal to the ledger. A ledger is a book or an electronic record of all the accounts that a company has. These accounts are broken down by account, number, and class. When the information from the journal is transferred to the ledger, it is transferred to each account that was affected by a transaction. 5. Prepare an unadjusted trial balance. A trial balance is a list of all the company's accounts and their balance at the time the trial balance is prepared. An unadjusted trial balance is a trial balance that is prepared before adjusting entries are made into accounts. This information comes directly from the ledger. The total debit balance and total credit balance must be equal. 6. Prepare adjusting entries. Adjusting entries are entries that are made in the journal and posted in the ledger. The purpose of these entries is to bring account balances to the proper amounts. Not all accounts will have an adjusting entry. Adjusting entries are made at the end of the accounting period, but not the end of the accounting cycle. 7. Prepare trial balance. Remember, the trial balance is a list of all accounts and their balances after adjustments have been made. This trial balance is prepared to check and make sure that debits and credits equal after adjusting entries are made. It is used to prepare the financial statements. 8. Prepare financial statements. These are prepared in a specific order because information from one financial statement is often used in preparing another financial statement. The order that the financial statements need to be prepared is: income statement. This statement measures how well a company is performing financially during a specific time period. If the company made money, then it had a net profit. If it lost money, then it had a net loss. Statement of retained earnings. This statement shows the effect of any profit or loss on the retained earnings of a company for a specific time period. Balance sheet. This statement summarizes the assets, liabilities, and stockholders' equity of an organization at a given time. Asset accounts are always listed on the left side of the balance sheet, with liabilities and stockholders' equity on the right side. The balance sheet must follow the basic accounting equation formula of assets equals liabilities plus stockholders' equity, meaning that the total balance from all accounts on the left side of the balance sheet must equal the total balance from all the accounts on the right side of the balance sheet. Statement of cash flow. This statement shows how much money is made and spent by a company during a given time period. 9. Prepare closing entries. Closing entries are the entries that are completed after the financial statements have been prepared. The purpose of these entries is to close out temporary items by transferring income and expense items to the balance sheet. 10. Post-closing trial balance. The last step in the accounting cycle is to prepare a post-closing trial balance. The post-closing trial balance should only contain the permanent accounts that are used in the company and their balances. All temporary accounts should have been taken care of with the closing entries. Again, the total balance of all debit accounts must equal the total balance of all credit accounts. Once all 10 steps of the accounting cycle are complete, it is time to begin a new accounting period. The accounting cycle is a multi-step, complex process. Each step must be completed successfully in order to complete the step that follows it. By having the multiple steps that it does, there is a greater chance of catching errors long before the accounting period is closed. Since the financial statements paint the picture of the financial health for a company, it is very important that all information contained in those statements be accurate. For that reason, it is imperative that anyone working in the accounting field pay close attention to the work that they are doing. Even transposing one number can cause hours of headache for the person trying to balance the books.
Departmentalization involves dividing an organization into different departments, which perform tasks according to the department's specializations in the organization. Departmentalization as a means of structuring an organization can be found in both public and private organizations. An organization can structure itself into departments in the following ways. In functional departmentalization, an organization is organized into departments based upon the respective functions each performs for the organization. For example, a manufacturing company may create a production department, sales and marketing department, an accounting department, and a human resources department. Functional departmentalization may be advantageous because it can increase efficiency and expertise since all related activities are performed in one place by one group of people that specialize in that activity. In geographic departmentalization, an organization is organized along geographic lines. This is often a good idea for large multinational firms with offices around the world. All activities related to the organization's activities in each region are handled by a department in that region. One advantage of this method is that it ensures the development of expertise specific to the political, social, and cultural needs of the region. Moreover, sending managers to work in each region provides excellent training for upper-level management positions, where a broad perspective is required for success. In product departmentalization, an organization is divided by product lines. It creates a department for each product, and that department controls all activities related to the product, including development, production, marketing, sales, and distribution. This structure provides the organization the advantage of developing personnel with a high level of expertise and specialization for each of its products. Finally, we have customer or market departmentalization. Each type of customer usually has different needs, and organizations often departmentalize along different customer types such as consumers, businesses, and governments. For example, think about an aerospace engineering firm and the different needs of their consumer, business, and government clients. This structure may be advantageous because it allows its personnel to specialize in developing products and serving the needs of particular markets and classes of customers. Departmentalization is a method of dividing an organization into different departments which perform certain tasks in accordance with the department's specialization. Organizations can departmentalize along functional, geographic, product and customer or market lines. Each method of departmentalization has its own distinct advantages based upon its personnel developing specializations related to the manner in which the organization is departmentalized.
Job enrichment is a management concept that involves redesigning jobs so that they're more challenging to the employee and have less repetitive work. The concept is based on a 1968 Harvard Business Review article by psychologist Frederick Herzberg titled, "One More Time: How Do You Motivate Employees?" In this article, Herzberg stated that the greatest employee motivators based on several investigations are, in descending order, achievement, recognition, work itself, responsibility, advancement, and growth. To improve employee motivation and productivity, jobs should be modified to increase the motivators present for the employee. To make this concept more usable, let's imagine you are a company manager and want to increase the satisfaction of your staff. As you walk through the process of job enrichment, you'll need to keep in mind these goals. Reduce repetitive work. Increase employees' feelings of recognition and achievement. Provide opportunities for employee advancement, as in promotions into jobs requiring more skills, and provide opportunities for employee growth, as in an increase in skills and knowledge without a job promotion. The purpose of job enrichment is to make the position more satisfying to the employee. Overall goals for the company often include increasing employee job satisfaction, reducing turnover, and improving productivity of employees. To rephrase this as if it's coming from the mouth of a company manager or even the CEO, we want to enrich our staff's positions so that they'll be happier, more productive, and less likely to seek a job elsewhere. Vertical job loading is the terminology used by Herzberg to describe his principles for enriching positions and giving employees more challenging work. It's intended to contrast with job enlargement, aka horizontal job loading, which often involves giving employees more work without changing the challenge level. To enrich a position, you first need to brainstorm a list of potential changes to the position. Once you have a list of options, Herzberg recommends using the following 7 principles to review the options and shortlist only those that invoke one or more of the following. 1. Removing some controls while retaining accountability. 2. Increasing the accountability of individuals for own work. 3. Giving a person a complete natural unit of work. 4. Granting additional authority to employees in their activity. 5. Making periodic reports directly available to the workers themselves rather than to supervisors. 6. Introducing new and more difficult tasks not previously handled. And 7. Assigning individuals specific or specialized tasks, enabling them to become experts. For example, you might have on your list allow staffer A to present the monthly report directly to senior management. When you review this option against our list that we just covered, you find that it's going to meet the following goals. Increasing the accountability of individuals for own work by having them present directly to senior staff. Granting additional authority to employees in their activity by trusting them to make a presentation to a second-level manager. Since it does meet some of the goals on our enrichment list, it would be added to the short list. Once you have a final list, prioritize the options and document implementation steps and dates for each option you plan to implement. The advantages of job enrichment revolve around retaining high-quality employees longer at the company. Employees have higher job satisfaction and are less likely to quit. Employees better utilize their skills so the company gets higher quality work products from the same staff, and/or higher levels of job satisfaction are associated with lower levels of absenteeism. The disadvantages of job enrichment revolve around the fact that someone has to develop and implement the enrichment program. Jobs must be reviewed and a list of enrichment options developed and analyzed for each position. The impact of the modifications needs to be analyzed, and it may be necessary to change many positions at once to reallocate the work in a more enriching manner, and/or the options may require additional training for staff and may change workflows and procedures, which increase cost of the effort. Let's take a few moments to recap the important stuff we learned about job enrichment in this lesson. Job enrichment, first of all, is the process of improving employee satisfaction with employees' positions by modifying their work, as well as reducing repetitive work and providing opportunities for advancement and growth. This increase in satisfaction should result in lower turnover and higher productivity of employees. This is accomplished with principles such as vertical job loading, the terminology used by Frederick Herzberg to describe his principles for enriching positions and giving employees more challenging work. Herzberg came up with this concept in the 1860s, and he laid out 7 job enrichment principles, including 1. Removing some controls while retaining accountability. 2. Increasing the accountability of individuals for own work. 3. Giving a person a complete natural unit of work. 4. Granting additional authority to employees in their activity. 5. Making periodic reports directly available to the workers themselves rather than to supervisors. 6. Introducing new and more difficult tasks not previously handled. And 7. Assigning individuals specific or specialized tasks, enabling them to become experts. These advantages must be compared against the costs required to design and implement the program to determine whether it's of benefit to the company. Disadvantages to consider include things like the need for job review, the need to change many positions at once, and the need for additional employee training.
Remuneration seems like a tough word to remember, but have you recently gotten paid for some work by your boss or company? Well, you were remunerated. Remuneration basically refers to payment. In other words, it's compensation or reward for doing something. More technically, we can define remuneration as the sum of all the financial and non-financial compensation an employee receives. But don't get this term confused with remuneration, which is the recounting of something. The M and N are switched in these terms. The correct term, remuneration, comes to use from the Latin remuneratus, which means to reward. Let's consider some examples of remuneration. Bob recently signed a full-time employment contract at a marketing agency stipulating that he was to receive a salary of $75,000 per year as compensation for his work. So, salary is a form of remuneration. Unlike with Bob's full-time job, Jill recently started working part-time at a local grocery store. She is being paid $10 per hour. Hourly pay is another form of remuneration. That $10 an hour job jumps to $15 an hour if Jill works overtime. So, overtime pay is also a kind of remuneration. Olga has been an employee of an insurance company for a decade now. As part of her slightly more comprehensive remuneration package, she gets more than just a salary. She's also compensated via commission. So, when she manages to sell a policy, Olga gets a cut of the profits, or a commission, on top of her salary. Her commission is 25% of every insurance policy she sells. John is the vice president of a bank. While he earns a salary like Bob and Olga, he doesn't earn any commission. However, he can get a bonus at the end of every year for his performance or the performance of the company as a whole. John's bonus is usually higher in bull markets than during bear markets, when the bank doesn't do so well. Of course, there's more to remuneration than just financial compensation. It also includes non-financial benefits. For example, Natalie gets a yearly salary as a financial benefit for her work, but she also gets non-financial benefits, like 10 vacation days, 5 personal days, 5 sick days, and health insurance coverage. Like Olga, Cody is in sales, but works on an hourly pay basis. Because he's always on the road, the company provides him with a car, meals, and lodging, all at no expense to him. These are also forms of remuneration. Some forms of compensation may not be directly financial in nature, like a salary, but they're also not eternally non-financial either. For example, compensation involving stocks is one such remuneration. A stock is really a piece of paper that says you own something that might have financial value if or when you sell it. Another example is employee discounts. For example, Alex works for a car rental agency. As part of his remuneration, he gets 15% off any car he rents from the company when he's on vacation. That is a financial savings and benefit, but only if Alex exercises it. Remuneration refers to all the financial and non-financial benefits an employee receives. They include salary, hourly pay, overtime pay, commissions, bonuses, vacation, sick, and personal days, payment of an employee's work-related travel expenses, stock options, and employee discounts. Let's say that you're a salesman at a car company. You receive your pay based off of the amount of cars you sell. You were told before you began that each month you would receive a compensation pay for each car you sold in the amount of $400. You receive your first paycheck and notice that it seems to be short. You realize that the company was only paying you $300 per car rather than the $400 that was promised. You bring the issue up to the attention of the company, but they claim they paid you correctly. What kind of remuneration package was violated here, and what can you do to make sure you get the correct pay? Let's continue with the lesson to find out. Remuneration packages are generally described as a reward for employment. This can be expressed in the following things: pay, salary, or wage, allowances, benefits, bonuses, cash incentives, and non-cash incentives. This can not only be used in terms of employment pay, but also victim payment in a civil case in relation to unpaid wages. In order to understand the various types of remuneration packages, they are broken into two categories: direct and indirect compensation. Direct compensation covers payment methods from salaries to bonuses, while indirect compensation covers benefits and incentives. Let's look at these two categories in a little more detail, beginning with direct compensation. Direct compensation is probably pretty familiar to most of you. It includes the following packages: salary, which is defined as a set sum of pay for a period of 1 year, with payments typically occurring twice a month. It's most often used for licensed or professional employees. An example of salary would be your friend Sally receiving a salary of $60,000 a year. Hourly, which is defined by a currency amount, such as dollar or euro, that's paid per hour of work. This is typically a payment method for skilled and unskilled laborers. An example would be your friend Kurt getting paid at a rate of $15 per hour. Commission, which is a payment method that's based on the work performance of employees. This type of payment is to ensure minimum production level is met. An example of commission would be your friend John receiving compensation for every car he sells. And finally, bonuses, which are payments that are given in addition to already expected pay. This type of pay is used to encourage employees to increase their performance levels. An example of bonuses would be a store manager promising his employees a bonus of $500 at the end of the month if the month's sales goals are met. Now, let's look at the indirect remuneration packages out there. You've probably also heard of these, but they're not as common as the direct remuneration packages. First, we have benefits, which are defined as payment typically paid in the form of things like insurance, retirement, transportation, vacation, paid time off, and incentives. An example of benefits would be something like a 401k retirement plan. And then we have equity-based programs, which connect employees to the company through ownership. It isn't used very often in small business. An example would be driving a car that's owned by the company. Going back to the original example, what type of remuneration was violated by the car company you work for? Based on what was covered and the fact that you were to receive compensation of $400 per car sold, the company violated your commission pay. You decide to file a lawsuit against the company because they were uncooperative and did not want to pay you what was promised. Find out what kind of remuneration package you can receive being a victim in a civil crime in relation to unpaid wages. As an employee, you are entitled to the wages you earned. If you signed a contract that stated the amount that you would receive, and the company does not pay you that amount, you have a legal right to sue for damages. Unpaid wages. If an employee is successful in an unpaid wage suit against the employee will be awarded the amount of wages owed to them. Interest, in which an employee can also be compensated for the interest accumulated on the unpaid wages. Penalties, where the company that's being sued must also pay penalty fees, along with the unpaid wages. And finally, attorney fees, in which the company is obligated to pay the employee's lawyer fees. If you were to win your suit against the car company you worked for, you would receive the unpaid wages. That would be the additional $100 per car you sold, the interest accumulated on the unpaid wages, penalties that are issued by the judge, and the coverage for your attorney fees. All right, let's take a moment to review what we've learned. There are many different types of remuneration packages, which are generally described as a reward for employment. In the employment environment and in lawsuits, these are very common. Each compensation package has a purpose for being offered. We learned about both direct and indirect compensation, with direct compensation covering payment methods from salaries to bonuses, and indirect compensation covering benefits and incentives. We learned that direct compensation includes the following: salary, which is defined as a set sum of pay for a period of 1 year; hourly, which is defined by a currency amount that's paid per hour of work; commission, which is a payment method that's based on the work performance of the employee; and bonuses, which are payments that are given in addition to already expected pay. We then learned about two common indirect compensation types, which are benefits, which are defined as payment typically paid in the form of things like insurance, retirement, transportation, vacation, paid time off, and incentives; and equity-based programs, which connect employees to the company through ownership. We also learned that victims of civil suits in regards to unpaid wages can receive compensation packages if they win the suit. These compensation packages include the following: unpaid wages, in which the employee will be awarded the amount of wages owed to them; interest, in which an employee can also be compensated for the interest accumulated on the unpaid wages; penalties, where the company that's being sued must also pay penalty fees, along with the unpaid wages; and finally, attorney fees, in which the company is obligated to pay the employee's lawyer fees.
Much like a professional basketball player needs to know how to dribble and shoot a basketball, or how a home builder understands the process of framing a house, managers also need to have a specific set of skills in order to effectively perform their jobs. Managerial skills are what the manager uses to assist the organization in accomplishing its goals. Specifically, a manager will make use of his or her own abilities, knowledge base, experiences, and perspectives to increase the productivity of those with whom they manage. The toolbox for what a manager needs in order to perform their jobs effectively typically fall into one of three categories: technical skills, human skills, and conceptual skills. To give you a better understanding of these skills, let's take a look at how each of these skills are applied by Manny the manager and his employee, Kelly the financial analyst. Technical skills are those skills needed to accomplish a specific task. It is the how-to skill set that allows a manager to complete his or her job. These skills are the combination of formal education, training, and on-the-job experience. Most employees expect their managers to have a technical skill set above their own so that when needed, an employee can come to their manager to find out how to do something specific to their individual job. For example, let's say that part of Kelly the financial analyst's job is to update a balance sheet each week. Kelly is a novice financial analyst and is new to the company, so she's expecting her manager, Manny, to show her how to perform this task initially so that she can eventually do it on her own. Therefore, it is essential for Manny to have the technical skills of how to update a balance sheet so that he may in turn share that skill with Kelly. As a low-level manager, technical skills are most important for Manny due to how close his role is to the general workforce. In this case, Kelly. The next type of skills a manager must have are human skills. These interpersonal skills are what a manager will use to work with his or her employees. Some people are born with good human skills, others must work much harder at it. Human skills are critical for all managers because they work with people. Managers with good human skills understand their role inside the manager-employee relationship and how important things like trust, cohesion, fairness, empathy, and goodwill are to the overall success of the organization. Human skills help the manager to communicate, lead, and motivate an employee to work towards a higher level of productivity. For example, let's go back to Kelly and Manny. Imagine Kelly's job description was changing to include a greater deal of responsibility, but for the same pay. Kelly is upset and feels overwhelmed by this change. Manny is a manager with good human skills, so he is able to empathize and communicate his understanding of Kelly's frustration with the change to her. Manny quickly works to find ways to motivate Kelly to continue to work at a higher level despite the additional workload being placed on her. Conceptual skills are the final type of skills a manager must possess inside their toolbox. The level of analytical ability to envision both the parts and its sum directly translates into a manager's conceptual skill set. Essentially, a manager's conceptual skills allow him or her to solve problems in a strategic and calculated fashion. Conceptual skills are becoming increasingly more important in today's chaotic business environment. Managers are continually being challenged to think conceptually about their organizations, to develop action plans, and harness resources to achieve organizational goals. A manager with good conceptual skills can look at a problem, break it down into manageable pieces, consider a variety of possible solutions, all before putting it back together again in a more effective and efficient manner. Conceptual skills are most important for top managers, but still important for middle and low-level managers as well. For Manny, using his conceptual skills might involve analyzing problems specific to his employees. Take, for example, Kelly's job changing. Before Manny can use his human skills to empathize with Kelly's situation, he must first also gather the facts so that he can provide a good rationale and action plan to her. This means that Manny must consider why this change is needed, who it will affect and in what manner, the greater good that it will serve, how new performance measures will be created and assessed for the additional responsibilities, what training will need to be provided so that Kelly can perform her new responsibilities well, and the best way to communicate the change to Kelly. Manny's conceptual skills help him to see all of these elements so that he can have a better understanding of the global impact it will have on his employee. Managerial skills are necessary for a manager to perform their job successfully. There are 3 different types of managerial skills, which include technical skills, human skills, and conceptual skills. Technical skills are the specific skill set used to perform a particular job, such as writing a computer program, developing a budget, or analyzing sales trends. These skills are most important for low-level managers because of how closely they work with employees performing the actual job functions. Human skills include the ability for managers to work with, motivate, encourage, empathize, and communicate with their employees. These skills are important for all levels of management. Conceptual skills are the manager's ability to think analytically about the organization and how to most effectively accomplish its goals. These skills become increasingly more important the higher the management level.
Your 4 subordinates are about to design a specialized computer program for one of the firm's clients. Things are going swimmingly until the test runs, at which point they discover that the program is not working and their debugging efforts have failed. Luckily, you have technical skills related to computer programming, so you are able to jump in and save the day. Technical skills comprise the knowledge and capabilities to perform specialized tasks related to a specific field. In this example, the field is computer programming, and technical skills may include aspects like knowledge of computer languages, knowledge of advanced algorithms, or knowledge of assembly languages related to the basic functions of a computer. One of the major areas in which skills are needed is data analysis. A manager of data analysis needs to understand not only how to analyze data, but how to store it, code it, and retrieve it, because data analysts are engaged in all of these tasks. A manager needs to have a sufficient understanding of what the data analysis are doing so that he or she can coordinate the efforts. A pair of analysts might be working on different parts of the same problem separately, each producing a piece that the manager may need to cobble together. Alternately, a manager needs to know how the work that one person is doing will be the input for what another person is doing. Managers also need to have sufficiently strong technical skills so they can ascertain which analysts are better at which tasks and the work can be distributed effectively. It may seem like a very simple task to get a burger at a fast food joint, but the reality is that there are a slew of steps to the assembly line-like process that is run with near military precision. Everything from cooking the meat to ringing up the purchase is regulated, but glitches happen. A manager with good technical skills can understand the system, its moving parts, and its intricacies so well that he or she can actually fix many of the problems that come up. In fact, some managers have such strong skills that they can see trouble brewing in the assembly line before it arises and can step in with preventative measures. Sometimes the technical skills of a manager are specifically related to the oversight of other skilled laborers. A train dispatcher, for example, needs to have some general understanding about how trains are run, but must also have technical skills related to planning and organization that are higher order than those who physically run the trains. As such, a dispatcher for a metropolitan rapid transit system, for example, needs to know about the various passenger-related vagaries that can delay a train, reasons why signals may not be working, and where there is construction on the lines. A dispatcher also needs to know where all the trains are, and be able to look at the big picture in light of what goes on at the little picture level of the train. Technical skills are the knowledge and capabilities to perform field-specific specialized tasks. These skills enable a manager to coordinate work, solve problems, communicate effectively, and also understand the big picture in light of the front-line work that must be performed.
Systems theory treats an organization as a system. A system can be either closed or open, but most approaches treat an organization as an open system. An open system interacts with its environment by way of inputs, throughputs, and outputs. In order to understand the theory, you must first get a firm understanding of a system. A system is any set of distinct parts that interact to form a complex whole. Think of the universe. Its parts are as small as a subatomic particle and as large as galactic clusters. Each part is distinct but interacts to form the universe. An organization is also a system with parts such as employees, assets, products, resources, and information that form a complex system. As we noted in our definition, systems can be open or closed. A closed system is not affected by its environment. For example, a chuck of iron ore is not substantially affected by its environment. An open system is a system that is affected by its environment. A simple example is a living organism such as an animal. Most theorists treat an organization as an open system. An open system consists of three essential elements. An organization receives resources, such as equipment, natural resources, and the work of employees, referred to as inputs. The inputs are transformed, called throughputs, and then yield products or services, called outputs. Outputs are released into the environment. Feedback loops are also an important feature of open systems. They provide information to the organization by connecting the outputs to the inputs. A negative feedback loop indicates a problem that should be corrected. For example, the failure of a product design indicated by the need to recall the product. A positive feedback loop can identify outputs that have worked well. For example, a successful marketing campaign that yields high sales. Thus, feedback loops are a means of confirming success or signaling that corrections to the systems need to be made. Finally, the role of management in an open system should be fairly clear. First, you need to manage the inputs into the organization, such as capital, natural resources, equipment, and employees. Second, you must monitor the throughputs, the use of the inputs for the creation of goods or services. Third, you need to manage the outputs into the environment, the goods and services. Finally, you must monitor for positive and negative feedback loops and make changes necessary to alleviate any negative ones. Systems theory is one of the dominant organizational theories in management today. It treats an organization as either an open or closed system. A system is a set of distinct parts that form a complex whole. A closed system is not affected by its environment, while an open system is. An open system consists of inputs, throughputs, and outputs. Feedback loops are also a part of an open system. Feedback loops can be positive or negative, which denotes problems or successes with the system. Management of an organization as a system involves monitoring inputs, throughputs, outputs, and feedback loops, and making changes necessary to increase organizational effectiveness or goal achievement. Political factors, in the context of the external environment in which a business functions, are a type of external constraint acting upon a business. They're related to actions of governments and political conditions in the location where the business conducts business or seeks to conduct business. The definition sounds much more complicated than the concept really is. Let's break this down a bit. The first thing to recognize is that political factors constitute an external constraint on a business, which just means that the political factors that affect a business are often completely out of the company's control. For example, if war breaks out in a developing country where you just built a factory, there is not much you can do about the war, even though it is killing your business. The second thing to recognize is the type of external constraint is political in nature rather than economic, even though the political can certainly affect the economic and vice versa. The most prevalent political factors relate to government activity and administrative practices of government. For example, legislation and regulations can force businesses to act in a certain manner or prohibit them from acting in a certain manner. Examples of laws that require a business to act in a certain way include the federal minimum wage law and occupational health and safety laws. An example of federal laws and regulations that prohibit certain business activities are environmental laws and regulations that limit the amount of pollution a business can generate at its factories. As you probably know, there are exceptions to every general rule. Sometimes you can affect these political factors through lobbying the legislatures and regulators. In fact, some scholars claim that federal and state regulatory agencies are subject to regulatory capture. According to the theory, regulatory capture is a process where regulatory agencies become dominated and controlled by the very industries they are to regulate. For example, banking regulations are heavily influenced by the banking industry and often favor the banks rather than the consumers. If you are engaged in international business transactions, you must deal with additional political factors that are even more out of your control. You may be denied access to markets through embargoes, where a country refuses to permit your products to be imported, or the country may subject your products to such high tariffs, taxes, that they cannot compete with domestic products. Some governments may not allow you to enter a market unless you partner with a local company. Governments have even nationalized industries and seized foreign assets in the past. Finally, civil unrest and war can make business activities nearly impossible. Political factors constitute external constraints upon a business and its activities that are usually outside of the control of the business. Typical political factors include laws and regulations that either force a business to pursue certain actions or prohibit it from taking certain actions. Sometimes, if an industry is strong enough, it may be able to use lobbying to exert enough power over the regulatory industry to which it is subject that the industry can influence the regulatory agency to implement regulations that actually favor the industry, a process known as regulatory capture. In this situation, the regulated control the regulators. In the international context, a business may be subject to additional political factors, such as embargoes, trade barriers, such as tariffs, unfriendly governments, and even war.
Have you ever worked with people who always seem to be in the know? It's almost as if they have a crystal ball or are mind readers. These are the people who take cover before anyone else knows a storm is brewing, or ride the next wave of innovation before others even realize the tide has changed. Sharing this information with supervisees who wouldn't otherwise have access to such details defines the disseminator managerial role. Let's pull back the curtain on this seemingly magical skill to see how the flow of information through an organization makes this possible. Disseminator is one of 10 managerial roles identified by organizational researcher Henry Mintzberg based on observational research of CEOs, middle managers, and supervisors. It is categorized as one of 3 informational managerial roles, along with monitor and spokesperson, because it's primarily related to processing details, facts, and data. The other 2 umbrella categories are the interpersonal managerial role and the decisional managerial role, which deal with the manager's professional relationships and the process of making and implementing decisions. According to Mintzberg, managers slip in and out of these roles on a daily basis, sometimes spending as little as 10 minutes in each role. By understanding the nuances of these 10 different roles, you can begin to identify when you are called on to perform a particular role in your own work. Once you are paying attention, you can begin to develop performance-improving skills. Before managers can disseminate information, it must first be gathered from inside as well as from outside the organization. This function is called the monitor managerial role. Let's see how the monitor and disseminator role work for Victor, who has just taken over a successful nursery from his retiring aunt. In the monitor managerial role, Victor will assess many factors that may influence his business, such as competitors opening nearby or going out of business, wholesale price of plants, the economy, worker wages, new regulations, and more. As he reads We Love Flowers magazine, the premier florist trade magazine, he reads a blurb about homeowners looking for help in re-landscaping their lawns with drought-resistant native plants. Victor instantly sees how this touches on many trending issues such as the locally grown food movement, increasing awareness of global climate change, fears about the decline of bee populations, frequent local water bans, increasing water taxes, concerns about genetic engineering, and a growing demand for heirloom plants. He meets with his employees and puts on his disseminator managerial hat to summarize and interpret the additional data he's collected. He wants to make sure everyone understands his decision to shift the nursery's focus. Some of the employees' eyes glaze over, but Alonzo is alert. He begins to talk casually with his existing clients about the advantages of native plants in their landscaping and decides on his own to learn more about native plants. Can you guess who Victor will think of first to take charge once he shifts the company's market? The disseminator role operates somewhat differently in larger organizations with more layers of management. It depends on the needs and levels of management of the person receiving the information. Information flow in healthy, well-functioning organizations has a predictable pattern. This predictability allows the disseminator to access the appropriate and accurate information necessary to do his or her job. Sometimes people assume that information comes from the top and trickles down through management layers until it reaches the employees. But in reality, information flow operates in multiple directions, more like the circulatory system than like a waterfall. You can see here information flow in a typical organization with 3 levels of management: top management, middle management, and supervisors. Note that the disseminator role involves sharing information down and across the organization, not up the hierarchy. This is simply considered reporting. Top management is focused on long-range strategic planning and market positioning. They need outside information, the monitor managerial role, and broad internal summaries of the overall condition of the organization from all the departments below them. They plan the future growth and direction of the organization and share this directly with middle managers below them, the disseminator role, or broadcast information to the entire company, the figurehead role. Middle managers deal with goal setting and department-level decision-making. They need summarized weekly or monthly information horizontally across functional lines. Functional lines are, for example, accounting, human resources, manufacturing or services, research and development, and marketing. They also need information from above to know what the strategy is, and from below to know about progress and changing conditions. Supervisors directly manage the workers and take responsibility for the day-to-day operations. They may attend a meeting where the CEO talks about the corporate vision, but they need specific tactics for achieving the vision from the managers above them. They need daily information from the employees below them to report changing conditions up the hierarchy. When this information pattern is disrupted, such that the underground is the only way for employees to find out what's happening, it is a result of poor transparency or information hoarding. Sometimes people will hoard information and refuse to communicate data to particular people or departments for political reasons. Both lack of transparency and hoarding are failures of the disseminator role and clear marks of a troubled organization. In fact, the term mushroom management has entered into the Urban Dictionary to refer to this problem. Why mushrooms? Because managers are keeping employees in the dark and feeding them manure. It's important to note here that information flow is about the transparent movement of data, facts, analysis, and details. It is not the underground spread of gossip, conjecture, rumor, or speculation. Remember, the role of the disseminator is to enlighten others in the organization, typically employees, who aren't in a position to get direct information. The disseminator role then isn't so much about being a magician as is about learning the skills of an electrician, closing the circuit and shedding light on the situation. Let's review. Disseminator is one of 10 managerial roles identified by organizational researcher Henry Mintzberg based on observational research of CEOs, middle managers, and supervisors. It is categorized as one of 3 informational managerial roles along with monitor and spokesperson because it's primarily related to processing details, facts, and data. The disseminator managerial role is defined by sharing information with supervisees who wouldn't otherwise have access to it. Before managers can take on the disseminator role, they must also perform the monitor managerial role, in which they gather information from inside as well as outside the organization, which they then convey or disseminate to their employees. This role can be performed by every managerial level, even in a large organization, including top management, middle managers, and supervisors. And disseminating information is crucial. Lack of transparency and information hoarding are both signs of a failing organization. What do you think of when you hear the word liaison? Maybe it conjures images of a savvy political genius wielding behind-the-scenes influence. Or maybe it sparks shadowy visions of film noir spies waiting at a foggy drop point. If you've had formal supervisory or even informal group leadership experience, you probably already know what being a liaison is about in the real world. It is simply connecting people to what they need. Organizational researcher Henry Mintzberg identified 9 other management roles in addition to liaison. These were then sorted into 3 categories: decisional, informational, and interpersonal managerial roles. Mintzberg originally focused on CEOs, but additional studies of managers at many levels of responsibility have confirmed that these roles apply generally, even if a manager may only enact a particular role for less than 10 minutes a day. In Mintzberg's model, 4 decisional roles address planning and implementation, and 3 informational roles focus on how managers receive and communicate facts and data in order to completely perform their work. Liaison is one of the 3 roles in the interpersonal managerial category, which is concerned with interactions between the manager and other people. The interpersonal roles cover a manager's connections within organizational and social hierarchies, whether the relationships are up, down, or across relative statuses. Managers act as liaisons when making contacts with people outside of their area of responsibility, both inside their organization and outside in the world at large. Being a liaison involves networking, but it is far more than just amassing the most friends on your profile. It is about linking people with resources. What do resources mean in the context of the liaison role? Resources could mean other people, money, information, space, influence, or goods and equipment. The liaison role should not be confused with the resource allocator role of the decisional managerial category, where resource allocation is deciding where and how to distribute resources within the manager's area of responsibility. The liaison role is not in play within the manager's own domain and does not involve direct provision of resources. Rather, the liaison introduces contacts to possibilities and smooths the way toward connecting them with resources. But it is left to the contact to follow through with implementation. Let's look at the liaison role in the upper middle levels of management. This illustration describes the liaison role for Mary. She's now the office manager for the casual games department at XYZ Media, but she started as the administrative assistant. Let's see how Mary's knowledge of the liaison role helped her. We'll start in the upper left of the image. First, you can use positional influence or internal relationships within your organization to the potential benefit of external contacts. In our example, Mary volunteers to take meeting minutes for the board of the local symphony. One evening, board chair Jeff mentions his son's frustration with the poor internship opportunities available through his college. Dan would love the chance to get a foot in the door at a company like XYZ, but those companies aren't seeing the value of interns. Mary hadn't thought about bringing in college students, but she can think of at least 10 different ways an intern could learn and contribute in her department. A few days later, she discusses her workload with the director of the casual games group, Evan, and pitches the idea of creating an internship. Evan loves the idea and digs out the company policy for internships. It turns out that it's easy to set one up. Next, grateful contacts are willing to provide favors by connecting you with their resources or sharing information you can't directly access on your own. Jeff appreciates the new opportunity, even though he knows Mary can't guarantee Dan will be selected. They begin to talk more often and learn more about each other's interests, skills, and extended networks. Now that he knows her better, Jeff realizes that Mary has a more extensive skill set than he at first thought. So, he's comfortable recommending her to a more prominent position on the symphony board. The third step is to leverage these favors, introduce your contacts to your colleagues to make new connections, or turn outside information into intelligence by interpreting and sharing it for the benefit of your organization. Mary invites Evan and his wife to the symphony opening as her guests. While there, they run into Jeff and Dan. Jeff praises Mary's work on the board, while Mary is interested to meet Dan in person and learn more about his goals and specific interest in the XYZ organization. Dan dazzles Evan, who invites him to formally interview for the new internship position. He's also impressed by Jeff's assessment of Mary. Perhaps he's been overlooking her potential. At this point, appreciative colleagues and organizational stakeholders accord you more status and credibility based on your position within the company. Evan is grateful to Mary for suggesting the internship and introducing him to Dan, who is by far the most engaged and knowledgeable candidate. He's more likely to take her suggestion seriously now that she has a proven record of success. Finally, your positional influence and internal relationships become stronger, allowing you to connect existing contacts with higher-level colleagues and to resources of greater value, resulting in favors and information of greater value. Evan promotes Mary to office manager so that Dan can report directly to her. After all, she is developing great leadership skills on the symphony board, and she showed great initiative in proposing the internship. Mary has now moved up in the company and gained credibility, fueling her influence further. As with all of Mintzberg's managerial roles, the liaison role is in evidence at all levels of responsibility, from CEO to an hourly wage shift leader, although at a different scale. If you were in upper-level management, you might use the liaison role to incur favors and increase influence as we've just described. But if you were a supervisor in the lower rungs of the corporate hierarchy, your role as liaison, we could focus more on keeping processes moving through the routine workflow. As a supervisor, you could ensure effective communication by linking clients or customers with consultants, outside agencies, government offices, or third-party vendors. Relay details about a client proposal and communicate the information appropriately throughout the organization. Facilitate conversations between other departments as they produce clear business requirements and determine project scope that define your department's work, or create and maintain good client relationships and oversee project communications between the client and other areas of the organization. Let's review. Organizational researcher Henry Mintzberg identified 10 managerial roles. One of them is the liaison role, which simply involves connecting people to what they need. Specifically, managers act as liaisons when making contacts with people outside of their area of responsibility, both inside their organization and outside in the world at large. Being a liaison involves networking, but it is far more than just amassing the most friends on your profile. It is about linking people with resources. In the context of the liaison role, resources include other people, money, information, space, influence, or goods and equipment. Now that you know more about the liaison role, if you reflect for just a moment on your past experiences, you will find many examples where you have facilitated introductions and connected people to resources. The liaison role is the most people-oriented of the interpersonal managerial roles, and perhaps one of the most dynamic of Mintzberg's 10 managerial roles.
Management style is the manner in which an organization manages its employees and their work activities and will vary depending upon factors such as the characteristics of employees, the work activities engaged in, and the culture of the organization. A successful management style should effectively build teams and be able to motivate. One type of management style is participative management. If you make sure that you share important information with employees and let them participate in the decision-making in matters that directly affect them, then you are using a participative management style. In order for participative management to work, employees must have the knowledge and ability to effectively participate, and the company's culture must support the approach. Participative management is a good choice in organizations that are not concerned with a strict hierarchy of power and employ educated and skilled workers. An example of a business that may work well with participative management is an engineering firm. Whether you use Douglas McGregor's Theory X or Theory Y as a management style depends on how you generally view people. If you adhere to Theory X, you assume that people don't like work. They must be coerced and controlled to work, and the average person prefers to be directed because she or he doesn't want responsibility and places job security above ambition. Under this theory, you manage by using extrinsic motivators, such as rewards, like money and bonuses, and punishments, like being written up or fired for not meeting goals. On the other hand, if you believe people might like work, will exercise self-direction and self-control, see satisfaction as obtainable from work, seek responsibility, are creative at solving problems, and believe that everyone has intellectual potential, then you will seek to help employees achieve their potential by getting satisfaction from their work. This is Theory Y. Helping employees reach their potential and achieve job satisfaction also advances organizational goals, because employee potential and job satisfaction are tied to goal achievement. If you admire Japanese business, then you may like Theory Z, which combines Japanese and U.S. management elements. Specific features of Theory Z include support of long-term employment, less specialized career paths for employees, informal control, group decision-making, and a concern for the individual above work issues. This management approach is designed to satisfy both lower-order needs, such as basic physical and psychological needs, and higher-order needs, such as self-actualization. You help satisfy lower-level needs by looking out for your employees, and help satisfy higher-level needs by encouraging them to take responsibility for their work and invite them to participate in decisions. Total quality management is all about, well, quality. This management style sees that customer satisfaction and quality is the responsibility of all employees. It also sees value in teamwork and employee participation. Total quality management strives to have employees continually improve the quality of their work, products, and services. In management by walking around, the idea is that you are on the ground, listening to your employees and gathering information so you can take care of problems as they emerge, rather than wait for them to fester into a serious malady. However, you've got to be careful not to micromanage and second-guess every decision your employees make. You're supposed to be a coach, not a dictator. If you manage by objectives, you and your employees set up goals and plans using participative decision-making, implement the plan, and give feedback on performance towards goal completion. The idea is that you can't achieve your goals if you don't know what they are. Did you ever want to be a coach? Well, employee empowerment puts you in the role as a coach, advisor, or facilitator. Decision-making is pushed down to your employees, and you help them make decisions on tasks that are important to them and the company. Empowerment works best if you set clear goals that employees can reach, and you give them clear standards by which they will be held accountable. For example, a marketing team might be assigned a new campaign and be required to submit 3 proposals to the client within 3 weeks. Employee empowerment should create more employee involvement and job satisfaction, yielding better results for the company. In self-managed work teams, many of the day-to-day management decisions, such as spending money, who to hire, and which projects to take on, are managed by a team of employees. This is probably one of the loosest forms of management styles in use. A management style is the particular manner in which an organization's employees and activities are managed. Management styles are selected based upon the characteristics of the employees, the type of work activities engaged in, and the organizational culture. Management styles differ in the degree of control managers and employees each have over employee work activities and decision-making. Some important types of management techniques include participative management, Theory X and Theory Y, Theory Z, total quality management, managing by walking around, management by objectives, employee empowerment, and self-managed work teams.
Managerial control is one of the primary functions of management, and it involves setting performance standards, measuring performance, and taking corrective actions when necessary. Scholars have broken managerial control down into 6 different approaches for control and coordination of organizational work activities. Mutual adjustment. In this approach, workers help each other on what needs to be done and how it should be done. Coordination and control is left in the hands of those that perform the work. Direct supervision. A person is assigned to supervise a group of workers, and a formal hierarchy is established. The supervisor issues orders and directions, monitors work performance, and makes adjustments as necessary. Standardization of work process. This approach relies on the development of rules and operating procedures that govern how each work task is performed. Control is accomplished by severely limiting a worker's discretion to deviate from the rules and operating procedures. Standardization of outputs. In this approach, workers are given product specifications or performance goals to which they must adhere. Unlike standardization of work process, workers are given a wide degree of discretion in accomplishing the work task, so long as the end product or performance meets the specification and goals. The organization maintains control by monitoring and assessing outputs against the specification and goals. If there is a discrepancy between the outputs and specification, corrective action is taken. Standardization of work skills. This approach involves hiring workers who already possess the necessary knowledge and skills to perform the work tasks and make the appropriate decisions regarding the tasks. The organization relies on educational and professional organizations to provide standard training. These types of workers are generally self-controlling. Doctors and lawyers are prime examples. Standardization of values. Here the organization creates and acts upon a clear set of values, including why it exists, where it should be going, and what values should guide it. Control is provided by worker commitment to these shared and internalized organizational values. Managerial control is one of the primary tasks of organizational leaders. It's a means by which the managers and leaders of an organization set performance standards, monitor performance in light of the standards, and take any necessary corrective action. 6 approaches to accomplish this task include mutual adjustment, direct supervision, standardization of work processes, standardization of work outputs, standardization of work skills, and standardization of organizational values.
If you were asked to be a spokesperson for a company, or even a small department, do you think your friends might be impressed? Generally, when someone becomes a manager, they become a spokesperson as well. Remember though, not every spokesperson is a highly visible CEO or famous supermodel. The receptionist in the lobby is often the first spokesperson encountered by visitors. The role involves the company's written or oral external communication. Managers with spokesperson responsibilities also have other roles at work. Based on his observational research of CEOs, Professor Henry Mitzberg described 10 managerial roles grouped into 3 general categories: decisional, informational, and interpersonal. Spokesperson is the most public of the 3 informational managerial roles. Company stakeholders want the corporate message to communicate a clear, consistent, and positive image of the company's personality. This image is the public relations strategy for the company. It's like the gear that drives the different reasons an organization might have for communicating to the public, like marketing a product or service, damage control of the company's reputation, or emergency management during a disaster. Let's take a look at this aspect of the spokesperson role in the context of this external messaging during a hypothetical global catastrophe, the zombie apocalypse. Imagine that verified reports of zombification have spread to all corners of the globe. The U.S. has been able to keep the zombie population fairly controlled. Most people are still going about their daily activities, but taking reasonable precautions. How will spokesperson manage marketing opportunities, damage control, emergency management, and public relations in the face of a dramatically changing culture? Marketing is all about informing the public of services or products that will solve a specific problem. Marketing can also be about defining an unrealized problem or creating a need the consumer was not previously aware of in order to position new products and services. When a manager is overseeing a print, radio, online, or TV marketing campaign, he or she is creating a message about the company to disseminate externally and is thereby taking on the role of a company spokesperson. If a manager were to unveil a new product at a trade show or make a pitch for funding, for example, those responsibilities would also fall under the spokesperson role. What does marketing for the zombie apocalypse look like? Consumers are suddenly faced with a new problem. They are now at risk of being eaten by zombies. The chemist at Miracle Pill Pharmaceutical Company recognized a new market and have quickly responded to this problem by creating Zombies App. They turned to Joan, marketing director at Miracle Pill, to develop a campaign for the new product. Joan and her team carefully select the colors and images on the can, choose words and phrases appealing to their target market of terrified humans, and create a multimedia product launch. Before releasing any materials, Joan is sure to get approval from the president of Miracle Pill, who personally signs off on each phase of the campaign. Although Joan does not speak directly to the public, she is still acting as spokesperson by crafting a message about the company for external distribution. Damage control and emergency management are essentially two sides of the same coin. Where damage control attempts to change the public's opinion by rehabilitating an organization's image after a negative event, the goal in emergency management is to educate or inform the public so that they change their behavior before or during a crisis. Spokespeople are essential in either case in communicating the desired public response. In our zombie apocalypse scenario, let's assume spokespeople at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have called a series of press conferences to address appropriate prevention and response to the global zombie threat. The CDC is attempting to keep the zombie population stable and prevent a panic through emergency management techniques. At the same time, rumors are circulating in the blogosphere that Miracle Pill Pharmaceutical intentionally released a zombie virus in order to create a market for Zombies App. Miracle Pill responds by broadcasting public service announcements featuring a famous actor who stars as a doctor in a highly rated hospital drama. This actor reassures the public by promoting a viable alternate theory that the virus has natural causes. He also emphasizes Miracle Pill's role in containing the spread of the disease. This actor is a spokesperson for Miracle Pill, attempting to save the company's reputation through damage control. The Public Relations Society of America defines PR as a strategic communication process that builds mutually beneficial relationships between organizations and their publics. This strategic communications process is largely focused on personifying an institution by associating it with human qualities. Consider how spokespeople from different industries present a company as having human characteristics such as honesty, sophistication, or quirkiness. This public relations process is strategic in that a corporate persona is created and all external messages, even from different spokespeople, reinforce the desired image. 2 years into the apocalypse, it becomes clear that as long as there are no new cases, the existing zombie populations will eventually fall to pieces, although it may take years. Of course, the zombies can't conduct a PR campaign because they lack the intelligence to be strategic or communicate. But for the sake of argument, let's assume there are some open-minded humans who'd like to create a positive persona for zombies. They hire We'll Spend Anything Consulting to de-emphasize the brain-eating aspect, focus on the fact that zombies were once human, and promote zombification as an unfortunate natural disease. They show footage of zombies in their previous lives and suggest that they should be treated with compassion, using the slogan, "Zombies need love too." Our fictional zombie apocalypse scenario provides clear examples of the different nuances to the spokesperson role. Marketing, damage control, emergency management, and public relations are all elements to a spokesperson's responsibilities. Although some managers may specialize in one specific area during their careers, It is likely that activities in these areas will overlap to serve multiple purposes. Understanding the overall unified company image that drives external messages is key to a spokesperson's success.
Administrative procedures are a set or system of rules that govern the procedures for managing an organization. These procedures are meant to establish efficiency, consistency, responsibility, and accountability. Administrative procedures are important because they provide an objective set of rules by which an organization is governed. They also help establish the legitimacy of management action by ensuring the application of management rules and decisions is done in an objective, fair, and consistent manner. Finally, they help ensure that managers are held accountable for decisions that deviate from the procedures. Let's start by addressing administrative procedures in private organizations, such as businesses and nonprofits. As we've already noted, administrative procedures are implemented as a set of rules for making decisions regarding key management functions. These rules are objective and usually written in order to ensure consistency and fairness. A perfect example of a set of administrative procedures is the rules, policies, and procedures outlined in your typical employee handbook or manual. The typical handbook will outline such procedures as requests for vacation time, sick leave, dress code, company holidays, and grievance procedures. There will usually be a set of administrative procedures that are for the sole use of management, such as procedures governing hiring, firing, promotion, and budgeting, just to name a few. You should keep in mind that administrative procedures are formal rules enacted by the organization. Informal rules that you or your coworkers may create for your own use are not administrative procedures. For example, just because you and your coworkers have a rule that everyone is entitled to one donut on donut day doesn't make the rule an administrative rule. Now, let's take a look at administrative procedures in public organizations. We'll focus on the federal government. All the features of administrative procedures we discussed in the context of private organizations also apply to government organizations. However, there is an added purpose of protecting rights that may be guaranteed outside of the organization rules. For example, the Social Security Administration has a set of procedural rules that govern how they make disability determinations. The rules are meant to ensure that disability decisions are in accordance with the law and that the rights of the people that apply for the benefits are protected. Indeed, you often have a right to appeal decisions that a government agency makes relating to you. The Administrative Procedure Act is a set of laws that gives you the right to appeal adverse government action. Administrative procedures are a set of formal objective rules enacted by a private or governmental organization that govern management decision-making. They help establish the legitimacy of management action by ensuring that management decisions are objective, fair, and consistent. They also help ensure accountability. Government agencies also enact procedures that regulate their interactions with the public they serve, and an individual typically has a right to appeal adverse federal administrative actions pursuant to the Administrative Procedure Act. A decision tree is a graphical representation of possible solutions to a decision based on certain conditions. It's called a decision tree because it starts with a single box, or root, which then branches off into a number of solutions, just like a tree. Decision trees are helpful, not only because they are graphics that help you see what you are thinking, but also because making a decision tree requires a systematic, documented thought process. Often the biggest limitation of our decision-making is that we can only select from the known alternatives. Decision trees help formalize the brainstorming process so we can identify more potential solutions. Applied in real life, decision trees can be very complex and end up including pages of options. But, regardless of the complexity, decision trees are all based on the same principles. Here's a basic example of a decision tree. You are making your weekend plans and find out that your parents might come to town. You'd like to have plans in place, but there are a few unknown factors that will determine what you can and can't do. Time for a decision tree. First, you draw your decision box. This is the box that includes the event that starts your decision tree. In this case, it is your parents coming to town. Out of that box, you have a branch for each possible outcome. In our example, it's easy, yes or no. Either your parents come or they don't. Your parents love the movies, so if they come to town, you'll go to the cinema. Since the goal of the decision tree is to decide your weekend plans, you have an answer. But what about if your parents don't come to town? We can go back up to the no branch from the decision box and finish our decision tree. If your parents don't come to town, you need to decide what you're going to do. As you think of options, you realize the weather is an important factor. Weather becomes your next box. Since it's springtime, you know it will either be rainy, sunny, or windy. Those three possibilities become your branches. If it's sunny or rainy, you know what you'll do: play tennis or stay in, respectively. But what if it's windy? If it's windy, you want to get out of the house, but you probably won't be able to play tennis. You could either go to the movies or go shopping. What will determine if you go shopping or go see a movie? Money. Your windy branch hits another box, the money factor. You decide there are two possibilities with the money. Either you'll be rich or poor, depending on this week's paycheck and work schedule. If you get a good paycheck, you'll go shopping. If you don't, it's time for the movies. With a decision tree, your weekend plans are made, even though there are a number of factors that could impact your plans. Because you've thought through those situations, you have a plan for every combination of your paycheck, the weather, and the visit by your parents. Decision trees are useful management tools that help formalize your thought process and provide a graphical representation of how different factors may influence your plans. They clearly lay out potential paths from the decision to all possible results, so that the cost and benefit of each path can be considered. Decision trees are an excellent component of your decision-making toolkit, and just like with other decision-making tools, should be used in conjunction with common sense, not in place of it.
A non-profit business, also known as a not-for-profit organization, is a tax-exempt organization formed for religious, charitable, literary, artistic, scientific, or educational purposes. It is an incorporated business from which its shareholders or trustees do not benefit financially. Any money earned must be retained by the organization and used for its own expenses, operations, and programs. A few well-known non-profit organizations include Habitat for Humanity, Red Cross, and United Way. There are many types of not-for-profit organizations. However, the most common is a 501c3. There are several benefits of becoming a 501c3, including exemption from federal income taxes, exemption from the Federal Unemployment Tax Act, FUTA, ability to accept contributions that are tax-deductible to the donor, eligibility for government and foundation grants, possible eligibility for some local and state tax exemptions. Business planning is a very similar process for both nonprofit organizations and for-profit businesses. The business plan is used to help you determine the feasibility of your business idea, potentially attract capital for startup, and provide direction. In essence, all business plans have the same basic shape. Just like a for-profit business, the business plan for a nonprofit organization will include a cover sheet and table of contents, followed by an executive summary, which explains the concept of the organization, its history, its mission, and why it deserves funding. A nonprofit has both a social and a financial mission. Next, the business plan is generally broken up into two sections: information about the organization and financial information. The section on information about the organization is where you expound on the concept and customer portion of the plan. What is the history of the organization? Who founded it? When? Why? Where is it located? What products, services, and/or programs are provided, and to whom? Evidence that a market exists for your business is much more convincing than an unsubstantiated claim or guesswork. Present facts you have gathered on the size and nature of your markets. Identify your target market. What are the market trends? How will you promote your business to your audience? Who is, can, or might provide the same services as you? These are your competitors. What are the internal strengths and weaknesses of the organization? What strengths can you build on? What do you need to change? No nonprofit is without strengths and weaknesses, but you must know what they are in order to do something about them. Board governance is where the business plan for nonprofit and for-profit businesses differ the most. For-profit organizations are not required to have a board of directors. However, non-profit organizations must have a board of directors to oversee all legal and financial activities of the organization. Members of the board of directors are volunteers who oversee decisions such as incorporation, fundraising, hiring an executive director, and setting personnel policies. Initially, the nonprofit will consist of the executive committee and the executive director. As the nonprofit becomes bigger, the rule of thumb is that no more than 5 people should report directly to the executive director without good cause. If the nonprofit will have employees, what will their job descriptions look like? What are the education and/or skill requirements needed for the job? The nonprofit world turns on personal relationships, so it is important to seek out opportunities to work with others. What agencies can you work with to achieve your mission? What agencies might be allies in the future? The financial information section is where you quantify the costs of running the nonprofit. It has 4 major sections: the balance sheet, revenue projections, income statement, and cash flow projections. A balance sheet is a snapshot of the finances of the organization at a given time. The balance sheet of a nonprofit business differs from the balance sheet of a for-profit organization in one important aspect. Funds are divided into unrestricted and restricted categories. In the most general sense, what revenues can you assume for the coming year from fees, grants, donations, and fundraising events? Will you have members who pay dues? Will clients pay a fee for service? Determining your revenue can be as tricky for a new nonprofit as for any startup the first time around, but experience will make the next projection more accurate. The income statement measures whether you have made a profit or suffered a loss during a stated period. Income is a measure of what comes in over a given period, usually a year. Some expenses will be spread over the year, such as rent, insurance, salaries, etc., while others will be more time-specific. Cash comes in from a very limited number of resources and goes out through many channels. Keeping the inflow and outflow balanced is at the heart of financial management. The aim of this cash flow management is to always be liquid, which means assets can be converted into cash easily on a short notice without losing value. Once you've determined that there is a need for your service, developed a business plan, and presented your plan to potential investors, and secured the funds necessary for starting the operation of your business, you should solicit the help of professionals such as a lawyer, accountant, or insurance agent to help you complete the final steps of incorporating and launching your new venture. You can do much of the work yourself or with the help of a subject matter expert. However, applying for tax-exempt and/or tax-deductible status is more complicated, and you would benefit greatly from the advice of a lawyer who understands nonprofit matters. It is very important that your filing for tax-exempt and/or charitable status be very accurate about the purpose and program of the new organization. Otherwise, it might not get special tax status at all. In addition, a banker can help you open an account that meets the needs of your business. An accountant or other financial expert can help you set up a basic bookkeeping system, and an insurance agent can help you determine the need for insurance policies, such as liability and property insurance. Also, workers' compensation, health, and life insurance benefits for when you hire staff. A nonprofit business is a tax-exempt organization formed for religious, charitable, literary, artistic, scientific, or educational purposes. Its shareholders or trustees do not benefit financially. Any money earned must be retained by the organization and used for its own expenses, operations, and programs. A few well-known nonprofit organizations include Habitat for Humanity, Red Cross, and United Way. The most common type of nonprofit is a 501c3. There are several benefits to becoming a nonprofit, including exemption from federal income taxes, the ability to accept contributions that are tax-deductible to the donor, and eligibility for government and foundation grants. A nonprofit business plan helps determine the feasibility of your business idea, potentially attract capital for startup, and provide direction. It is generally broken up into 2 sections. First, the information about the organization answers the questions of what the history of the organization is, who founded it, and why, where it is located, and what products, services, and/or programs are provided. Next, the financial information deals with such things as the balance sheet, or a snapshot of the finances of the organization at a given time, and the income statement, which measures whether you have made a profit or suffered a loss during a stated period. Once you've determined a need for your service, developed a business plan, and secured the necessary funds, you should solicit the help of professionals such as a lawyer, accountant, or insurance agent to help you complete the final steps in incorporating and launching your new venture.
The Industrial Revolution was a time where innovation really began to change the way that products were produced and sold. The invention of machines to produce goods in the 19th century drastically improved productivity, which in turn lowered the cost to the consumer. The lower price resulted in a greater demand for products and thus a greater need for more factories and workers. As factories increased in number, managers continued to search for ways to improve productivity, lower cost, increase quality of their products, improve employee-manager relationships, and increase efficiency. The focus shifted from using machines to increase productivity to how they can increase employee productivity and efficiency. When they did this, they began to notice some new problems inside their factory systems. Employees were dissatisfied with their current working conditions, and many lacked the necessary training for how to do their work efficiently. Managers then began to formulate and test possible solutions, one of which was to find the best possible way for workers to perform and manage their task. The research resulted in the development of classical management theory. To better understand classical management theory, let's take a peek into this 19th century factory and see what's going on. Ah, there he is, Calvin the classical manager. Let's look a bit closer and see what he's up to. It looks like Calvin is working on a workflow chart. It seems he's trying to figure out the best possible way to complete work at his factory. As a classical manager, Calvin must have a good understanding of business functions at his factory so that he can structure the organization according to task and assign workers in view of that. For example, I can see that Calvin has broken down the process for producing the product this factory makes into 3 stages. In each stage, he has listed out what work needs to be completed and the type of skills a worker will need to complete that work. Now all Calvin has left to do is assess his current workforce for the appropriate individuals and place them in the suitable job role. If training is needed, Calvin will need to identify that so that he can ensure his workers understand the manner in which the work should be completed. Classical management theory expanded throughout the first half of the 20th century as managers continued to look for ways to deal with issues surrounding industrial management. During this time, 3 separate branches emerged: bureaucratic management, classical scientific management, and classical administrative management, each unique in its approach towards finding the best possible way. These 3 branches will be explained in more detail in the following lessons. Even though several management theories have emerged since the development of classical management theory, many contemporary organizations rely on the classical management approach today with great success. Let's review. Classical management theory was introduced in the late 19th century during the Industrial Revolution. At that time, managers were interested in finding ways to improve productivity, lower cost, increase quality of their products, improve employee-manager relationships, and increase efficiency at their factories. The main concern for classical management theorists is finding the best possible way for workers to perform and manage their tasks. Classical management theory is comprised of 3 separate branches: bureaucratic management, classical scientific management, and classical administrative management, each unique in its approach towards finding the best possible way. Many of today's organizations continue to rely on the classical management approach. In the late 1800s, Max Weber criticized organizations for running their businesses like a family, or what some of us might refer to as mom and pop. Weber believed this informal organization of supervisors and employees inhibited the potential success of a company because power was misplaced. He felt that employees were loyal to their bosses and not to the organization. Weber believed in a more formalized, rigid structure of organization known as a bureaucracy. This non-personal view of organizations followed a formal structure where rules, formal legitimate authority, and competence were characteristics of appropriate management practices. He believed that a supervisor's powers should be based on an individual's position within the organization, his or her level of professional competence, and the supervisor's adherence to explicit rules and regulations. To better understand the idea of bureaucracy, let's look at some of its characteristics. A well-defined formal hierarchy and chain of command distinguishes the level of authority within an organization. Individuals who hold higher positions will supervise and direct lower positions within the hierarchy. For example, Megan the manager supervises a team of 4 sales representatives. Megan's position within the organization as a supervisor gives her authority over those 4 sales representatives to direct and control their actions to ensure organizational goals are met. Management by rules and regulations provides a set of standard operating procedures that facilitate consistency in both organizational and management practices. For example, when an employee is sick and cannot make it into work that day, he or she must call out to their direct supervisor. If one of Megan's sales reps are sick, they are expected to call her directly to inform her of their absence. Any employee who fails to do this will be subject to termination. All of Megan's employees are expected to follow this rule, and Megan is expected to enforce this rule equally among her employees. Division of labor and work specialization are used to align employees with their organizational tasks. This way, an employee will work on things in which they have experience and know how to do well. For example, let's say 2 of Megan's sales representatives are experienced in selling products to vendors in the western region of the state due to their extensive experience working in that area. Megan would then put those 2 employees in charge of that specific region and would place the other 2 sales reps in the eastern region. Managers should maintain an impersonal relationship with employees to promote fair and equal treatment of all employees so that unbiased decisions can be made. This is not to say that Megan should not be friendly with her employees. Rather, Megan should be professionally friendly with her employees and work to maintain a clear separation between business and pleasure. For example, Megan should refrain from spending time outside of work with her employees. While it is acceptable for the 4 sales reps to meet up after work for happy hour and have a drink, Megan should excuse herself from participating in such an occasion. Competence, not personality, is the basis for job appointment. An employee should be chosen, placed, and promoted within an organization based on their level of experience and competency to perform the job. For example, if Megan found room for a 5th sales rep on her team, she should look to recruit and place a new sales rep based on a person's ability to successfully perform the duties of the position. Hiring someone with whom she is friends with, for example, would be a poor decision by Megan, as there is no guarantee that her friend is a competent sales rep. Formal written records are used to document all rules, regulations, procedures, decisions, and actions taken by the organization and its members to preserve consistency and accountability. A policy and procedures manual is a good example of formal records. To review, Max Weber disliked the idea of managing an organization informally. He believed in a much more rigid, formalized structure known as a bureaucracy. The characteristics of a bureaucracy include a well-defined formal hierarchy and chain of command, management by rules and regulations, division of labor and work specialization, managers should maintain an impersonal relationship with employees, competence, not personality, is the basis for job appointment, and formal written records. The scientific school of management is one of the schools that make up classical management theory. Still very much concerned with increasing productivity and efficiency in organizations by finding the best way to do something, the scientific school of management is focused on the science of creating specialized work processes and workforce skills to complete production tasks efficiently. Classical scientific theorists such as Frederick Taylor, Henry Gantt, and Frank and Lillian Gilbreth spent their time researching how a specific job was done, what steps were taken by an employee to complete the work, the amount of time it took a worker to complete a task using different methods, and then used this information to determine which way was most effective. The result of this research led to the development of 4 principles of scientific management. 1. Management should provide workers with a precise scientific approach for how to complete individualized tasks. 2. Management should carefully choose and train each employee on one specific task. 3. Management should communicate with employees to ensure the method used to complete the task is in fact most productive and efficient. And 4. Management should create the appropriate division of labor. Application of these scientific management principles is quite simplistic once up and running, but requires a great deal of analysis up front. A manager must first consider the nature of the work that needs to be completed and then decide the best possible way to go about it. A division of labor allows a manager to take complex tasks and break them down into smaller, more precise tasks that the individual workers can complete. Each employee is trained explicitly on how to best perform their task. A manager will check with their worker to ensure that the suggested method for completing the work is efficient and make adjustments when necessary. If all goes as planned, a manager will watch as the product efficiently moves from worker to worker down the production line. As the individual parts come together, the sum is essentially created. Think of an assembly line where each individual employee completes one repetitive step in the product development process. The product is finished and ready to be sold after each employee completes his or her respective tasks in the product development process. To see classical scientific management, division of labor, and the assembly line in action, we can turn to Henry Ford of Ford Motor Company. Turns out, right around the same time that Taylor, Gantt, and the Gilbreths were developing principles of scientific management, Henry Ford was looking for an effective way to produce his Model T. At that time, a car was really considered a luxury item that was handcrafted by one individual on a factory floor, and Ford sought to change this. By combining the idea of scientific management's best possible way to accomplish a task through the division of labor and Ford's engineering background, the true assembly line was born. Ford spent a good amount of time researching the best possible way to assemble the Model T. First, he rationalized the most effective way to build the Model T based on the size of parts. From there, he determined the best order to assemble similar-sized parts. Workers were then assigned and trained on individualized tasks. Production began, but there were a few hiccups along the way. After much trial and error over a 5-year period, Ford resolved to first build the basic chassis, which included the frame, axles, and wheels. From there, the vehicle would move down the production line as individualized parts were added. Eventually, raw materials and sub-assemblies were added, which allowed for smaller parts to be assembled before they were brought to the main assembly line. Once the process was defined, it only took 93 minutes to build the Model T, allowing Ford to mass produce the car. In fact, from 1908 through 1927, approximately 15 million Model Ts were produced using the assembly line that Ford designed. Ford's assembly line method quickly spread to numerous manufacturing operations around the world and is still in use today. I am sure many of you can think of several products that you own that were produced using the assembly line. Let's review. Classical scientific management theory is focused on the science of creating specialized work processes and workforce skills to complete production tasks efficiently. Contributors of the scientific management theory were Frederick Taylor, Henry Gantt, and Frank and Lillian Gilbreth. It was from these individuals' work that the 4 principles of scientific management were developed, which included 1. Management should provide workers with a precise, scientific approach for how to complete individualized tasks. 2. Management should carefully choose and train each employee on one specific task. 3. Management should communicate with employees to ensure that the method used to complete the task is in fact the most productive and efficient. And 4. Management should create an appropriate division of labor. Henry Ford provides a good example of classical scientific management with his development of the assembly line used to produce his Model T. The assembly line and similar scientific management principles are still in use today. Ask yourself this question. Would you be motivated to work harder for your employer if you were not given the proper training or tools to do your job, and if you were going to be paid the same amount regardless of the level of effort you put forth? I assume most of you answered no to this question, and Frederick Taylor, he agreed. As a young engineer working for Midvale Steel Company in the late 1800s, Frederick Taylor began to recognize the shortcomings of systematic management practices. He observed how the gross, almost deliberate inefficiencies of workers led to low levels of productivity. As Taylor investigated further, he discovered that employees were underpaid, their potential was unused, and there was a great deal of waste and inefficiency of workers and work processes. He attributed these issues to 3 things. First, that employees believed if they were more productive, less jobs would be needed, and thus their job might be in jeopardy. Second, employees did not have an incentive to go above and beyond. If they were paid the same amount for low productivity as they would for high productivity, there was no reason for them to strive for higher levels. And third, workers wasted much of their time using less than optimal methods for completing work versus the best possible way. Taylor soon realized that these unsystematic decisions being made by management were without empirical evidence or research that demonstrated a significant rationale for what the best means of production were. Essentially, managers were blindly making decisions on how to lead their workers, almost like the blind leading the blind. Taylor's solution was to create a second approach to management which accounted for all those issues he was seeing at Midvale Steel Company. What is now known as scientific management, this new approach advocated the use of scientific methods to scrutinize individualized tasks of production work to find the most effective method. The specifics of scientific management are detailed in another lesson of this course, but to help you understand how Taylor arrived at this new approach, we will discuss the steps he took to get there. Using his engineer background, Taylor studied tasks and incentives to develop fixed procedures to maximize productivity and efficiency. He used time and motion studies to determine how long it should take a person to complete a task when the correct movements were made. He also looked for ways to standardize tools so that each worker had the right tool for the job. Finally, he believed that an employee's effort towards reaching higher levels of productivity should be directly tied to their pay. For example, Taylor studied workers at the Bethlehem steel plant who were responsible for unloading iron from rail cars. He found that when the correct tools, movement, and procedures were used by workers, they could average 47.5 tons per day instead of the typical 12.5 tons per day. This only required 140 workers to complete the work each day as opposed to the usual 500. Once the work processes was clearly defined according to the best possible way, he added an incentive system that would compensate those employees who were able to meet the new standards set by Taylor. The result of this change was unsurpassed as productivity at Bethlehem Steel Plant drastically increased overnight. Frederick Taylor conducted many experiments over the duration of his career and had several associates, which you can learn about in other lessons of this course. After his work was completed, he was then able to finally provide managers with a set of systematic guiding principles so that they no longer had to make uninformed decisions. Taylor's approach to management can be summed up into his 4 principles of scientific management. First, management should get rid of the general guidelines for how to complete a task. Instead, they should be replaced with a precise, scientific approach for each task of a worker's job. Second, management should use those same principles of scientific methodology to carefully recruit, select, train, and develop each worker according to the job they will hold for the company. Third, there should be a level of cooperation between staff and management to be sure that the jobs match plans and principle of the developed methods. Fourth, managers should also provide the appropriate division of labor and responsibility between managers and workers That is, the managers were responsible for planning the work, and the employees were responsible for following that plan as they complete the work. A simple example of Taylor's principles in action is shown in the following story. Bob the bricklayer was hired by Barry Miller to build a block fence in his yard to keep his neighbor from spying on his wife while she sunbathes. Bob knows that he must plan out the job so that he can properly bid the cost of the job to Barry. Bob the bricklayer spends time detailing out the best method for building the block fence, how long it should take, what the cost should be, and how many laborers he will need to help him build the fence. After his plan is in place, Bob selects 2 of his finest block fence builders to help him construct the fence. He knows that the 2 employees he chose are well trained in block fence building and will only need to provide moderate supervision to them. Bob will oversee his employees and make sure that they follow the plan he detailed out at the beginning of the project. The employees have full understanding of what their role is in the job, and so does Bob. Because the plan was followed as Bob laid out by his employees, who were aware of their role in the job and had a good understanding of the work that needed to be completed, the block fence went up without issue. Barry Miller was extremely happy, but his neighbor was extremely disappointed that he would no longer be able to enjoy the view from next door. To review, Frederick Taylor began to recognize the shortcomings of systematic management practices early in his career as an engineer. He found that workers were underdeveloped, underpaid, under-resourced, and consequently they did not care to put forth a high level of productivity. As a result, factories were suffering. Taylor's solution was to create a second approach to management known as scientific management. Taylor studied tasks and incentives to develop fixed procedures to maximize productivity and efficiency. After many experiments, Taylor developed a set of management principles which included 1. Management should get rid of the general guidelines for how to complete a task. Instead, they should be replaced with a precise scientific approach for each task of a worker's job. 2. Management should use those same principles of scientific methodology to carefully recruit, select, train, and develop each worker according to the job that they hold for the company. 3. There should be a level of cooperation between staff and management to be sure that the jobs match plans and principle of the developed methods. And 4. Managers should provide the appropriate division of labor and responsibility between managers and workers. That is, the managers were responsible for planning the work, and the employees were responsible for following that plan as they complete the work. Taylor quickly became known as the father of scientific management for having revolutionized management practices, most of which are still being used today. Blamestorming is defined as a group of people sitting around trying to figure out who to blame for missing a project's deadline. Perhaps you've taken part in a blamestorming session. You might even be the reason why your coworkers needed to blamestorm. Or maybe you're the blamestorm instigator. No matter what side of the fence you sit on during a blamestorming session, I have a solution for you. It can be found in the works of Henry Gantt. So all you blamers and blamies, grab a piece of paper and a pen. A solution is about to come your way that will show you how to track project milestones and final deadlines so that you will never have to participate in a blamestorming session again. Henry Gantt, an associate of Frederick Taylor, was a mechanical engineer during the early 1900s who spent his time as an advisor and consultant on management practices. His main focus was to apply scientific analysis to all facets of the work being done as a means of increasing productivity. His 2 major contributions were the Gantt chart and the task and bonus system, both of which will be discussed next. Much of what Gantt developed during this time was considered groundbreaking and revolutionized scientific management. Many of his ideas are still widely used in project management today. As Gantt spent time scrutinizing the work process with the comprehensive goal of planning and implementing a work breakdown structure, he wanted to have a visual representation of what was actually occurring over the course of a project. Specifically, Gantt focused on creating a graphical representation of work processes that showed scheduling and monitoring projections. What Gantt came up with was a bar chart that demonstrated a project schedule, showing terminal and summary elements from start to finish. A terminal element are the smaller, more intricate tasks that need to be completed as part of a larger task. A summary element is made up of terminal elements to form the larger task. For example, a summary element for a car manufacturer would be to paint the vehicle. The terminal elements of painting the vehicle would be to strip any original paint, primer, apply your first, second, and top coats, and finally, wash, wax, and buff the new paint job. Once the terminal and summary elements are defined, a manager can then add projected and actual projections for completion of each of those elements. The time schedules are plotted on the graph using bars. These can be used to come up with deadlines. Once plotted together, it becomes easy for others to understand the individual work tasks and their due dates within the greater project deadline. This also demonstrates areas that can be done concurrently with other tasks and what tasks are dependent on the completion of others. The Gantt chart was first used on large construction projects such as the Hoover Dam in the 30s and the Eisenhower Interstate Highway Network in the 50s. Many contemporary managers rely on software programs to create Gantt charts. Such programs have advanced features that allow managers to manipulate data in several ways, aiding in their understanding of the overall project. Gantt did not find the piecework pay system previously developed by Taylor to be as effective as it needed to be to increase productivity. Gantt's alternative, known as the task and bonus system, paid employees based on how well they improved their performance at the organization. Specifically, the task and bonus system was an incentive program where an employee would receive a bonus above and beyond their set hourly rate once the employee's proficiency hit certain performance goals. This way, an employee would always be guaranteed at least his or her hourly rate while working towards higher levels of productivity. This is in contrast to Taylor's piecework pay system, which forced novice employees to have a second job in order to support themselves, because Taylor did not believe that an employee should be adequately compensated until they reached a higher level of productivity, almost like an unpaid apprenticeship. To review, Henry Gantt worked alongside Frederick Taylor for several years and is best known for his development of the Gantt chart. His main focus was on applying scientific analysis to all facets of work being done as a means of increasing productivity. His two major contributions were again the Gantt chart and the task and bonus system. The Gantt chart is still widely used today in project management and demonstrates a project schedule showing terminal and summary elements from start to finish and the amount of time it takes to complete each task. A terminal element are the smaller, more intricate tasks that need to be completed as a part of the larger task. A summary element is made up of terminal elements to form the larger task. The information that is depicted on the Gantt chart allows others to understand the individual work tasks and their due dates within the greater project deadline. The task and bonus system was an incentive program aimed at increasing an employee's productivity, whereby an employee would receive a bonus above and beyond their set hourly rate once the employee's proficiency hit certain performance goals. This way, an employee would always be guaranteed at least his or her hourly rate while working towards higher levels of productivity. It was the early 1900s, and Frank, a young contractor in Boston, set his eyes on Lillian, a recent college graduate from California. Clearly, Katy Perry had it right about California girls being undeniably beautiful. Because Frank's attempts at wooing Lillian must have worked. After just 6 months of meeting, for the first time they were married. Being a smart woman that she was, Lillian quickly joined Frank in his construction business and began to take on a leadership role within the company. 3 years later, in 1907, the couple was introduced to Frederick Taylor. Entranced with Taylor's work with time studies, the Gilbreaths rapidly became involved in scientific research. Using what they learned while working with Taylor, the Gilbreaths decided to shift their focus to scientific management consulting and severed their working relationship with Taylor in 1914. Lillian continued her education by earning a doctorate in psychology and later used what she learned during this degree to better understand the practice of management. With this newfound knowledge relating to psychology, the Gilbreths were able to combine the human element of management with the technical observations they had made during their research. The two quickly tied the idea of worker satisfaction to productivity and saw that when a worker's satisfaction increased, so did the level of productivity and efficiency in those same workers. What resulted was the design of a system that would ease the amount of fatigue a worker experienced by providing them with specific movements to use while completing their jobs. They also noticed the need to consider the working conditions and overall environment in which the workers perform their jobs. This led to innovations in office furniture, and many credit them with leading the way to the study of ergonomics. Although their contributions were many, what the Gilbreths are most known for is their work on motion studies. If you are familiar with the phrase, work smarter, not harder, then you will know exactly what Frank and Lillian were after. The interest in standardization and method studies developed while Frank was working as a bricklayer. In fact, it didn't take long as an apprentice for Frank to notice that no one bricklayer performed their job quite the same. He found some workers to be highly productive, while others were extremely slow and ineffective. While we can certainly attribute some of the slowness and inefficiency to pure laziness, Frank focused on identifying the basic movements needed to lay brick effectively and isolated them to eliminate any unnecessary movements. Frank presented his findings to his fellow bricklayers and found that those who used the movements he recommended were able to increase their output from 1,000 to 2,700 bricks per day. Just imagine what that would mean for you as a manager. If you were able to come up with a standard set of movements, practices, methods, or procedures for your workers to follow that would maximize their efforts, how much more could your employees do during their 8-hour shift? How much more could be done on a given week, a month, a year? And how much more profit could you earn as a result? What the Gilbreths discovered by studying the motions of others was a way to immediately impact the bottom line for the better. There was no fancy equipment to buy, elaborate marketing schemes to draw up, or innovative products needed to be developed. It required nothing more than spending time observing, analyzing, and scrutinizing effective movements of workers as they went through the motions of their jobs. Again, work smarter, not harder. This was just the beginning for Frank. His desire to improve worker efficiency and productivity only grew as he began to work alongside Taylor and Lillian while they developed the foundational principles of scientific management as I discussed earlier. The Gilbreths later used a motion picture camera and split-second clock to capture specific motions that they considered to be the best possible way to perform a given task. Let's review. Frank and Lillian Gilbreth were a husband and wife team whose contributions helped lay the foundational principles of scientific management. As associates of Frederick Taylor in the early 1900s, they were able to explore how time and motion studies could be used to identify the best possible way for a worker to complete a particular task. The results of such studies allowed for improvements to be made in employee satisfaction, efficiency, and productivity. The Gilbreths are best known for their work on these motion studies, which started with Frank's initial observations during his apprenticeship as a bricklayer. Frank focused on identifying the basic movements needed to lay brick effectively and isolated them to eliminate unnecessary movements. Frank presented his findings to his fellow bricklayers and found that those who used the movements he recommended were able to increase their output from 1,000 to 2,700 bricks per day. Taking this knowledge along with the experience he gained while working alongside Taylor, the Gilbreths began a career in scientific management consulting. They continued to refine their methods and later used a motion picture camera and split-second clock to capture specific motions that they considered to be the best possible way to perform a given task. As the idea of systematic management grew in popularity, so did the amount of people who were interested in defining and improving the practice. People like Max Weber, Henry Fayol, Mary Parkett Follett, and Chester Bernard were among the theorists who sought an alternative, more general approach from the highly specialized functions of scientific management. Whereas scientific management concentrated on the productivity of the individual worker, administrative management focused on management processes and principles of the entire organization. Essentially, the goal of management theory shifted from concern for precise work methods to the development of managerial principles. Thus, classical administrative management was born. Stay-at-home moms have long made the argument that what they do is in fact a job, even though there are no benefits, salary, or paid days off. On any given day, a stay-at-home mom can be a cook, a chauffeur, a doctor, a hairdresser, a psychologist, a cheerleader, a maid, a secretary, a teacher, a daycare provider, a financial advisor, and the list goes on and on. Still, many people think that what they do is not a job at all, and this is exactly what management was regarded as, just something that people do. But that was all about to change. The administrative theorists tackled the idea of management from many angles with the common goal of designating it as a profession that can be universally taught and applied in organizations everywhere. Using personal experience, Weber, Fayol, Follett, and Bernard researched and developed a broad spectrum of topics including things such as organizational principles, the philosophy of management, clarification of business terms and concepts relating to management, social responsibilities of management, the functional responsibilities of management, organizational structure, leadership, power, and authority. Specific contributions by individual will be discussed in other lessons of this course. However, even without the specific descriptions of each individual contributor of administrative management, we can begin to see how management was quickly becoming a legitimate force in organizations. For Weber, Fayol, Follett, and Bernard, management was a profession, in the same way as law, medicine, and science were. It was through their life's work that management was suddenly becoming legitimate and necessary field of study. While scientific management provided managers with the best way for individual jobs to be done, administrative management focused on the best way to pull all of those jobs together and organize a business. Put simply, scientific management was concerned with the parts, and administrative management focused on the sum. It's much like how a cook needs to consider the most appropriate ingredients to include in his recipe, scientific management, so that his vision of the final product becomes a reality once he completes the cooking process, administrative management. Administrative management essentially provided the manual, so to speak, for how to effectively operate the entire organization, or for the case of the cook, how to pull together all of the individual ingredients so that the final product comes out as anticipated. How a company should be organized, who should have authority over others, determining who does what work and why, and understanding and nurturing the employee-manager relationship were detailed out for managers, helping them to not only understand their jobs better, but to be more effective at them. Let's review. Administrative management was developed out of the desire to establish management as a profession that focused on the organization and operation of a business. Management theorists such as Max Weber, Henry Fayol, Mary Parkett Follett, and Chester Bernard were instrumental in developing the principles and practices of administrative management. Each of these contributions will be discussed in other lessons of this course, but in general, their focus was on things such as organizational principles, the philosophy of management, clarification of business terms and concepts related to management, social responsibilities of management, functional responsibilities of management, organizational structure, leadership, power, and authority. When compared to scientific management, which was concerned with the best way for individual jobs to be done, administrative management offered a more general approach that focused on management processes and the principles of an entire organization.
Back around 1860, Henry Fayol, a then young engineer, began working at a coal mine in France. While working at the mines, he noticed that managing the miners was not an easy job. Managing was not as effective as it could be. Managers had few resources and tools to better manage people. At the time, Frederick Winslow Taylor, founder of the School of Scientific Management, was making strides in maximizing productivity by focusing on the work and the worker relationship. In other words, Taylor believed that there was a science to work. If workers worked more like machines, there would be increased productivity. Unlike Taylor's scientific management theory, Fayol believed that it is more than just work and workers. Managers needed specific roles in order to manage work and workers. This became known as the Administrative School of Management and was founded on the 6 functions or roles of management: forecasting, planning, organizing, commanding, coordinating, and controlling. These roles, used as a process, focused on the entire organization rather than just the work. Once broken down into smaller parts, the 6 functions evolved into Fayol's 14 principles of management. In this lesson, we will focus on the first 7 principles: division of work, authority, discipline, unity of command, unity of direction, subordination of individual interests to the general interest, remuneration. While Fayol's 14 principles of management are not as widely used as they once were, it is important to understand how the foundation of administrative management theory was developed to address the needs of the times. This macro approach was the first of its time. Let's not forget, Taylor did not focus on the human element. His scientific approach to work focused on building a better, stronger, faster, and more productive team through physical elements. Fayol didn't see it that way. Fayol saw workers as humans possessing elements that required a more general approach to getting the work done. He saw it as a whole organizational effort. Let's take each principle and use examples to better understand how these principles work together to create an administrative management mindset. Let's use Fayol and the principles, a rock band, to help us better understand the first 7 of the 14 principles of management. Division of work. When employees are specialized, output can increase because they become increasingly skilled and efficient. Fayol and the principles is made up of 4 members, including himself. Each band member specializes in a specific instrument or talent. Fayol is the lead singer, while the other members play instruments. The band is able to produce quality music because each performs the job in the band that they are most specialized in. If we were to mix it up a bit and put Fayol as bass guitar and another member on singing, neither of whom possess the skill to perform the job, the sound would be much different. Authority. Managers must have the authority to give orders, but they must also keep in mind that with authority comes responsibility. Fayol and the principles understand that they should specialize in their specific area. However, there needs to be a leader. Fayol assumes the role as leader and gives everyone orders. He says, play this, do that. But with that comes responsibility. He knows that with whatever task he delegates to the band, he must make sure that the task has been done and completed, and that the task is done in a productive way and it yields results. Discipline. Discipline must be upheld in organizations, but methods for doing so can vary. From time to time, the band members do not always perform to Fayol's standard. Even though Fayol looks at the organization as a whole organizational effort, he also knows that he must administer discipline for ineffectiveness. 2 of Fayol's band members decided to take a break from practice to play a competitive game of pin the tail on the donkey. He must administer swift discipline in line with the offense. He also knows that there is no one discipline that can be levied against the band members. It must be done on a case-by-case basis. In this case, the 2 band members were penalized pay for the time spent playing a game when they should have been practicing for their show. Unity of command. Employees should have only one direct supervisor. Multiple people sometimes give orders. In the case of the rock band, Fayol is in charge. This is expressed by the name of the band and implied by the orderly way in which work is delegated. Fayol is the only person to give direction. Unity of direction. Teams with the same objective should be working under the direction of one manager, using one plan. This will ensure that action is properly coordinated. Just like unity of command, it is important for FAOL to keep the band on a single track, or course, or direction. One manager, one plan, one vision. Subordination of individual interests to the general interest. The interests of one employee should not be allowed to become more important than those of the group. This includes managers. FAOL knows how to maintain a balance between personal endeavors and that of the greater good. FAOL and the principals are in a rock band. This is their purpose, their identity. If one of the members feels differently, regardless of how strongly he feels, this self-interest or individual interest does not serve to be of a higher importance than that of the band and its members. Remuneration. Employee satisfaction depends on fair remuneration for everyone. This includes financial and non-financial compensation. When it comes to payday, FAOL knows that he must pay the band and pay them fairly. This includes money and perks. It is tempting to take all of the backstage perks and keep them for himself, like free t-shirts and sodas, but by sharing in the rewards, FAOL has a much more satisfied team. In summary, FAOL's 14 principles of management serve the organization as a whole. By dividing the work into specialized and specific jobs, workers are able to work more efficiently. Small management units who oversee functional areas of the organization are now able to assign work and hold workers accountable for their production. This makes it easier to measure productivity. Once a system of accountability is in place and productivity can be monitored, it is easier to determine who is performing and who is not performing. Managers are able to selectively and individually discipline workers who fall short of goals quickly and in the correct measure. Having just one manager assigned to a team takes away any task confusion. Workers have only one supervisor directing them. With only one supervisor directing work, it is easy to motivate employees to buy into one plan. This minimizes self-interest. With only one manager managing the work of one team who share one vision, compensating the team can be done fairly. In a previous lesson, we learned that FAOL, while working in the mines in France, discovered that managers did not have the right tools to manage workers in an effective way. As a result, FAOL developed 14 principles that addressed the organization as a whole, including both the work and the worker. Division of work, authority, discipline, unity of command, unity of direction, subordination of individual interests to the general interest, remuneration, centralization, scalar chain, order, equity, stability of tenure of personnel, initiative, esprit de corps. To review, FAOL believed by dividing the work into specialized and specific jobs, workers are able to work more efficiently. Small management units who oversee functional areas of the organization are now able to assign work and hold workers accountable for their production. This makes it easier to measure productivity. Once a system of accountability is in place and productivity can be monitored, it is easier to determine who is performing and who is not performing. Managers are able to selectively and individually discipline workers who fall short of goals quickly and in the correct measure. Having just one manager assigned to a team takes away any task confusion. Workers have only one supervisor directing them. With only one supervisor directing work, it is easy to motivate employees to buy into one plan. This minimizes self-interest. With only one manager managing the work of one team who share one vision, compensating the team can be done fairly. The following 7 principles focus on the decision-making process, hierarchy, hygiene, employee satisfaction, motivation, and team spirit. We will focus on how a professional kitchen might apply these 7 principles. Centralization. This principle refers to how close employees are to the decision-making process. It is important to aim for an appropriate balance. A chef generally leads a professional kitchen. A kitchen staff, or brigade, performs the work. There are decisions that need to be made as a team and others that need to be made by the leader. Chef Fayol strikes a balance by allowing the brigade to decide the day-to-day operations, like which vegetables to cook, evening specials, and plate design. However, Chef Fayol makes all of the decisions about the restaurant image, menu design, and vision because he is the owner of Bistro Fayol. Scalar chain, a term that refers to a direct chain of command in the military, ranking staff from the highest to the lowest level. Employees should be aware of where they stand in the organization's hierarchy or chain of command. In scalar chain, Fayol knows that for centralization to even be possible, there needs to be a chain of command, and each member must be aware of their place in the hierarchy of the kitchen. Chef Fayol explains this to the brigade using an organizational chart. Order. The workplace facilities must be clean, tidy, and safe for employees. Everything should be in its place. Nobody knows better than Chef Fayol that the work area must always be clean, neat, and safe. Watch what happens when one of the brigade leaves vegetable peels on the floor near his station. Fayol explains to the brigade the dangers involved in leaving food on the floor. The brigade appreciates his guidance and work much more productively when everything is in its place. Equity. Managers should be fair to staff at all times, both maintaining discipline when necessary and acting with kindness where appropriate. Chef Fayol levies discipline when needed, like when the member of the brigade left the peels on the floor. However, Chef Fayol also compliments the brigade when the restaurant receives rave reviews. A food critic reviewed Bistro Fayol. One of the cooks was mentioned as the most talented young chef in town. Chef Fayol gave the cook a plaque to hang on his wall. In all fairness, Chef Fayol also gave the other members smaller plaques for assisting in the effort. Stability of tenure of personnel. Managers should strive to minimize employee turnover. Personnel planning should be a priority. Chef Fayol knows that Bistro Fayol is only as good as a sum of its parts or members. He is always thinking of ways to reduce turnover. Having the brigade members quit their jobs is costly and a disruption to the workflow. Others in the brigade would have to pitch in areas of the kitchen. This will disrupt the flow of work. Kitchen staff may not be working in areas of specialization. This may reduce the quality of the food and affect productivity. He always tries to maintain a healthy work balance for his members. Initiative. Employees should be given the necessary level of freedom to create and carry out plans. Chef Fayol, in this example, allows members of the brigade to try new recipes and even allows the brigade members to create their own specials from time to time. But he reminds the members of Principle 6. No one member can place his self-interest above the interest of the bistro. They understand. Esprit de corps, a French term for morale that was originally used to define the morale of military troops. Organizations should strive to promote team spirit and unity. Chef Fayol knows that when the team feels happy, they are more motivated to perform. He also knows that when the team feels part of a special group, they are more excited about their jobs. Chef Fayol and the brigade always work on ways to unify their positive spirit. Sometimes, Chef Fayol cooks a large family meal for his brigade. In summary, Fayol believed that allowing workers to be part of the decision-making when appropriate is important for the overall organization. When roles are clearly defined and a chain of command is clear and present, workers understand their role in the organization. A clean and safe work environment increases worker satisfaction. The same theory applies to reward systems. Discipline and rewards should be administered appropriately and in the right measure. This will reduce turnover. Employees will feel empowered as a team to take healthy risks. As a result, organizational objectives can be met. When Mary Parker Follett, a social worker and management consultant, talked about issues like the importance of people-oriented group network management through group interaction and shared power between managers and employees in business, she was actually pioneering the notion of participative leadership. Participative leadership involves managers and employees working together towards common goals like decision-making and problem-solving. Managers participate in decisions and support employees with resources needed to accomplish goals. When Smitty broke his leg and needed surgery, he knew he would have to visit many different treatment facilities. Getting appointments with a general doctor, a surgeon, a physical therapist, a social worker, and maybe even a plastic surgeon could be a lengthy and tedious process. Smitty made hundreds of phone calls to individual practitioners only to find the process difficult to manage. He decided to use One-Stop Medical Associates for all of his treatment and care because of the team approach they take to caring for patients. One-Stop uses people-oriented management. People-oriented management is a participative leadership style that involves including employees in making important company decisions by equally balancing leader and employee power. This orientation towards shared power and ownership of responsibility makes resolving conflict much easier. On his first visit, the team examined Smitty's leg and documented his file. Then they met in a conference room to discuss the steps they will take to treat the patient. The doctor and surgeon talked about their responsibilities. The nurse coordinates with the doctors on her responsibilities, and the social worker writes her treatment plan. Once the plans are finished, group decisions are made. Surgeon performs the surgery. General doctor prescribes medicines and monitors patient progress. Nurse changes bandages and takes blood pressure, and social worker eases patients' anxieties. As treatment is provided, the group shares information on the patient's current state and his progress towards recovery. Each detail is discussed and used to make decisions about future treatments. Although each practitioner has their own area of specialization, as a team they are able to make contributions about the whole treatment plan rather than just their own individual specialties. One-Stop also uses a group network management approach to achieve their goals. A group network management approach involves groups of people within the organization with equal power over outcomes. These groups work on separate parts of an organization, and each group contributes pieces together to achieve one organizational goal. One-Stop Medical balances the power between management and the practitioners. Top management rarely deals with patients, but they are responsible for the achievement of overall objectives like being profitable and providing premium health care. Top brass at One-Stop involve the employees in decisions about patient care, records management, and staffing. They also hold employees accountable for their decisions. Both people-oriented management and group network management involve small groups working together to meet overall objectives. It is done through group interactions. When decisions are made as a group, each employee feels a stronger commitment to the outcomes. One-Stop Medical uses group decision-making for total patient care. Each patient is assigned to a team of different employees. Smitty's general doctor, surgeon, nurse, social worker, and physical therapist discuss his treatment outcomes with each other. These conversations are known as group interactions. Group interactions occur when there is positive collaboration between employees who are socially attracted to one another, have shared goals, and a unique identity that sets them apart from others in the organization and lead to greater communication, mutually beneficial relationship building, better decision making, and participation in organizational achievements. When employees and management communicate their ideas, they develop relationships that benefit themselves and the overall organization. Better decisions come from more minds. Mary Parker Follett was a social worker and management consultant who talked about issues like the importance of people-oriented group network management through group interaction and shared power between managers and employees in business. This evolved to become a form of participative leadership. People-oriented management is a participative leadership style that involves including employees in making important company decisions by equally balancing leader and employee power. This orientation towards shared power and ownership of responsibility makes resolving conflicts much easier. Group networking is also participative in that it involves groups of people within the organization with equal power over outcomes. These groups work on separate parts of an organization, and each group contributes pieces together to achieve one organizational goal. Both people orientation and group network management involve working in groups to achieve common goals. Groups use a form of communication known as group interactions. These interactions are positive collaboration between employees who are socially attracted to one another, have shared goals, and a unique identity that sets them apart from others in the organization, and lead to good communication needed for better decision-making. Management theorist Chester Bernard believed organizations need to be both effective and efficient. Effective means meeting organizational goals in a timely way. Efficient, in his opinion, means the degree to which the organization can satisfy the motives of its employees. In other words, the organizational goals will be accomplished and authority will be accepted when workers feel satisfied that their individual needs are being met. This is known as the acceptance theory of authority. Acceptance theory of authority states that a manager's authority rests on workers' acceptance of his right to give orders and to expect compliance. Workers have to believe that the manager can legitimately give orders, and there is a legitimate expectation that the orders will be carried out. There are a few reasons for this expectation. Workers will be rewarded for compliance. There will be discipline for non-compliance. Workers respect the manager for his experience. Organizations are made up of groups of individual workers. Naturally, these individual workers form informal social groups that become the informal organization. The informal organization exists within a larger formal organization. Let's take a look at Cheapy's Variety Store to gain a better understanding how informal groups and acceptance theory work together. Cheap's management likes to keep things professional at all times. There is a hierarchy or chain of command for each department. Formal organizations operate under a set of rules and policies designed to carry out the organizational purpose, like meeting financial or production goals. A formal management-employee relationship dictated by hierarchy exists. Work flows from top management to workers through hierarchical channels. At Cheap's, the chain of command starts with the general manager, then department managers, and then the salespeople. Cheap's Variety Store houses several departments. Each department is staffed with a manager and a few salespeople. Managers assign tasks to employees, and it is expected that employees will complete the work. Some managers reward employees for accomplishing all of their goals by giving them extra time off or an extra break. Other managers are less generous with rewards. Some even threaten punishment for a less than productive day. Randy, the shoe department manager, likes to reward employees by giving them lots of praise for a job well done. He also shares sales goals and outcomes with the staff so they understand the reason for special promotions. This makes his employees more apt to accept the tasks he delegates. They enjoy working with him because he communicates the purpose of their work and includes them in the celebration when the department hits their goals. It is not uncommon to see a group of cosmetic salespeople hanging around the mirror chatting away, testing the newest lipsticks while work piles up and shelves are empty. But who can blame them? Liza, their manager, is not very qualified to manage the department. She is very young, nearly half the age of the others, and has no retail experience. She doesn't even have a knack for applying makeup. Sales goals are never shared with the salespeople. It's just work, work, work. When the girls ask Liza about a new sales promotion, Liza just tells them to get back to work. Liza requires the salespeople to move the displays around the department every 3 hours. When the salespeople question why, Liza dismisses their concerns completely. As a result, work doesn't get done and sales are very low. There is always conflict in cosmetics. Cheap's allows managers to direct work any way they see fit. But as we witnessed in the cosmetic department, not all employees perform their jobs well. Some do the work while others loaf around. The informal organization is structured much differently. It is the personal contacts and interactions between workers that form into small groups. These informal groups of workers form their own organization within the larger organization and have a powerful impact on the acceptance of formal authority. Informal organizations exist everywhere on the job. When workers hang around the water cooler to talk about last night's big game or where to go to lunch, they are really doing much more than chit-chatting. They are bonding together to form and sustain the informal organization. The organizational culture evolves from the beliefs and values the small informal groups cherish. This social interaction over time forms into cohesive relationships necessary for people to work together. And it creates an independence from the formal authority because the informal organization is not governed by rules and policies. The break room is the place where salespeople at Cheaps go to talk about work. The shoe salespeople talk about their sales goals and share ideas. The cosmetic salespeople talk about Liza and her poor management skills. Each conversation the groups have builds a strong union between each of the salespeople. This water cooler culture is necessary. Its function can be beneficial to the formal organization in that it provides individuals with social status not experienced in the formal organization, promotes communication between group members, influences and regulates behavior inside and outside the group, motivates people to want to work together, and leads to new and innovative idea sharing. On the other hand, it can be damaging to the formal organization if there is conflict between the two. Individual loyalty to the informal group may be stronger than the loyalty felt towards the formal organization, making it difficult to accept formal authority. Liza's cosmetic salespeople are not so happy with their jobs. As tensions increased in cosmetics, the girls formed a stronger bond. It became so difficult to work in the department that customers felt uncomfortable getting a beauty treatment. Lipsticks were scattered everywhere. The department was a mess. There was even talk of a walkout. The informal group beliefs, habits, and attitudes can become so cohesive that it operates like a formal organization. The unified group of individuals who share the same opinions bond. Their influence may spread amongst members of other informal groups, and their conformity is crucial. Let's take another look at the informal group. The informal group bands together for social interaction. There is no hierarchy. Group members are free to express their thoughts and ideas without fear of punishment. Reward comes in the form of group acceptance. It feels good to be part of a group. Working at Cheaps makes the employees feel special, even if there is conflict between management and a few salespeople. They feel part of something special and treat each other like family. Cheaps salespeople are free to make choices. What to eat for lunch, what to wear to work, whom to talk about. None of this is governed by a formal policy. The informal group is personal, and the break room is a safe haven for salespeople to chat about anything they want. In the formal organization, every person has a role. These roles are static and don't change. Faces may change, but roles remain constant. Management's role is to delegate tasks, and workers are expected to carry them out. Employees are not free to pick and choose from a list of tasks. Employees have little to say in what they are assigned to do. Compliance brings reward, while non-compliance begets punishment. Management's authority controls them. The formal organization depersonalizes workers. Here's the connection. Informal groups can wreak havoc on management, but they can also influence others in positive ways. Good relationships with management that include mutual respect and trust, clear communication, and an understanding of the purpose of their work make the informal group more apt to accept the formal authority. In a nutshell, Chester Bernard believed that formal organizations are made up of informal groups. These informal groups evolved to become the informal organization. The group's beliefs and values establish the organizational culture and determine, to a large extent, the formal acceptance of authority. Formal organizations operate under a set of rules and policies designed to carry out the organization's purpose, like meeting financial and production goals, while informal groups involve personal contact and interactions between workers. These informal groups of workers form their own organization within the larger organization and have a powerful impact on the acceptance of formal authority. The acceptance theory of authority states that a manager's authority rests on workers' acceptance of his right to give orders and to expect compliance. Informal groups will accept management orders when rewards are given or to avoid punishment, when there is respect and trust for management's authority and it's legitimate.
Attribution theory is important for organizations because it can help managers understand some of the causes of employee behavior and can assist employees in understanding their thinking about their own behaviors. If you can understand why you behave a certain way and why others around you do so, then you have a better understanding of yourself, others, and your organization. The perception of the causes of a certain behavior may affect the judgment and actions of both managers and employees. It may also play a significant role in motivation. Attribution theory attempts to explain some of the causes of our behavior. According to the theory, you want to be able to understand the reason for the actions you take and understand the reasons behind the actions other people take. You want to attribute causes to these behaviors, which should give you some feeling of control over your own behaviors and related situations. Attributing behavior is a three-stage process. 1. You must observe the behavior, whether it is your own behavior or the behavior of someone else. 2. You must determine whether the behavior being observed is intentional. And 3. You attribute the observed behavior. When we attribute the behavior, there are three things we need to consider. 1. External cause or internal cause. Internal cause. Internal causes are those factors that are attributed to the person being observed. Internal causes are usually controllable. For example, a coworker just received a promotion. You believe the reason for her promotion was her hard work, dedication, and skills. You have thus attributed internal causes to her promotion. External cause. External causes are attributed to factors outside of the person being observed. External causes are often not controllable, such as luck. For example, let's say your coworker just received a promotion. You believe she received her promotion because the owner of the company is her father. You have attributed an external factor as the cause of her promotion. 2. Consistent or distinctive behavior. When you observe a person behaving the same when he is faced with the same circumstances, the observed behavior is consistent. Consistency is low if the person behaves differently in similar circumstances, while it is high if the person acts the same in similar circumstances. When you are determining whether a person behaves the same way in different circumstances, you are determining whether the behavior is distinctive. If a person behaves the same in different circumstances, then the distinctiveness is low, while if the person behaves different in different circumstances, distinctiveness is high. 3. Consensus. Consensus is high if other people act the same way as the person observed in the same circumstances, while consensus is low if other people act differently than the person observed in the same circumstances. Let's say you are a manager at a car manufacturing company and you are in charge of the welding operations on the assembly line. Tracy is a welder on the line who has been working for the company for a little over 3 months. She has been holding the line up ever since the start of her employment. Her behavior has been highly consistent while working on the line. However, you do observe her efficiency increases substantially when she is doing other work off the line, telling you that there is a high level of distinction in her work behavior. Other employees on the line with similar time with the company are substantially more efficient, indicating a low consensus. The key question for you is whether Tracy's behavior is attributable to internal factors, such as laziness, or some other external factor. Based upon your observations, it's a close call, so you review her personnel file from HR and see that she has significantly less formal training as a welder than the other newly hired employees. Based on all of the factors, you attribute her inefficiency to the external factor of insufficient training and develop a plan with HR to have her go to a local tech school at night to acquire sufficient skills to do her job efficiently. Attribution theory is a psychological theory that attempts to explain how we explain the actions or behaviors of others. In other words, how we attribute behavior. Attribution is a 3-step process that includes observing the behavior, determining whether the observed behavior is intentional or not, and determining whether the behavior is caused by external or internal factors. In determining whether behavior is based on internal or external factors, you look at the level of consistency, distinctiveness, and consensus of the behavior.
Jules Henry Fayol, 1841 to 1925, was born in Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Empire. Fayol is known as the father of modern management. His ideas, which were revolutionary during his time, have continued to influence management thinking to this day. After finishing high school, Fayol followed in his father's footsteps and became an engineer, going to work for a company that owned coal, steel, and iron mines. From 1860 to 1866, Fayol improved techniques for fighting underground coal fires. Because he worked so hard, he was rewarded with a promotion to management. 6 years later, he was again promoted to Chief Executive Officer. As the CEO, he was responsible for improving operations for the company. Although Fayol's training was in engineering, he realized that managing thousands of employees at different locations required skills that he had not learned in school. He viewed management as more than just supervising people. For Fayol, management involved all of the activities associated with producing, distributing, and selling products. He also realized that a manager needed to be able to strategize, organize equipment, deal with people, and much, much more. Fayol believed that all employees of his company, from the foreman to the CEO, should receive some type of managerial training. He developed a list of principles of management. He believed that there were more than 14 of them, but chose to focus on those he found to be the most useful in his own career. The 14 principles that Fayol concentrated on were division of work, authority and responsibility, discipline, principle of one boss, unity of direction, subordination of individual interest to the general interest, fair remuneration, centralization and decentralization, scalar chain, order, equity, stability of tenure of personnel, initiative, esprit de corps, building harmony and unity. Centralization means that top management retains most of the decision-making authority. Decentralization means that decision-making is distributed among all levels of the organization. This means that information is shared from the top of management downwards. Fayol believed that total centralization and decentralization are both impossible and that organizations should strive to strike a balance between the two. He thought that there should be one central point in the organization which exercised overall direction and control of all parts, but the degree of centralization of authority should vary depending on the situation. A number of factors, like the size of the business, the nature of the business, the experience of supervisors, the dependability of workers, and the ability of the workers need to be considered when organizing a company. Jules Henry Fayol was a strategist who wanted to make the workplace a better place for everyone. He believed that there should be one central point in the organization that exercised overall direction and control of all parts, but the degree of centralization of authority should vary depending on the situation. Fayol's principles were intended to be a guide for managers to use while also pursuing efficiency, order, and stability. Fayol's ideas were revolutionary during his time. His ideas and principles influence management thinking to this day. For this reason, Fayol is known as the father of modern management.
Centralized authority exists in an organization when all or most decisions and orders come from a centralized source, usually the members from the top levels of the organizational structure. Centralized authority comes from the top of the organization, flows down, and radiates out. Information flows up to the top from all parties of the organization, where it is analyzed and synthesized so decisions can be made. Once a decision has been made, orders flow down from the top of the organization through the process of delegation, where superiors confer authority on subordinates to accomplish certain tasks. The top level remains in control and coordinates, monitors, and assesses all activities necessary for compliance with the order. Centralized authority has some advantages. It can be an efficient means of management because of its strong ability to coordinate different groups and members in the organization and prevent unnecessary duplication of effort. It is also a fairly stable, consistent, and predictable means of managing the organization because of the clear lines of authority. Centralized authority also provides a high degree of accountability because responsibility is clearly set forth in the organization's chain of command. In other words, it's easy to find out who gave the order and who was to follow the order. Centralized authority is not without disadvantages. It can hinder creativity and innovation because decision-making is in the hands of a few at the top rather than spread out across the organization. Since subordinates don't contribute to decision-making, they are often not invited to contribute to the problem-solving, even if they have unique skills and perspective that can make important decisions. This also means that organizations with centralized authority often have a difficult time adapting to changes in its environment. Finally, given the constraining nature of the organization from the standpoint of subordinate employees, job satisfaction and commitment to the organization may be low. Let's say you are the president of a large technology corporation. Your biggest competitor just released the latest version of a product that competes directly with yours. You order the vice presidents of the product division, production division, marketing division, and the research and development division to prepare reports outlining their views of the competitor's new product. You review and analyze each of their reports, synthesize the information, and come up with a plan of action. You send out a memo to each of the vice presidents directing them to take specific actions and report back to you periodically on their process. The vice presidents, in turn, delegate part of their authority to their department heads to accomplish specific tasks, who in turn delegate some of the tasks to specific teams. Each level above monitors the progress of the level below, while you coordinate all from the top. Let's review. Centralized authority is an organization where decision-making and orders flows from the top of the organization down. Advantages of centralized authority include efficiency, predictability, and accountability. Disadvantages include the tendency to stifle innovation and creativity, making it hard for an organization to adjust to change. Centralized authority may also decrease job satisfaction and organizational commitment in low-level employees.
A centralized organization is structured by a strict hierarchy of authority, where most decisions are made at the top by one or a few individuals. Information from lower levels flows up to the decision maker, where the information is analyzed and synthesized to gain a broader perspective in order to aid in decision making. Information flows down to provide directions to the lower levels of the hierarchy, where lower levels are expected to implement the decisions with little or no modifications. Examples of organizations utilizing a centralized structure include the U.S. Army and large corporations. A centralized organizational structure provides some significant advantages to an organization. Centralization can provide a good deal of efficiency in time and resources because a high degree of coordination is possible with decision makers at the top coordinating all activities of the organization. This coordination prevents unnecessary duplication of efforts and permits the decision makers to allocate tasks among various components of the organization in an efficient manner. Centralization can also aid in better decision-making because information flows up from all levels of the organization to the decision makers at the top. This gives the decision maker a great deal of information to get a handle on the big picture needed for making the best decisions. A centralized organization does present some significant disadvantages. The hierarchical nature of the organization often hinders innovation and creativity. Individuals on the ground do not have the ability to make decisions, even though they probably have the best perspective on issues and challenges facing the organization necessary for creative problem solving. Centralized organizations may take a long time to change and adapt because it takes time for information to filter up to the top of the organization, for the information to be processed, for a decision to be made, and for the orders to be filtered down throughout the organization. Adaptation and change may also be a problem if the few decision makers able to authorize change are unwilling to do so. Let's look at an example. Let's say that you are the president of a large software company that employs about 5,000 employees that are spread over 3 separate divisions, which are further broken down into departments, units, and teams. Over the last 3 quarters, the revenue from your most profitable business productivity software has declined. You have ordered the vice presidents of marketing, production, and research and development to submit reports. You analyze all the reports and start to get a picture of the problem. You make a decision on what needs to be done and send out a memo to the vice presidents instructing them how to proceed. They, in turn, will direct their subordinates how to proceed and so on down to the lowest level necessary for the implementation of your orders. Let's review. A centralized organization is an organization that uses a hierarchy of authority, where information flows to the top for analysis and orders flow from the top to the bottom, where lower levels must take actions consistent with the orders. A centralized organization has certain advantages such as efficiency, effective coordination, and a good ability to gain a broad perspective for effective decision-making. On the other hand, a centralized structure does present certain disadvantages such as a slow reaction time and a tendency to present obstacles to creativity, innovation, and adaptation. Chester Bernard, born 1886 and died in 1961, worked for AT&T for 40 years. In 1931, he was asked to organize and direct the New Jersey Emergency Relief Administration. Bernard also spent time teaching a series of lectures at Harvard in 1937, which served as the basis of his only book entitled The Functions of the Executive, written in 1938. General framework. Bernard viewed organizations as cooperative systems, which he defined as a complex of physical, biological, personal, and social components which are in a specific systematic relationship by reason of the cooperation of two or more persons for at least one definite end. Basically, according to Bernard, we enter into cooperative arrangements to accomplish things we cannot do alone. He viewed organizations in biological terms akin to a living organism that seeks to survive in a hostile environment. Similarly, he recognized that an organization is not self-sufficient, but needs to rely upon resources from the outside environment that allow it to function and also limits an organization's actions. For example, an organization needs capital, labor, equipment, and resources to function and accomplish its goals. On the other hand, science and technologies are resources in the environment that can be tapped by an organization, but also limit what it can accomplish. We can't achieve a goal that is outside the laws of physics, for example. According to Bernard, an organization needs to achieve system equilibrium. In the context of his theory, achieving equilibrium involves two interrelated processes. The first process relates to the equilibrium between the organization's characteristics and its external environment. The second process tries to balance the contributions that members of the organization make to the organization's collective purpose and the degree of satisfaction both the organization and members receive in the exchange. Inducement of members. An important component of Bernard's overall management theory is the theory of inducement and contribution. The inducement contribution theory is not nearly as complicated as it may seem. At its most basic level, it's simply a theory of motivation. The theory holds that an organizational member will make contributions in exchange for inducements. The member continues to engage in the exchange so long as the inducements received are higher than the contributions a person is asked to make. Now, all this really boils down to is the fact that an employee will continue to work for the organization if it is worth his while. If the pay, benefits, and job satisfaction are greater than the perceived cost of your work provided to the organization, you will stay and continue to contribute. Remember that Bernard viewed an organization as a cooperative system. He described two ways to induce such cooperation. The first method is called the incentive method and works by offering incentives to members that satisfy their existing motivations such as money. A second method called the persuasive method is meant to alter a member's motive. There are three means of persuasion: coercion, propaganda, and inoculation of motives. Coercion occurs when a member is persuaded to cooperate through a threat, such as termination or withholding of benefits. Propaganda occurs when a member is persuaded by the importance of the organization's mission, service, or product. Finally, inoculation involves educating members in certain values such as religious beliefs, patriotism, or professional values, so they act in accordance with those values. Organizational authority. There are limits to authority. According to Bernard, directives, rules, regulations, and orders from the organization must be considered legitimate, or they will not be effective. 4 factors must be satisfied for compliance of orders through legitimacy of authority. 1. The member must understand the order. 2. The member must believe it is consistent with the organization's mission. 3. It must be compatible with the member's personal interests. 4. The member must be able to comply with the order both mentally and physically. Executive functions. Bernard also discusses the role of an executive. The primary function of the executive is to maintain the organization in a state of internal and external equilibrium. Remember that equilibrium is just a fancy word for balance. Here we are talking about a balance between the internal and external factors affecting the organizations, such as resources, labor, market conditions, and investments. Executives serve 3 basic functions in maintaining the cooperative system. First, they must maintain and develop a system of communication. Second, they must induce individuals to join the organization and contribute to its mission. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, they must define the purpose and objectives of the organization. Values and morality. Let's discuss one final aspect of Bernard's theory. He viewed organizations as moral in nature. An organization will develop its own set of moral codes and values, which will reflect its expectations and behavioral norms. Since everyone has different morals and values, an organization seeks to establish the superiority of its code over each member's personal code. Bernard developed a theory of organization around the idea that it is a natural, cooperative system. Important aspects of his natural system theory include the inducements contribution theory, altering the motives of members to obtain cooperation, and recognition of the need for legitimate authority. Moreover, he described the primary function of an executive as maintaining the cooperative system in a state of external and internal equilibrium. Finally, he believed that an organizational code of morality should override individual members' personal codes.
Age-old debates surrounding leadership posit questions like what characteristics make someone a leader, and are leaders born or made? There have been many theories concerning what makes a leader a leader. The most widely known leadership theories are trait theory, behavior theory, contingency theory, and transformational theory. Let's discuss these theories now. First, let's look at trait theory. Some theorists believe that there are certain traits or personal characteristics that leaders have and that others do not. These traits include charisma, intelligence, self-confidence, determination, integrity, energy, and sociability. Trait theory is useful in identifying leadership potential in people. Many organizations also use this principle to help make hiring decisions. However, this theory has been highly criticized for its simplicity and exclusion of many other factors. Critics of the theory challenge the notion that people who have these qualities will make good leaders, and that those that do not possess these traits cannot become effective leaders. Behavior theories focus on what leaders do as opposed to who they are. Leadership behaviors can be divided into two dimensions: task-oriented behaviors and people-oriented behaviors. One famous behavior theory is the managerial grid model, developed by Robert Blake and Jane Mountain in the early 1960s. Its premise is that the extent the leader focuses on these dimensions determines his or her leadership style. Some leaders are more concerned with getting the tasks at hand completed successfully. Other leaders favor creating solid interpersonal relationships with their employees. For example, if you have a high concern for the task and achieving results, coupled with little concern for maintaining relationships with people, you would be an authority obedience manager. Consider a time when you were in a leadership position. What was your leadership style? Contingency theories suggest that leaders behave differently depending on the situation. For example, a leader may use a team approach on a day-to-day basis. However, during periods of crisis, he or she may choose to become more authoritative. The most effective leaders are those who can be flexible and adapt to a wide variety of situations. Can you think of a time when you had to change your leadership style to fit the situation? Transformational theories are concerned with how leaders motivate, stimulate, and inspire others. Nearly synonymous with transformational leadership is the personality trait charisma. They use this trait to inspire others, and they set high moral standards and high expectations for their followers. These leaders have a clear vision, and they empower others to reach their full potential. In essence, transformational leaders are able to transform followers into better people. Some well-known transformational leaders are Gandhi and Oprah Winfrey. There are many theories about leadership characteristics and behaviors. Most theories fall into four categories: trait, behavior, contingency, and transformational theories. There is no right or wrong leadership style, though learning different theories of leadership can help you to improve your overall effectiveness as a leader.
Esprit de corps is a French phrase that translates into group spirit. Esprit de corps is one of Henry Fayol's 14 administrative principles. The principle states that an organization must make every effort to maintain group cohesion in the organization. It notes that dividing your competition is a clever tactic, but dividing your own team is a serious error. Henry Fayol, who lived from 1841 to 1925, was French and worked at a mining company for his entire career. He eventually became the managing director of the business in 1888. He was responsible for saving the company from bankruptcy and contributed to its growth. Fayol summarized 14 administrative principles that he learned through his tenure with the mining company. One of the 14 principles was esprit de corps. Probably the strongest and most powerful example of esprit de corps is found in close military units that have seen combat. These soldiers often form a tightly knit group. They work together well to achieve objectives and are often fiercely loyal to each other and their unit. Managers applying the principle of esprit de corps attempt to replicate this sense of cohesion, teamwork, and loyalty with the organization and its employees. For example, let's say that you are a manager of an engineering team at a tech firm. The members of your team are having a hard time working together and even getting along. You decide to have the team go to a retreat to work on team cohesion. At the retreat, your teammates compete against another group in a paintball game. The game is to last up to 24 hours and take place in a forest. In order to succeed, the team must work together well and rely upon each other for success. You hope spending time together on a task that requires strong teamwork to succeed will help build esprit de corps for your team. Esprit de corps, a French phrase that translates into group spirit, is a concept found in administrative management theory and was developed by Henry Fayol, who lived from 1841 to 1925. Esprit de corps is a sense of group cohesion in the organization and between employees. It is an important concept to keep an organization and employees loyal to each other. This group cohesion makes it easier for employees to work together to achieve common objectives.
Do you remember being a child and getting upset because someone told you what to do? Did you mutter under your breath that one day you were going to be the boss? The concept of authority is one of the very first things we learn in life. As a child, authority figures are our elders, and most importantly, our parents. We look to them for guidance and direction. As we age, more authority figures enter the picture. They come in such forms as educators, law enforcers, and leaders in the workplace. We may even become authority figures ourselves. Authority is a lasting part of the human world. For the purpose of this lesson, we will be discussing authority in the workplace as seen by the managerial theorist Henri Fayol. Henri Fayol is known throughout the world of management theory as the first person to give credence to the importance of human asset management. Though he was born in Istanbul in 1841, Fayol grew up in France. This was where he became an engineer at the age of 19. He later moved up and became the director of the company. In 1914, after being part of the management world for over 30 years, Fayol decided to step down from an active managerial position to focus on the study of management. He believed that the concept of management was not well defined and that neither educators nor managers understood management very well. In 1917, he opened the Center for Administrative Studies, a place where educators could meet and discuss the management concept in an attempt to define better guidelines for teaching the subject. It was during this time that Fayol introduced his 14 principles of management. These principles were what he believed to be the guidelines for effective management. Of the 14 principles, Fayol listed authority as number 2. Though authority has a number of literal meanings, authority in a nutshell is the ability to tell someone what to do. Fayol agreed with the definition of authority, but added that along with authority came responsibility. It is not enough that a manager has authority and can delegate to employees what they can and can't do. They also must take responsibility for the choices they make and the actions they take. Since authority can be a double-edged sword, Fayol believed that managers must be individuals of strong moral character. They must be able to use their authority for the good of the organization and in the best interests of the employees. Used appropriately, authority is a valuable tool for any organization. Used inappropriately, and authority can bring about organizational downfall. Fayol stressed the importance of authority as one of the 14 principles of management simply because he believed that proper use of authority opened the door for interaction with employees. Positive interaction with employees, according to Fayol, would lead to happier employees. Happier employees would directly lead to better productivity. Better productivity would lead to successful organizations. Successful organizations would lead to a better economy. The list goes on and on. Through countless years of research and discovery, managerial theorists have been able to lay the foundation for the management world that we know today. Concepts introduced in the past are accepted as building blocks for the future. Henri Fayol believed that management skills were technical skills that could be both taught and learned. He was right, especially when it came to the skill it took to be in a position of authority. Authority is a skill that can not only be taught, but also improved upon through training and practical experience. Regardless of our position in an organization or in society as a whole, authority is a fact of life. It's a concept that is to be accepted, respected, and handled with care.
Humans crave some sort of order in our lives. Can you even begin to imagine working in an environment where there were no holds barred? You would never know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, or who to answer to. Successful organizations promote order in an attempt to have a smooth flow of operations. In a nutshell, order is the method to the madness that we all incur every day. The next time you walk through the door at work, take a minute to look around you. Pay attention to the order in which you do things and how much planning it took to create that order. You can thank Henri Fayol for his foresight and understanding when it came to management. The study of management has evolved over the last 2 centuries. What was first seen as simply a job has now almost become an art form. There are many theorists that have added thought and research to the study of management. One such theorist was Henri Fayol. Henri Fayol was a French management theorist who lived from 1841 to 1925. Although he was an engineer by trade, he spent the vast majority of his working years as a manager at a French mining organization. The last 30 years with the company were spent as the managing director. It was through this practical experience that Fayol first realized the lack of education when it came to the concept of management. Upon his retirement, Fayol felt compelled to open a facility that would serve as a place for educators to gather and discuss management concept. This facility, known as the Center for Administrative Studies, CAS, opened in Paris in 1917. It was during one of his discussions at the CAS that Fayol proposed what he felt were the 14 needed principles of management. Fayol wanted educators to understand that management was not just any ordinary job. Managers, Fayol felt, must be people of exceptional integrity that were able to be trained to be good managers. His 14 principles were to be guides for managers and benefit both the individual and the organization. In order, the 14 principles are as follows: division of work, authority and responsibility, discipline, unity of command, unity of direction, subordination of individual interest to general interest, remuneration of personnel, centralization, scalar chain, order, equity, stability of tenure of personnel, initiative, esprit de corps, team spirit. In his works, Fayol goes to great detail to explain what each principle means to him. Fayol describes the order principle as the systematic, orderly, and proper arrangement of people, places, and things. In his explanation of the concept of order, Fayol felt that there was no perfect order to anything, but that any form of disorder was unacceptable. Disorder, according to Fayol, led to lost time and increased mistakes, which in turn led to lost productivity and increased costs. Fayol felt that if the right employee was in the right place and doing the right job, then productivity would increase, as would profit. He also felt that having employees work at tasks that maximize their skills would lead to proficient workers, higher productivity, and larger profit margins. In today's world, Fayol's order principle is still highly regarded. In the majority of organizations, human resource departments work to find the employees who are the best fit for a specific job. They also work to ensure that they focus on the needs and well-being of employees. Another example of how Fayol's order principle can be found in today's world is found in the International Organization for Standardization, also known as the ISO. This organization has made achieving order its top priority and has expanded on Fayol's order principle by developing guidelines on how to achieve order within an organization. The ISO is the issuing authority of ISO certification, which tests the compliance of a company with ISO principles. ISO certification is a major component for manufacturing facilities worldwide. Henri Fayol, 1841 to 1925, was a manager at a French mining organization for decades. He opened a facility called the Center for Administrative Studies for Educators to discuss management as a concept. He developed 14 principles of good management, one of which, order, was to help productivity and time saving by systematically ordering and arranging people, places, and things in the work environment. Humans crave some sort of order in our lives. Can you even begin to imagine working in an environment where there were no holds barred? You would never know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, or who to answer to. Successful organizations promote order in an attempt to have a smooth flow of operations. In a nutshell, order is the method to the madness that we all incur every day. The next time you walk through the door at work, take a minute to look around you. Pay attention to the order in which you do things and how much planning it took to create that order. You can thank Henri Fayol for his foresight and understanding when it came to management. The study of management has evolved over the last 2 centuries. What was first seen as simply a job has now almost become an art form. There are many theorists that have added thought and research to the study of management. One such theorist was Henri Fayol. Henri Fayol was a French management theorist who lived from 1841 to 1925. Although he was an engineer by trade, he spent the vast majority of his working years as a manager at a French mining organization. The last 30 years with the company were spent as the managing director. It was through this practical experience that Fayol first realized the lack of education when it came to the concept of management. Upon his retirement, Fayol felt compelled to open a facility that would serve as a place for educators to gather and discuss management concept. This facility, known as the Center for Administrative Studies, CAS, opened in Paris in 1917. It was during one of his discussions at the CAS that Fayol proposed what he felt were the 14 needed principles of management. Fayol wanted educators to understand that management was not just any ordinary job. Managers, Fayol felt, must be people of exceptional integrity that were able to be trained to be good managers. His 14 principles were to be guides for managers and benefit both the individual and the organization. In order, the 14 principles are as follows: division of work, authority and responsibility, discipline, unity of command, unity of direction, subordination of individual interest to general interest, remuneration of personnel, centralization, scalar chain, order, equity, stability of tenure of personnel, initiative, esprit de corps, team spirit. In his works, Fayol goes to great detail to explain what each principle means to him. Fayol describes the order principle as the systematic, orderly, and proper arrangement of people, places, and things. In his explanation of the concept of order, Fayol felt that there was no perfect order to anything, but that any form of disorder was unacceptable. Disorder, according to Fayol, led to lost time and increased mistakes, which in turn led to lost productivity and increased costs. Fayol felt that if the right employee was in the right place and doing the right job, then productivity would increase, as would profit. He also felt that having employees work at tasks that maximize their skills would lead to proficient workers, higher productivity, and larger profit margins. In today's world, Fayol's order principle is still highly regarded. In the majority of organizations, human resource departments work to find the employees who are the best fit for a specific job. They also work to ensure that they focus on the needs and well-being of employees. Another example of how Fayol's order principle can be found in today's world is found in the International Organization for Standardization, also known as the ISO. This organization has made achieving order its top priority and has expanded on Fayol's order principle by developing guidelines on how to achieve order within an organization. The ISO is the issuing authority of ISO certification, which tests the compliance of a company with ISO principles. ISO certification is a major component for manufacturing facilities worldwide. Henri Fayol, 1841 to 1925, was a manager at a French mining organization for decades. He opened a facility called the Center for Administrative Studies for Educators to discuss management as a concept. He developed 14 principles of good management, one of which, order, was to help productivity and time saving by systematically ordering and arranging people, places, and things in the work environment.
During a job interview, what is the one piece of information that you want to know more than anything? Is it what hours you will work? Is it what days you will work? Is it what your job title will be? It's more than likely you'll be thinking about this one. How much will I get paid? That question is exactly what remuneration is all about. So what exactly is remuneration? According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, the word remunerate means to pay an equivalent for a service, loss, or expense. If remunerate means to pay someone, then remuneration means the pay that you receive for a service. We all know that pay is one of the deciding factors when choosing whether or not to accept an offer of employment. But how do we decide what is fair pay? Fortunately for us, the guiding principle for deciding this was established many years ago. Henri Fayol was a management theorist in the late 1800s and early 1900s who also spent the majority of his working life as a manager. It was during his years as a manager that Fayol began to feel that the entire concept of management was not very well defined. There were no real guidelines as to what managers should or should not do, nor was there any instruction on the topic of management. Henri Fayol wanted to change this. He wanted management to be better defined and for the concept of management to be taught as early as primary school. In 1917, a retired Fayol decided to open a facility strictly for the discussion of management, and thus the Center for Administrative Studies, CAS, was born. The CAS was a place where professors could meet, discuss, and develop further understanding of the principles of management. It was during one of these discussions that Fayol introduced his 14 principles of management, the ideas he believed were needed to make management a concrete science. Of those 14 principles, one was remuneration. Henri Fayol believed that a person should be fairly and equitably compensated. His argument was that there should be an understood remunerating policy in place, whereby employees would be paid a piece rate, an hourly rate, a job rate, or a salary. Fayol also believed that bonus pay or profit sharing should exist, but only with reasonable limits. His thoughts were that if an employee was well compensated for a job, then that employee would be satisfied. These guidelines are still used in the management world today. Let's wrap up this video with a brief summary of what we've discussed. First, remuneration refers to the pay or compensation that you receive for a job or service performed. Second, Henri Fayol brought the concept of fair and equitable remuneration to light in the world of management, along with relating that concept back to employee satisfaction. Last but not least, Fayol's theory of remuneration, one of his 14 principles of management, is still a guiding principle in management today. Next time you're negotiating salary in a job interview, take the time to thank Henri Fayol. Without him, that type of discussion may never have existed.
Have you ever been told how to do a project, but when you finished, you felt like there was a better way you could have done it? French mining executive Henri Fayol lived from 1841 to 1925, and while he worked as a CEO, he developed his own ideas about managing. He believed that all supervisors, from foremen to CEOs, should receive some type of managerial training. He developed a list of principles of management. While Fayol believed that there were more than 14 of them, he chose to focus on those he found to be the most useful in his own career. The 14 principles that Fayol concentrated on were division of work, authority and responsibility, discipline, principle of one boss, unity of direction, subordination of individual interests to the general interest, fair remuneration, centralization and decentralization, scalar chain, the chain of management from highest to lowest rank, order, equity, stability of tenure of personnel, initiative, esprit de corps, building harmony and unity. Fayol's ideas were revolutionary during his time, and his ideas and principles influence management thinking to this day. For this reason, Fayol is known as the father of modern management. This lesson will focus just on the initiative principle. Initiative is the eagerness to start actions without being told to start them. For example, when you were a young child, your mom and dad probably had to constantly tell you to clean your room. As you continued to grow and became a teenager, you probably started cleaning your room without being told to do it. You obtained the initiative to clean your room. According to Fayol, under this principle, successful management provides an opportunity to its employees to suggest new ideas, experiences, and more convenient methods of work. Fayol believed that employees should be encouraged to take the initiative in the work assigned to them. Workers can be encouraged with the help of monetary or non-monetary incentives. In other words, Fayol believed that you should encourage your employees to think outside the box by rewarding them with more money or a perk, such as leaving the office early on Fridays. He also believed that employees who have been doing the same job for many years are the best ones to ask about a process, and that managers should seek their advice before making drastic changes. Fayol believed that encouraging workers to take the initiative would help develop an atmosphere of trust and understanding, as well as allow employees to feel like they're part of the team. This should result in happy, energetic, and loyal employees. Henri Fayol was a French mining executive who became a strategist in making the workplace a better place for everyone. Fayol's 14 principles were intended to be a guide for managers to use, while also pursuing efficiency, order, and stability. Just one part of his management principles is initiative, or the eagerness to start actions without being told to start them. Fayol believed that encouraging employees to take the initiative represented a great source of strength for the business. It could be encouraged with monetary or non-monetary incentives and would breed an atmosphere of trust and result in loyal employees.
Henri Fayol was a French mining executive that made significant contributions to administrative management theory. He developed 14 principles that he attributed to his management success. One of these theories is the principle of unity of direction. This theory states there should only be one leader and one plan for a series of activities seeking the accomplishment of the same objective. For example, we have 3 different work teams all completing tasks for the same project. Based on the theory, these teams should all be using the same project plan and being led by the same project leader. This is basically the idea of project management as used in modern businesses. There are 3 main points of rationale behind the principle of unity of direction: building efficient organization and management structures, avoiding unnecessary duplication of effort, minimizing the waste of organizational resources. The idea is that each department of an organization is responsible for specific objectives and uses one plan to complete each objective. One person is in charge of implementing and managing the execution of the plan. Let's say you're the vice president of design for an automotive company. The CEO has directed you to commence the design of a new hybrid prototype SUV. You take personal charge over the project. You hand-select a group of engineers and technicians for the project and assign one of the engineers as the team leader who will answer to you. Only your division will be responsible for the design and production of the prototype, and you are the only leader and decision-maker for the project. All substantive decisions must be presented to you for approval. This approach ensures that no one else is wasting organizational time and resources by duplicating the efforts of your team. The principle of unity of direction is one of the 14 administrative principles developed by Henri Fayol. It is a concept found in administrative management theory. The principle provides that there should be only one leader and one plan for a series of activities seeking the accomplishment of the same objective. The rationale behind this principle is preventing duplication of effort and minimizing the waste of organizational resources.
Henry Fayol, 1841 through 1925, worked for many years as a manager of a mining company in France. He developed his own ideas about managing while serving as the Chief Executive Officer, CEO. He believed that all supervisors of a company, from line supervisors to the president, should receive managerial training. Fayol developed a list of principles of management to help him become a better manager. He believed that there were more than 14 of them, but chose to focus on those he found to be the most useful in his own career. The 14 principles that Fayol concentrated on were division of work, authority and responsibility, discipline, principle of one boss, unity of direction, subordination of individual interests to the general interest, fair remuneration, centralization and decentralization, scalar chain, order, equity, stability of tenure of personnel, initiative, esprit de corps, building harmony and unity. Fayol believed in constant communication between supervisors and employees. Fayol defines the scalar chain as a chain of supervisors ranging from the ultimate authority to the lowest rank. An employee should feel free to contact his supervisor about anything through the scalar chain. Every order, message, request, instruction, or explanation has to pass through the scalar chain. This path shows a company's line of authority and the links through which communications are transmitted from the top to the bottom of a company and back. To avoid possible communication delays, Fayol developed a gangplank. A gangplank is a temporary arrangement between two different points to make communicating quicker and easier. In the figure shown here, if D has to communicate with G, D will send the communication upwards through C, B, A, and then downwards through E and F. It would take some time before G actually got the message. With a gangplank, D can communicate directly with G. Henry Fayol spent a lot of time trying to improve communications between supervisors and employees. Fayol developed the scalar chain, which is the chain of supervisors ranging from the ultimate authority to the lowest rank. He believed that some business problems require an immediate answer, so sometimes employees need to bypass the scalar chain and utilize the gangplank. Fayol's principles were intended to be a guide for managers to use while also pursuing efficiency, order, and stability. Fayol's ideas were revolutionary during his time. His ideas and principles influence management thinking to this day. For this reason, Fayol is known as the father of modern management. Subordination of individual interest to general interest is one of Fayol's 14 administrative principles where any individual's interest that conflicts with an organizational interest must be subordinated to the interests of the organization. The organization must find ways to reconcile the tension between individual and organizational interests. Henri Fayol, 1841 to 1925, was born in France and made significant contributions to administrative management theory. After graduating from the National School of Mines, he began to work for a mining company where he stayed for his entire career, eventually becoming its managing director. During his tenure at the company, he developed 14 principles that he attributed to his management success. Fayol's principle of subordination of individual interests to organizational interests can be difficult to implement in the United States, where cultural ideals hold the importance of individual interests and freedom over those of group interests. A manager needs to find ways to reconcile discrepancies between organizational interests and individual interests as much as possible. Methods available include carefully selecting employees who share organizational goals and values, providing adequate compensation to induce subordination, and careful management and monitoring of employees to ensure they are acting for the organization's interests. Let's say you work as an HR manager for a top car manufacturer. You need to hire a new engineer to work on the company's hybrid car project. In making a hiring selection, you may use a personality test and a series of interview questions to see if there's good alignment between an applicant's interests and values and those of the organization. For example, you may be looking for engineers with passion for green design. You'll also want to develop a sufficiently competitive and fair compensation package to provide an incentive for the new employee to remain loyal to the organization's interests. You prepare an orientation program that educates employees about the organizational values and interests. This program also attempts to demonstrate how these values and interests are in accord with the individual interests of the like-minded employees you've hired. You must now depend on management to ensure the employee doesn't place any conflicting personal interests over those of the organization. Let's review. Henri Fayol developed 14 administrative principles that contributed to administrative management theory. One of the principles is the subordination of individual interests to the organizational interests. Approaches that may be utilized to accomplish this principle include ensuring that personal interests and organizational interests align as closely as possible, providing competitive and fair compensation packages to provide an incentive for an employee to subordinate personal interests, and having careful managerial supervision.
In the late 1800s and early 1900s, with the rise of industry and factories that produced large numbers of consumer items, there developed a school of thought called scientific management, which sought to improve the efficiency of labor and, therefore, profits of the factory owners by analyzing the process of industry and the work environment. This school of thought was initially developed by Frederick Winslow Taylor, a mechanical engineer. Although we don't really use the term scientific management anymore, the tools developed during that era are still used in business and management today. One of the tools used in early scientific management studies, developed by Taylor himself, is the time study, which breaks down the distinct motions required for a work task into separate components and times each motion. The goal is to determine the appropriate amount of time it should take to complete each component of the task. The other tool developed during the scientific management era and discussed in this lesson, the motion study, examines the exact types and numbers of motions required to perform a work task. The goal of the motion study is to eliminate any unnecessary motions from the task, thus increasing productivity. The motion study was developed by Frank and Lillian Gilbreth, a married couple that were significant contributors to scientific management. They had a name for each distinct part of a task, the Thurblig. Let's say you're a 19th century production manager in a steel plant. Your plant uses coal-fired furnaces to heat the steel it produces. The furnaces are fed coal in the old-fashioned way, with a shovel, muscle, and sweat. You decide to perform a time study in an attempt to improve efficiency. First, you break down the shoveling of coal into its distinct motions, picking up the shovel, walking to the coal bin, placing the shovel in the bin, scooping up coal, removing the shovel from the bin, walking over to the furnace door, placing the shovel into the entrance, rotating the shovel to deposit the coal, withdrawing the shovel, and returning to the coal bin. You time each motion. You might use the best workers, that is, the quickest workers, to determine the appropriate amount of time it should take to complete each motion by timing them. You then develop a set of times it should take for an employee to complete each step of the task. Now, let's change the approach a bit by using a motion study. This time you'll not be concerned with timing the motions. You carefully examine the motions required to complete the task of delivering coal into the furnace. You determine which motions are essential to the task and which motions are not necessary. You develop a precise procedure that outlines the motions to be followed in performing the task using only the necessary motions and eliminating all unnecessary motions. Time and motion studies were two of the tools developed within the school of thought called scientific management. Frederick Winslow Taylor started the process by using time studies to improve work efficiency by determining the shortest amount of time it should take to perform each motion in a work task. The Gilbreths contributed with motion studies, which focused on eliminating all unnecessary motions in a work task to improve efficiency. These two tools are commonly still used in management today.
In the early 1920s, classical management theorists such as Frederick Taylor, Henry Gantt, and Frank and Lillian Gilbreth spent their time researching how a specific job was done, what steps were taken by an employee to complete the work, and the amount of time it took a worker to complete a task using different methods. They then used this information to determine the most effective way of completing a task. While these individuals focused on the science of creating specialized work processes and workforce skills to complete production tasks efficiently, critics began to scrutinize classical management theory for its potentially harmful effects on workers. It was not so much the methodology of finding the most effective way to complete a task that concerned critics, but the underlying assumption of classical management theorists that managers and workers would meet halfway on their attitudes towards standardization. However, many believed that placing too much emphasis on standardization of jobs and workers had not created this mental revolution that Taylor and his associates had hoped for, but rather had inadvertently created an attitude among managers at the time that employees were nothing more than an appendage to a machine. While machines and processes could be standardized, critics argued that it was unrealistic to expect that standardization among emotional beings. The two needed to be looked at individually. So as Taylor and other classical management theorists continued their work on standardization, others started to conduct research on the worker, and thus the neoclassical theory of management was born. The neoclassical theory was an attempt at incorporating the behavioral sciences into management thought in order to solve problems caused by classical theory practices. The premise of this inclusion was based on the idea that the role of management is to use employees to get things done in organizations. Rather than focus on production, structures, or technology, the neoclassical theory was concerned with the employee. Neoclassical theorists concentrated on answering questions related to the best way to motivate, structure, and support employees within the organization. Studies during this time, including the popular Hawthorne studies, revealed that social factors, such as employee relationships, were an important factor for managers to consider. It was believed that any manager who failed to account for these social needs of his or her employees could expect to deal with resistance and lower performance. Employees needed to find some intrinsic value in their jobs, which they certainly were not getting from the job that was highly standardized. Rather than placing employees into job roles where they completed one specific task all day with little to no interaction with coworkers, employees could be structured in such a way that they would frequently share tasks, information, and knowledge with one another. The belief was that once employees were placed into this alternate structure, their needs for socialization would be fulfilled, and thus they would be more productive. The neoclassical theory encompasses approaches and theories that focus on the human side of an organization. There are two main sources of neoclassical theory: the human relations movement and the behavioral movement. The human relations movement arose from the work of several sociologists and social psychologists who concern themselves with how people relate and interact within a group. The behavioral movement came from various psychologists who focused on the individual behavior of employees. To better understand these movements, let's take a look at how the work of these various sociologists and psychologists influenced management thought. The human relations movement was a direct result of Elton Mayo and Fritz J. Roethlisberger's Hawthorne studies, which were designed to find ways to increase worker productivity at Western Electric's Hawthorne Works factory by assessing working conditions related to things such as lighting levels, rest periods, and the length of a workday. Those participating in the experiments were watched closely by the researchers. During the experiment, productivity levels of those participating in the experiment increased, but not directly due to the conditions that Mayo and Roethlisberger were imposing on them. Because they could not correlate the increase in productivity to the working conditions that they were controlling in the experiment, alternative causes were explored. Eventually, the researchers attributed the increase in productivity to the higher morale that was witnessed in the group during the experiment. This morale and productivity boost was indirectly caused by the changes the researchers made to the working conditions, including workers feeling special because they were selected to participate in the study and were being paid so much attention by the researchers. workers developing strong interpersonal relationships with one another and their supervisor as they determined how to manage their work together under the new structure. They all valued the contributions of their coworkers. And the strong interpersonal relationships also created a pleasant and enjoyable work environment. The conclusions of the Hawthorne studies illustrated the importance of considering the social and human relation needs of workers. Mayo and Roethlisberger's conclusions about worker productivity increasing due to a feeling of value when management and coworkers showed additional attention was really in sharp contrast to the idea that money was the best way to motivate employees to work at higher levels, which was a common perception at the time. In fact, financial rewards were found to be much less conducive to worker motivation and productivity than fulfilling their social and human relation needs. The Hawthorne studies paved the way for behavioral management theory and have significantly shaped the manner in which employee motivation is accounted for in the workplace. With the human relations movement strongly in place, theorists became increasingly interested in exploring the individual employee and the nature of work itself. Remember, many employees at the time were left searching for some intrinsic value in their work due to the standardization of jobs. Because workers were performing the same task day after day, their individual skills and capabilities were not being challenged. The behavioral movement worked to change all that by researching ways to help employees find personal satisfaction in their jobs by providing meaningful work. The behavioral theory of thought was based on the work of Abraham Maslow, Douglas McGregor, Frederick Hertzberg, and David McClellan, all of whom searched for ways to help motivate employees based on their personal needs. Behavioral psychologists argued that we have a human desire to work towards personal growth, accomplishment, and achievement. Therefore, in addition to providing sufficient pay and showing that managers valued their employees, employers must also provide employees with a path to personal development and achievement. Let's review. The neoclassical theory, which includes the human relations movement and the behavioral movement, encompasses approaches and theories that focus on the human side of an organization. The neoclassical theory was an attempt at incorporating the behavioral sciences into management thought in order to solve the problems caused by classical theory practices. Emphasis shifted from production structures and technology to a focus on social interaction. Neoclassical theorists concentrated on answering questions related to the best way to motivate, structure, and support employees within the organization. Managers were encouraged to create supportive social systems and facilitate the personal development of their workers.
Long before theorists started writing about employee satisfaction and good working conditions, management considered classical leadership, with its sole interest in high production and efficiency, to be the most important to an organization's success. Later, it was concern for worker satisfaction and good working conditions that formed the foundation for behavioral management theory. Behavioral management theory relies on the notion that managers will better understand the human aspect to workers and treat employees as important assets to achieve goals. Management taking a special interest in workers makes them feel like part of a special group. As time went on, thinking shifted and management started looking at employee satisfaction and working conditions as a way to increase productivity. Theorists like Elton Mayo and others studied employee productivity under different conditions to determine a connection. Mayo's Hawthorne experiment provides a good example of this. In the Hawthorne experiment, a group of telephone line workers were separated and observed working in a private room. During their workday, the group members were given special privileges like freedom to leave their workstations, changes in pay rates, and even company-sponsored lunch. What they discovered was the control group produced more than the other employees. The rationale for this increased production was that the group felt that management was interested in their well-being. This began the human relations movement for management. If all management had to do was spend time, express interest in workers' personal well-being, and reward them for a job well done, workers would feel motivation to work harder. In fact, behavior towards work would be positive. Let's see how behavioral management theory works in a modern-day telephone line company. Total telephone line company workers perform the monotonous job of weaving telephone lines together. Managers know the work is boring and often results in poor productivity and absenteeism. Percy oversees the workers as they weave away, making sure each set of wires is perfect. Workers like Lucy and Marcy chit-chat during most of their shift, getting very little done. Daphne daydreams about working as a fashion designer and uses much of her workday sketching haute couture on lunch napkins. Percy used to yell at the ladies and banish them to silence. Daphne even had her pencils taken away from her on several occasions. But productivity did not increase. In fact, it decreased. Percy knew she had to try something new. She had a tough challenge. She is responsible for high productivity. After all, Total Telephone Wire is profit-motivated. Percy researched ways to improve productivity and came across a book on behavioral management theory. She found that a greater concern for employee needs leads to higher satisfaction levels and better overall performance, which leads to behavioral changes in their response to work. Percy changed the way she managed the ladies. She asked questions about their work environment. She even took suggestions about how they can perform their job more efficiently. What Percy discovered is that the more she connected with the ladies, the more motivated they were to perform and do a good job. This changed their behavior towards Percy's drilling orders, and it increased their productivity. Behavior is defined as the way a person conducts themselves towards others. When workers are treated as humans rather than machines, they respond to their particular work situation in a positive way by increasing individual productivity. Percy read the work of theorists who described the things that inspired people to go to work. What she learned was astonishing. While salary is important, it is not the only important consideration. Workers had more intrinsic motives for working, like self-fulfillment, autonomy and empowerment, social status, and personal relationships with coworkers. Motivation is the internal process that directs enduring behavior. For Percy, this means workers are often inspired from within, not always as a result of external factors to work. Motivation comes from many factors: position in the company, pay and stability, benefits, incentives and rewards, interesting work assignments, and common beliefs and values. Percy started an incentive program. Telephone line workers would receive extra money for high production. She also offered benefits like tuition reimbursement so Daphne could attend fashion school. These factors, in combination with things like positive feedback and appraisals, good communication, good working conditions, involvement with decision-making, common goal setting, group processes, and good leader-worker relations, led to a more productive and satisfied set of workers because behavioral management theory relies so heavily on behavioral and motivational factors. In summary, behavioral management theory shifted management's belief that workers were like machines and productivity was the result of management's drive for profits alone. Theorists like Elton Mayo and others began studying the motives and behaviors of employees to find out what motivates employees to work harder. Observing a control group as they worked and manipulating variables like break times revealed that when workers feel a sense of autonomy over their work, their productivity increases. This shocking revelation instigated the need to rethink the leader-worker relationship. This gave way to the notion that workers are intrinsically motivated to work. When work is self-fulfilling and brings a high degree of satisfaction, productivity is high. Managers shifted focus from the mere production and began building strong relationships with workers. To do this, managers provided employees with positive feedback and appraisals, good working conditions, involvement in decision-making, and good communication. Ultimately, managers who show concern for workers have high productivity because workers experience increased satisfaction.
Meet Tom. He's a young college graduate who was employed at Trekkie Technology about 6 months ago. Tom is miserable at Trekkie because he cannot stand the people that he works with. Jim is arrogant. Mary is a constant complainer. Sarah spends more time gossiping than working, and Tom's boss Bill is never around when Tom needs him. Instead of focusing on his job, Tom spends much of his workday distracted, trying to keep his emotions in check so that he does not tell his coworkers what he really thinks of them. Needless to say, Tom avoids these people at all costs, which is relatively easy due to his coworkers' preoccupations with themselves and others keeping them away from their desks. Meet Jenny. She was in Tom's graduating class, but is employed at the Force Technology, a direct competitor of Trekkie Technology. Unlike Tom, Jenny loves her job, especially because of the people who she works with. Jenny has always found the Force to be a great place to work because her coworkers and manager are supportive and work together to help each other succeed. Jenny's manager Irene considers herself part of the team and even shares the same workspace as her subordinates. Jenny is able to focus on her work, ask questions when needed, and is highly productive as a result. What makes Tom and Jenny so different? They both graduated from the same school. They both work for technology companies. However, what is clearly different is the social context in which they perform their work. Tom works in a distracting, negative work environment, whereas Jenny works in a supportive and inspiring work environment. Productivity is directly affected by these work environments. For Tom, productivity is diminished, but for Jenny, productivity increases. The correlation between the social context of workplace environment and employee productivity can be best understood by examining the Hawthorne effect. The Hawthorne effect is a psychological phenomenon in which participants in studies change their behavior or performance in response to being observed by the individual conducting the study. In the workplace, the Hawthorne effect can explain how the more attention an employee receives from managers, coworkers, and customers, the higher the level of effort and employee productivity. Essentially, productivity increases when employees think they're being watched or observed closely. The term Hawthorne effect was derived from the location where the phenomenon was first witnessed during a series of experiments, Hawthorne, Illinois. What are commonly known as the Hawthorne experiments consisted of 2 studies conducted by the Western Electric Company's Hawthorne Works just outside of Chicago from 1924 to 1932. The Hawthorne studies were designed to find ways to increase worker productivity. Up until this point, the focus of increasing productivity in workers was based on Frederick Taylor's work in finding the best possible way to perform a task and using financial rewards as incentives to increase employee motivation. The Hawthorne experiments were also along those same lines. The first experiment, conducted by a group of engineers, looked at what effects lighting levels had on employee performance at Western Electric. The results of the study showed that even as lighting levels decreased, employee performance continued to increase. That is, until the workers could no longer see, after which productivity naturally declined. Essentially, the experiment showed that productivity increased as lighting decreased, which was not what was expected. The second experiment was conducted a few years later by Elton Mayo and Fritz J. Roethlisberger, who supervised a group of 5 women in a bank writing room. As part of the experiment, the women were given special privileges, such as periodic breaks for work, free lunches, and pay increase incentives. This study also resulted in increased employee performance. Mayo and Roethlisberger did not attribute the increased performance to the special privileges. Rather, they concluded that the increased levels of productivity were a result of the supervisory arrangement. That is, because the experiment placed the observers in close proximity to the 5 women being observed, the interest in the workers on the part of the observers is what increased the motivation to modify performance by the 5 women. The 5 women wanted to be seen as high performers by the observers. This was similar to the first experiment. Workers' productivity increased when lighting decreased because the workers knew they were being watched, not because of the lighting itself. The conclusion from the Hawthorne studies illustrates the importance of considering the social and human relations needs of workers. Mayo and Roethlisberger's conclusion about productivity being increased when management and coworkers made employees feel valued by showing them additional attention was in sharp contrast to the common perceptions of that time. Suddenly, financial rewards were found to be much less conducive to worker motivation and productivity. The Hawthorne studies paved the way for behavioral management theory and have significantly shaped the manner in which employee motivation is accounted for in the workplace. The Hawthorne effect can explain how the more attention an employee receives from managers, coworkers, and customers, the higher the level of effort and employee productivity. Essentially, productivity increases when employees think that they're being watched or observed closely. If we go back to our example of Tom, his manager was never around when Tom needed him, and his coworkers were more interested in themselves or gathering the latest gossip on others. This allowed for Tom's productivity to decline. However, Jenny's work environment was much different in that she worked closely with her coworkers and manager, a factor that Jenny felt increased her level of productivity. Because Jenny worked collaboratively with her coworkers and manager and knew they were aware of her actions, she felt a sense of teamwork and a desire to be productive with others watching. The legacy of the Hawthorne studies lives on as we continue to regard social and human relations as crucial aspects of business management. Let's review. The Hawthorne effect is a psychological phenomenon in which participants in studies change their behavior or performance in response to being observed by the individual conducting the study. The term Hawthorne effect was derived from the location where the phenomenon was first witnessed during a series of experiments designed to find ways to increase worker productivity. The Hawthorne experiments consisted of 2 studies, one on lighting levels at Western Electric Company's Hawthorne Works, and the other on offering special privileges to 5 bank workers. What was not blatantly obvious at the time soon became a staple of behavioral management theory, that it is important to consider the social and human relations needs of workers. Such needs have a direct effect on employee performance and levels of productivity. In the workplace today, the Hawthorne effect can explain how the more attention an employee receives from managers, coworkers, and customers, the higher the level of effort and employee productivity. Essentially, productivity increases when employees think they are being watched or observed closely.
Effectively motivating employees has long been one of management's most important and challenging duties. Motivation refers to the psychological processes that stimulate excitement and persistence of voluntary actions aimed at some goal. Because motivation can be highly individualized, managers use a wide range of techniques to keep their employees motivated and happy. Therefore, it is essential for managers to understand the psychological processes involved in motivation so that they can effectively direct employees towards organizational goals. Needs theories attempt to identify internal factors that motivate an individual's behavior and are based on the premise that people are motivated by unfulfilled needs. For example, if you were dissatisfied with living in your parents' basement at age 40, you might go out and find your own apartment. In doing so, you will fulfill the need for privacy, independence, and the ability to bring a date home without having to explain why you still live with your parents. Needs are psychological or physiological insufficiencies that provoke some type of behavioral response. The needs a person has can range from weak to strong and can vary based on environmental factors, time, and place. One of the most popular needs theories is Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. Maslow proposed that motivation is the result of a person's attempt at fulfilling 5 basic needs: physiological, safety, social, esteem, and self-actualization. According to Maslow, these needs can create internal pressures that can influence a person's behavior. Physiological needs are those needs required for human survival, such as air, food, water, shelter, clothing, and sleep. As a manager, you can account for physiological needs of your employees by providing comfortable working conditions, reasonable work hours, and the necessary breaks to use the bathroom and eat and/or drink. Safety needs include those needs that provide a person with a sense of security and well-being. Personal security, financial security, good health, and protection from accidents, harm, and their adverse effects are all included in safety needs. As a manager, you can account for the safety needs of your employees by providing safe working conditions, secure compensation such as a salary and job security, which is especially important in a bad economy. Social needs, also called love and belonging, refer to the need to feel a sense of belonging and acceptance. Social needs are important to humans so that they do not feel alone, isolated, and depressed. Friendships, family, and intimacy all work to fulfill social needs. As a manager, you can account for the social needs of your employees by making sure that each of your employees know one another, encouraging cooperative teamwork, being an accessible and kind supervisor, and promoting a good work-life balance. Esteem needs refer to the need for self-esteem and respect, with self-respect being slightly more important than gaining respect and admiration from others. As a manager, you can account for the esteem needs of your employees by offering praise and recognition when the employee does well, offering promotions and additional responsibility to reflect your belief that they are a valued employee. Self-actualization needs describe a person's need to reach his or her full potential. The need to become what one is capable of is something that is highly personal. While I might have the need to be a good parent, you might have the need to hold an executive level position within your organization. Because this need is individualized, as a manager, you can account for this need by providing challenging work, inviting employees to participate in decision making, and give them flexibility and autonomy in their jobs. As the name of the theory indicates, Maslow believed that these needs exist in a hierarchical order. This progression principle suggests that lower-level needs must be met before higher-level needs. The deficit principle claims that once a need is satisfied, it is no longer a motivator, because an individual will take action only to satisfy unmet needs. If you look at this pyramid, you can see how Maslow's needs are organized, with basic physiological needs such as air, food, water, and sleep at the bottom, and the idea of self-actualization, or when a person reaches the full potential in life, at the top. Again, according to Maslow, before a person can take action to satisfy a need at any level on this pyramid, the needs below it must already be satisfied. To better understand how Maslow's hierarchy works, let's take a look at the following example. Meet Eric. He is a young boy who just started his summer vacation and cannot wait to go outside and play with his friends. As he walks towards the door, he hears his stomach growl and realizes that in his excitement, he forgot to eat. Eric knows that he won't be able to have fun playing outside if he is hungry, so he stops off at the fridge and grabs a bite to eat, as well as a bottle of water to take with him outside in case he gets thirsty. Eric has now satisfied his basic physiological needs. Once outside, Eric notices a creepy individual in a van sitting down the street offering his friends some bottled water to drink. Just then, Eric realizes that he left his bottle of water sitting on the kitchen counter. Eric sure is thirsty, but this man makes Eric feel unsafe. Unfortunately, the need to satisfy his thirst is stronger than his need for safety. So Eric approaches the van and asks the man for some water to drink. When the man turns around, Eric sees that the man is none other than his fourth-grade teacher, Mr. Jenkins. Eric's need for safety was fulfilled once he recognized that he was no longer in danger. But even if this need was not met, Eric still would have been able to fulfill the lower-level physiological need by getting water, even if the guy did not turn out to be someone Eric knew. After playing outside for a few more hours with his friends, which satisfies Eric's social needs, a new kid on the block joins them. Eric's friend Mark introduces the new kid as Bruno. Bruno starts to bully Eric, which makes Eric feel unsafe. Even though Eric wants to continue to fulfill his social need by hanging out with his friends, he chooses to go back inside because his need for safety overrules his social needs. When Eric gets back inside, he reflects on how much self-respect he has and knows that he did not deserve to be treated like that by Bruno. He gets bored quickly and feels left out, so he heads back outside. Eric's social needs become more important than his esteem needs. While Eric knows Bruno will continue to insult him, he cares more about fulfilling his social needs by hanging out with a larger group. Eric really wants to be the most popular kid in the group. This is Eric's self-actualization need. He sees that goal getting closer when Bruno starts to pick on Mark, who currently holds the title of most popular. Eric knows that he could join Bruno and show that he is cooler than Mark, and thus more popular. However, Eric fears that this may cause Mark to dislike him, and Eric's need for esteem and respect are more important to him than his need for self-actualization. So he asks Bruno to stop teasing Mark. Eric knows there will be other chances to steal the title of most popular, which won't tarnish his reputation as a nice guy. Let's review. Needs theories attempt to identify internal factors that motivate an individual's behavior and are based on the premise that people are motivated by unfulfilled needs. One of the most popular needs theories is Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. Maslow proposed that motivation is the result of a person's attempt at fulfilling 5 basic needs: physiological, safety, social, esteem, and self-actualization. Physiological needs are those needs required for human survival, such as air, food, water, shelter, clothing, and sleep. Safety needs include those needs that provide a person with a sense of security and well-being. Personal security, financial security, good health, and protection from accidents, harm, and their adverse effects are all included in safety needs. Social needs, also called love and belonging, refer to the need for a sense of belonging and acceptance. Social needs are important to humans so that they do not feel alone, isolated, and depressed. Friendships, family, and intimacy all work to fulfill social needs. Esteem needs refer to the need for self-esteem and respect, with self-respect being slightly more important than gaining respect and admiration from others. Self-actualization needs describe a person's need to reach his or her full potential. Maslow's theory is based on 2 principles. Progression principle suggests that lower-level needs must be met before higher-level needs. Deficit principle claims that once a need is satisfied, it is no longer a motivator because an individual will take action only to satisfy unmet needs. As a manager, you should review the specific steps that can be taken to provide your employees with the means of satisfying all of Maslow's needs. Remember, a motivated employee is an asset to any organization, and it is up to you to provide motivators to your employees. Much like a bomb, assumptions are a dangerous thing to make. Just the slightest little mistake and you can end up blowing yourself up. However, one person who seemed to be unafraid of self-inflicted explosions was Douglas McGregor, a behavior management theorist who was heavily influenced by both Abraham Maslow and the Hawthorne studies. McGregor proposed that there were 2 types of managers: ones who assumed a negative view of their employees, also known as the Theory X managers, and the others who assumed a positive view of workers, or the Theory Y managers. So grab your bomb repellent, and let's explore these 2 different types of managers by discussing the assumptions of each. Xavier is a Theory X manager, and when I say X, I don't mean the type that marks a treasure. In fact, quite the opposite is true. As a Theory X manager, Xavier believes that his workers hate the idea of having to go to work and do so only to earn a paycheck and the security that it offers, are inherently lazy, lack ambition, and prefer to be directed on what to do rather than assume responsibility on their own, are self-centered and care only about themselves and not the organization or its goals, making it necessary for the manager to coerce, control, direct, or threaten with punishment in order to get employees to work towards organizational goals. They also dislike change and tend to resist it at all costs. Xavier assumes that his employees show up for work for their paycheck and the security that a regular paying job offers. As soon as that need is satisfied, the employees have no additional motivation for coming to work. Therefore, Xavier believes his role as a manager is to coerce and control his employees to work towards organizational goals. Yoko is a Theory Y manager, and when I say why here, think why not? Why not assume the best in people? As a Theory Y manager, Yoko believes that her employees accept work as a normal part of their day, and it's right next to recreation and rest. They are not lazy at all. In fact, when the proper motivations and rewards are in place, employees are not only willing, but purposefully driven to seek out responsibility and challenges on their own. And they're full of potential. And it's through their own creativity, ingenuity, and imagination that organizational goals are met. Yoko assumes that her employees are full of potential and that it is her role as a manager to help develop that potential so that the employees can work towards a common organizational goal. Yoko must also try to harness the motivational energy of her employees through things such as giving them more autonomy, responsibility, power, trust, feedback, and involving them in the decision-making process. As the old saying goes, be careful what you wish for because you just might get it. McGregor cautioned both types of managers against what he called self-fulfilling prophecies, whereby an employee will act just as the manager assumed they would due to the manager's own actions and behaviors. Essentially, if you hold people to a certain expectation, whether that be good or bad, your own actions as a manager will influence those employees to act accordingly. A manager's behavior and expectations are as contagious as the plague, and as such, McGregor acknowledged both types of managers as being a legitimate means of motivating employees, but felt that you would get much better results through the use of Theory Y rather than Theory X. Douglas McGregor believed that there were two types of managers, Theory X and Theory Y. The role of the Theory X manager is to coerce and control employees to work towards organizational goals. The Theory X manager assumes employees hate the idea of having to go to work and do so only to earn a paycheck and the security that it offers. They are inherently lazy, lack ambition, and prefer to be directed on what to do rather than assume responsibility on their own. They are self-centered and care only about themselves and not the organization or its goals, making it necessary for a manager to coerce, control, direct, or threaten with punishment in order to get them to work towards the organizational goals. They also dislike change and tend to resist it at all costs. The Theory Y manager believes that their role is to help develop an employee's potential so that they can work towards a common organizational goal. The Theory Y manager assumes that employees accept work as a normal part of their day, right next to recreation and rest. They are not lazy at all. In fact, when proper motivations and rewards are in place, employees are not only willing, but purposefully driven to seek out responsibility and challenges on their own. The employees are full of potential, and it is through their own creativity, ingenuity, and imagination that organizational goals are met. McGregor cautioned both types of managers against what he called self-fulfilling prophecies, whereby an employee will act just as the manager assumed they would due to the manager's own actions and behaviors. McGregor acknowledged both types of managers as being a legitimate means of motivating employees, but felt that you could get much better results through the use of Theory Y rather than Theory X.
The halo effect describes an error in thinking in which you make specific inferences about a person, thing, or process based upon a single trait or general impression. The halo effect distorts a proper analysis of the subject. It creates a bias in future analysis when you have a preconceived notion of prior performance. This halo effect can be countered by the use of independent data in your analysis. The halo effect often occurs in business and adversely affects the analysis of the performance of employees, management, and the business in general. The halo effect can incorrectly generalize the success of one aspect of a business upon the entire business, or generalize a good trait of a manager or employee, assuming complete effectiveness of that manager or employee. Conversely, the halo effect can cause you to wrongfully blame a failure on a particular trait of a business, manager, or employee that was once considered great. In other words, company performance shapes how we perceive a company's business strategy, leaders, employees, culture, and other elements. In fact, some things we perceive as the cause of performance may really be the result of performance. Let's go over some examples. Let's say that your company has been highly successful over the past 2 years in developing a new social network service. Profits have continued rising and market share continues to double quarter over quarter. Business journalists hail your company as innovative, visionary, lean, and hungry. Its management was considered brilliant and relentlessly dedicated. However, the last 2 quarters have been quite disappointing. Now the journalists, analysts, and your shareholders are claiming that your company has lost its vision, stopped being innovative, and became too complacent. They also claim that management has become lazy and uninspired. However, there is no objective data to support the accusations. The analysis is erroneous because of the halo effect. Neither the company's past success nor recent problems are solely related to the few traits that were given credit or blame. Now, let's say you are a manager of a research and development team for a gaming software company. 2 years ago, your team created a new game that was the highest grossing computer game of the year and a recipient of numerous industry awards. The industry hailed the creators of the game as brilliant and innovative risk takers. But the next game developed by your team was a failure. You erroneously believe the reason for the failure was that your team became too risk-averse and complacent with its previous methods of development. In reality, the team took risks with innovative ideas just as much this time. You and others placed too much emphasis on a few traits, causing the success, and then blamed the perceived absence of those same traits on the failure. The halo effect is an important analytical fallacy, or error in reasoning, of which business managers and analysts must be aware. The halo effect occurs when you make specific inferences based on generalizations. This distorts the proper analysis of the causes of good or poor performance because it leads to bias in future analyses due to the preconceived generalizations about prior performance. The halo effect can be countered by the use of independent data in your analysis. In the late 1920s, managers at Hawthorne Works, a large manufacturer operating in Illinois, asked themselves this question: are our employees more productive in a well-lit environment than they are in a poorly lit environment? This was really the beginning of the quality revolution in American business, and questions that now seem simple to us had to be answered. To answer their question, managers at Hawthorne Works hired some consultants and commissioned a study. Their findings are probably what you would expect. Well-lit lighting increased productivity, as did a few other variables, such as having a clean workstation, allowing employees to build and work in teams, and having regular breaks. While these were the direct findings from the Hawthorne study, none of them were groundbreaking. But the researchers made another observation, one that led to an idea taught in nearly every business textbook used in the last 70 years. During the Hawthorne study, when researchers adjusted an independent variable, the variable that can be manipulated to measure its impact on another dependent variable, productivity changed. But after a relatively short time, those productivity gains disappeared, and output ended up drifting back to the previous level. The conclusion was that changes in the work environment could impact productivity, but those productivity gains are only short-term. Like any good researcher would, those working with Hawthorne Works scratched their heads and asked why. Their answer became known as the Hawthorne effect, and is the same principle that leads most drivers to slow down when they see a cop. Like the speeder reacting when seeing a cop, the participants of the Hawthorne Works study changed their behavior because they were receiving attention, but once that attention was gone, they reverted to their normal behavior. We can see examples of the Hawthorne effect in business every day. If a single promotion opportunity becomes available, those in the organization that want the promotion will change their behaviors, perhaps work a little harder, stay a little later, or try to stand out a little more. Once the promotion is given, those that didn't get it will likely return to their previous behavior. They know they are being watched while the promotion decision is being made, so they improve their performance. But most of the time, it's only a temporary change. The same thing happens during any period of performance appraisal. When regulators, auditors, or compliance reviewers visit, managers and employees will be on their best behavior. But as soon as their guests leave, everyone returns to the status quo. Whenever someone changes their behavior because they are receiving attention, only to return to normal when the attention wanes, the Hawthorne effect is at work. The Hawthorne studies conducted by Hawthorne Works in the 1920s to study employee productivity, all began with a question: are our employees more productive in a well-lit environment than they are in a poorly lit environment? While the studies showed increased productivity with better lighting and other factors, the researchers also saw that once the studies had concluded, the productivity returned to its base level. This gave birth to the idea known as the Hawthorne effect, which essentially states that people change their behavior when they know they're being watched, whether it's by a compliance reviewer visiting the office or a traffic cop watching the highway for speeding drivers.
Sensitivity training is a type of group training that focuses on helping organizational members to develop a better awareness of group dynamics and their roles in the group. The training often addresses issues such as gender and multicultural sensitivity, as well as sensitivity towards the disabled. The goal of the training is focused on individual growth. Kurt Lewin and Ronald Lippett originally developed the technique in the 1940s. The contemporary workplace is very diverse and is becoming more so every day. Managers need to understand, be sensitive, and be able to adapt to the various needs, concerns, and characteristics of a multitude of different people. Sensitivity training will help managers to personally cultivate good interpersonal relationships with members of their team and help facilitate respective and productive group relations among team members. A core part of sensitivity training is sharing your own perceptions of everyone else in the group. This is supposed to provide information about your characteristics, concerns, emotional issues, and other things that you may have in common with the group members. Consequently, sensitivity training has been compared to group psychotherapy because it involves exploration and sharing of emotions, personality, and relationships. However, the group's focus is very practical. The focus is on the current issues facing everyone and the organization. The training does not explore any deep psychological causes of an individual's behavior. The primary objective of sensitivity training is to educate you and the other participants about more constructive behavior that will be beneficial to you and everyone else in the organization. It helps an individual by providing insight into your behavior and helps you develop corrective emotional and behavioral actions. Feedback is also an essential element of sensitivity training. Feedback from other members in the group session will help you determine if the behavior exhibiting is meaningful or effective. It also provides a means of continuously learning appropriate conduct throughout the group session. Trainers attempt to break down your inhibitions, helping to facilitate the frankness and self-expression necessary for effective communication for the purposes of the training. You should note that the goals of sensitivity training might not always align well with the goals of your organization. Sensitivity training seeks to produce more openness and sensitivity in others to improve interpersonal relations. This can certainly benefit an organization, as we discussed in the previous section, but you must keep in mind that organizational goals are often related to more impersonal objectives, such as increases in profitability and performance, which may not necessarily sync well with the goals of creating a more sensitive and open workplace. Consequently, the training must be adjusted to align with organizational goals as appropriate. Say you are an outside trainer hired to facilitate a sensitivity training workshop held at a local hotel for a medium-sized manufacturing company. You have a group of 9 production supervisors. There are 2 Caucasian women, as well as 2 Hispanic, 1 African American, and 4 Caucasian males participating. You help facilitate the participation of all members by guiding the group session in such a manner that all participants share their current behavioral norms, interpersonal relations, and related emotions at the workplace. Issues raised include racial diversity, cultural diversity, and gender diversity, and how participants deal with each of these issues at work. Feedback is encouraged and given, providing each participant insight into their behavior and any type of corrective actions that need to be taken. Sensitivity training is a method of group training that focuses on helping participants develop a better awareness of group dynamics and their roles in the group. It often addresses issues such as gender and multicultural sensitivity, as well as sensitivity towards the disabled. During the training, members share their current behaviors and emotions regarding the diversity issues, and feedback is provided. The goal is to increase understanding of your emotions and behavior regarding these diversity and interpersonal relation issues, and to be given help in making any necessary corrective action.
Throughout history, there have been managers. Well, the reality is, way back in the day, they were called leaders or adventurers. But as time went on, the term manager began to take hold. No one would ever think Christopher Columbus managed his way to the Americas, or that George Washington managed the U.S. Army. In many cases, these guys knew what they wanted to do, or knew what they had to do, and did it. Even today, we typically do not talk about managers per se, but rather leaders. Manager has become more of an adjective than a noun, describing what someone does or their role. Bill manages the department, she's a great manager, he managed the team very well, etc. What we have to understand is that a leader does indeed manage what they are responsible for. And, over time, there have been multiple theories of management that have evolved and that these leaders use as a guiding force behind the management or leadership philosophy. The three most recognized management theories are the quantitative approach. This approach is centered on statistics and mathematical techniques. Sounds like a boatload of fun if you ask me. The systems approach. As one could probably guess, this approach focuses on systems that, when put together, make a whole unit, kind of like a jigsaw puzzle. The contingency approach. This approach believes there is no one system or approach to managing an organization. These guys believe you take it as it comes, but plan to deal with issues if they pop up. Anyone who has ever had a baby knows moms and dads have contingency plans all over the place just in case Junior gets sick, is hungry, or needs a nap. So, in this lesson, let's take a look at these different theories and how they shape how leaders, managers, manage these areas or companies they are responsible for. It's important to understand, though, that in one company, all these different approaches can be used. There's not one that is better than another, just different. And sometimes they have to be blended together for company or organization to run. Okay, get out your slide rules and calculators, because that is what this approach uses as its guiding principle. You see, the quantitative approach is solely reliant on statistics and data. The big word we are looking for here is quantitative, which means the measurement of quantity or amount. So a bunch of really smart people get together and they crunch and crunch data to decide how a business should run or be managed. Scientists use this approach a great deal, and in many cases, so do accountants and finance people, mainly because their world revolves around data. It is not glamorous or creative. Heck, it could even be said it isn't fun. But someone has to do it, and at each part of a company or organization needs people to use this approach. Think about if you had a manufacturing company that made flying monkeys. Well, someone has to statistically look at the data to make sure the monkeys are flying as far as they should and monitor if you are producing any defective monkeys. And no one wants a defective monkey. This data, once it gathered, is presented to the company for review and action if needed. Now let's talk a little about the systems approach. When I was younger, I used to play with Legos, those little building blocks that I could make a house or a car out of. Okay, I thought it looked like a house or a car, but it probably looked more like a squid that was in a train wreck. In many ways, the systems approach to management is very much like Legos. The system approach takes a viewpoint that a company is really an interconnected group of systems that all work together, or should work together. The best way to view the system is by thinking of a company as a machine. You have inputs, material, information, or data that goes into the machine. Processes, work that is done to the material, information, or data while it's in the machine. And outputs, the final product that comes out of the machine. Okay, so in this system, managers see the company as one big machine that has to work together to take inputs and make them outputs. As an example, let's look at a toaster. The systems approach to management believes you put in bread, turn on the toaster, and when the process is done, toast comes out, hopefully not burned too much. Their job or belief is to work with each part of the system to make sure the end result is what is needed. What went in, what happened while it was in there, and what it looked like when it came out. To compare this to the quantitative approach, a manager that follows that approach would only want to know data about how long the bread was in the toaster and the level of, toasting that happened when it came out. So we can begin to see how, in some companies, we have a blending of approaches to managing the work or organization. One wants to keep and track data to see how the company is functioning, and in many cases, that data can be presented to the manager that follows the systems approach to make changes needed if things are not running right in the process. All this planning and thought is great, but you know what? Stuff happens. Systems break down, parts are not correct, people call in sick, and buildings slide into the ocean. Thus, it is the contingency approach to management that takes this viewpoint into account by believing there is no one set way to manage a company. In a nutshell, These are the people that believe the car will run and will get to the destination, but will always have a spare tire, lug wrench, and cell phone in case what is supposed to happen, the car getting to where it's supposed to go, does not happen. Individuals that follow this approach believe there is no one way to manage a system or company. For these individuals, all the facets of management, planning, leading, organizing, controlling, are different for every circumstance. Very much like men's clothing stores that sell suits. Every suit has to be tailored to the person buying it. Some are short, thin, tall, plus-sized, whatever. And you have to address each circumstance as it comes at you. Sure, you can speak with the person that believes in the quantitative approach to get statistics on how many tall people come into your store each day. And you can talk to the person that believes in the systems approach and have a process to handle all the different material coming in so you can make the suits fast. But the contingency approach deals with the simple fact that you do not know what the day will bring. You could have data that says 100 tall men will come into the stores each week, but that does not tell you who will come in that day. Similarly, the systems approach can be in place to take that same data and make sure you are ready to produce tall suits as quickly as you can. However, with the contingency approach, we will sit there and say we do not know what is really going to happen, so we have to be prepared to shift gears and react if needed. These are the people that are ready for a day of 25 plus size people and 50 short people when everyone else was geared up for a parade of basketball players to come in. So as you can see, each of these approaches to management can stand on its own, but it is best to have them all working together as every company needs them to be present. When we look at a football team, you could indeed put a team on the field of all quarterbacks. That is probably not the best team to put out there. No, instead you use linemen, running backs, wide receivers, etc. to build a complete team. The same is true for blending these different types of approaches. The quantitative approach. The approach is centered on statistics and mathematical techniques. The systems approach. This approach focused on systems that, when put together, make a whole unit. The contingency approach. The approach that believes there is no one system or approach to manage an organization. Now, hopefully, you can see that a company needs finance and data analysis people, quantitative approach, process and systems people, systems approach, and contingency people, contingency approach, to truly be a well-rounded organization ready for just about anything. There has to be someone analyzing the data so the systems people can make adjustments, while the contingency people are prepared in case something goes wrong with the process. No one would ever think that from a war, a new method of management could be born. When we think of wars, there are a lot of images that come to mind, but certainly new management methods are not one of those images. However, during World War II, scientists, mathematicians, and physicists all got together to solve some military problems, most notably the atomic bomb. This cooperation and teamwork was the foundation that helped develop the quantitative school of management. Now, you see, management was looked at as a group of systems to improve decision-making. I do not think anyone could argue that when your problem is how to split an atom, the decision-making has to be very precise and incorporate statistical analysis, information models, and computer simulations. The quantitative school of management strives to combine classic management theory and behavioral science through the use of statistical models and simulations. Wow, let's try to put that in a little more easily understood terminology. First, we have to understand classic management theory. Classic management theory focused on how to find the best possible way for workers to perform their tasks. In practice, it was broken down further into two parts. First, how to increase productivity, the classical science branch. And second, how management or the company can be organized to achieve productivity, the classic administrative branch. These two areas of focus work together to develop theories and ideas that help companies be more effective. The behavioral aspect came into play when companies started looking at how to motivate, lead, and indeed manage their employees. Companies realized that people were a part of the equation and needed to be incorporated into the entire process. This part of the process looked at how people behaved and why they behaved the way they did, then blended those findings into management theories to get more out of the workers. From these beginnings, companies began to look more scientifically at decision-making and not just with reactive thought processes and gut instincts. Quantitative management theory, QMT, began to shape and form specific areas of how decisions could be processed to ensure a more informed result. Since this theory really started with scientists and mathematicians, it's easy to see how a great deal of the theories and processes they developed centered on statistics, models, and data to get the best possible result. That thought process pushed the QMT to be structured in the following areas: management science, operations management, management information systems, systems management theory. Let's take a look at these in a little more detail so you can see how they helped shape and develop the quantitative school of management as well as how decisions are made. Management science originally started to treat the problems that could occur or arise with global warfare. Pretty nice beginning, huh? In today's world, it encourages and supports managers in using math and statistics to solve problems. When we take a second to think about it, most of the time managers are using statistics and some sort of math, I know we all love math, to better understand problems so they can come up with the right solution. Operations management focuses on managing the process of blending materials, employees in the form of labor, and capital, money and equipment, into useful goods or services. In many ways, it can be looked at like a traffic cop directing all the parts of traffic. Materials can go that way and employees can go this way, while capital has to wait for the light to change. In the end, these three areas come together to help the final product leave the factory or be presented to the customer. Management information systems organize data from the past, present, and what could be projected from sources within the company and outside the company and processes it into usable information. This information helps managers make decisions because it supplies information, such as tracking trends or showing what might happen to a company in 90 days if sales stay the way they are. It literally manages all this information and makes it available for managers to look at, review, and analyze. Systems management theory is a little more basic to understand. It takes inputs, puts them through a transformation process, produces outputs, and finally gives feedback on the system the company is using. That system could be production, or a system for paying their bills, or even accounting. If we look at a system like a machine, it's easy to understand the process. Take baking a cake, for example. The cake goes into the oven, input. Then the oven heats up and bakes the cake, transformation process. The cake is taken out of the oven, output, and tasted, feedback. Hopefully, if you did all this right, you have a good tasting cake as opposed to a doorstop or a paperweight. All four of these, management science, operations management, management information systems, and a systems management theory, can be present in a company to help managers make decisions. Just like our cake example, some people might use more sugar than others to bake a cake, or some may use a different type of oven, but in the end the cake does get baked. So, these four areas can be present in a company in varying degrees and used by some or all of the departments and managers to help them make decisions. The impact of the quantitative school of management has been tremendous. Literally, it has changed the way managers look at and address issues and make decisions. Before it was developed, managers would go a lot more on gut feeling and history to make decisions. While that worked for some time, as the world grew more competitive, managers had to solve problems in a more exact manner than just guessing. Think of a situation where you have an older person and a younger one. In today's world, if there is a problem to solve, and the older person presents his or her thoughts based on gut instinct and history, this would be the old classic approach, while the younger person brings in data and systems and reports that shows trends. Whom do you think the executive team of the company is going to listen to? So, the quantitative school of management is combined of many different parts. The quantitative school of management strives to combine classic management theory and behavioral science through the uses of statistical models and simulations. Classic management theory focused on how to find the best possible way for workers to perform their tasks and was the predecessor to the quantitative school of management theory. From there, the quantitative school of management theory developed into four areas. Management science encourages and supports a manager in using math and statistics to solve problems. Operations management focuses on managing the process of blending materials, employees in the form of labor and capital, money and equipment, into useful goods or services. Management information systems organize data from the past, present, and what can be projected from sources within the company and outside the company and processes it into usable information. And finally, systems management theory takes inputs, puts them through a transformation process, produces outputs, and finally gives feedback on the systems the company is using. All this allows us to look at problems with more data and make better decisions. I like the ocean, and I always have. There's something soothing about being at the beach, seeing and hearing the waves roll in, and feeling the sand between my toes. One of the other cool things about being at the ocean is the sea life. Now, I'm not talking about running into a great white shark or anything like that, but the sea life you see as you walk along the beach or climb out over the breakers. One of the sea animals that I always come across are starfish in all different shapes and sizes. One of the cool things about starfish is that if they lose an arm, it will grow back. Pretty cool trick if I say so myself. And while that might be cool for a starfish, the same situation does not exist in business. You see, if business was a starfish, it would have multiple arms that could represent operations, finance, marketing, sales, human resources. If any of these arms fall off, it cannot grow back and will most certainly damage the organization. And while they are all very important to the organization, for this lesson we are going to focus on the operations arm of the company. This arm is responsible for ensuring the company produces a product efficiently and ultimately helps with the profitability of the company, while also making sure customers are happy with their final product. If you ever want to get a real-world look at operations management, just take a look at how your Thanksgiving dinner comes together. You see, operations management can be described as the overseeing and controlling of the manufacturing process to include materials planning, process planning, capital requirements, and human capital. Wow, now that was one heck of a definition. Let us break each portion of this definition down a little more to help you understand its parts. Materials planning is the coordination of purchasing and delivery of raw materials to make the final product. Process planning deals with designing the process required to ensure the product can be made in the shortest amount of time with as little waste and as efficiently as possible. Capital requirements is the portion of operations management that deals with buildings and machinery. And then human capital is the management of the employees that help run the facility. Now that we have talked about those areas, let's put them into the Thanksgiving dinner scenario so you can have a better understanding of how they work in operations management. Anyone who has ever seen their mother or grandmother cook a Thanksgiving dinner knows there is some serious operations management going on there. First, we have to look at materials planning. Someone, usually mom or grandma, has to make a list of all the items, materials they will need. The turkey, of course, as well as other items, cranberry sauce, potatoes, green beans. Man, this is making me hungry. So all the materials are identified and then purchased. Now, we move on to process planning. For our dinner, we're looking at how the different items will be put together, the process, so it all hits the table at the same time. The bird has to go in first, and the other items follow suit. But the turkey also has to be prepped. Stuffing needs to be made to go inside the turkey, and so on. Thus, we're looking at the individual steps we have to take to get this dinner going, and they have to be in order so it all makes sense. Without process planning, or knowing the turkey has to go in first, we would have a table of green beans and biscuits while we're waiting on the turkey for another few hours. All of these materials would not be available to eat at the dinner if we did not have the house and oven to cook them in. Imagine if the dinner we are thinking about had too many pieces to be made in one kitchen. We would need additional capital, more ovens or stoves, to make the dinner happen. These are our capital requirements. You can see that this can be discussed when we are looking at the materials planning. So for example, if we have one oven and need 3 turkeys, we obviously have a capital problem, not enough ovens. So as a company looks at the materials planning, they have to make sure the process they have can accept or use all the materials coming in, and that there's enough capital, machinery, etc., to process all the materials coming in. Finally, we have how many cooks are involved in this dinner, or human capital. Now, I don't know about you, but when Thanksgiving went down at my house, it was like watching a wrestling match between all my aunts. Which one would cook what, who would be responsible for what, etc., was a sight to behold. But the one thing that was obvious is we had enough human capital, people to do the job, to get the dinner done. If we didn't, then all the planning, processes, and material in the world would not get all that turkey on the table. It is a pretty involved process, but when we look at it in steps and break it down, we can understand how the individual parts make the whole. What we just discussed are the facets of operations management. As you can see from what we just discussed, it focuses on the processes of making materials, labor, and capital goods into some sort of finished product. Operations management does not care about the inputs or the outputs, just that there is some sort of operation that happens to make a finished product appear. As we go back in time, operations management was all about getting a product out the door. Assembly lines and automation were the words of the day, and production, making more products in a faster way, was what operations management was all about. This started with Henry Ford and grew into more and more production facilities. However, while operations management is still focused on production, it's now more oriented towards the quality of the product. No longer can companies just put out a product, but rather they need to put out a product that is of good quality and can last. Competition is harder, and to survive, a company must not only produce a product, but produce good product that can stand up against its rivals. Oddly enough, one of the driving forces for this is social networking and the internet. Now, if a product is not good, an individual can go online and tweet, post, text, or blog to let everyone know the product was not good. Thus, they tell someone who tells someone else, and so on until the reputation of the company and its products is over. Thus, while operations management is a process, that process has shifted to not only producing product, but also producing a good product so the company can grow and thrive. Our Starfish company does indeed have different arms: operations, finance, marketing, sales, human resources. But these arms must all work together to make the Starfish, for lack of a better word, live. And one of the most important aspects of our Starfish is the operations arm, which focuses on materials planning, the coordination of purchasing and delivery of raw materials to make the final product. Process planning, designing the process required to ensure the product can be made in the shortest amount of time with as little waste and as efficiently as possible. Capital requirements, the portion of operations management that deals with buildings and machinery. And human capital, the management of the employees that help run the facility. All of these elements help the organization to do what it has to do, and that it produces a quality product. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get some leftovers before Uncle Tony eats all of them. Have you ever thought about time travel? Going backward or forward in time would be a pretty cool thing to do. You could go back in time and relive parts of your life, or go forward in time and see where you might end up, or what your life might look like. Now, we all know time travel is not possible. We do, right? But one thing that is possible is going back in time to review information or data to help understand and manage our world better. We can also deploy some cool forecasting tools that can look into the future and give us an educated guess as to what might happen down the road. While it might seem odd, we are talking about management information systems, which is an organized computer system that gathers data from within and outside the company and processes it so it can be used by management. The truth is, MIS is a critical part of the management process and a key aspect of quantitative management. Simply put, without data, we cannot manage effectively because all we would be going on is our instincts and subjective observations. The data that MIS manages allows us to look back in time, study the present, or predict what might happen in the future by collecting and analyzing data. If we take a second to think about building a house, we can begin to get our heads around management information systems. I know it's a pretty far stretch, but stay with me and you'll begin to see what I mean. Let's say you want to build a house. You show up at the building site and all the materials are there. Wood, plumbing, carpeting, paint, and anything else you could imagine that you would need. Now, go build the house. What's that? You don't know how? Well, the same analogy can be used when we look at running a business. Managers don't just get up in the morning and start working. They need information, data, in order to know what they are doing or what needs to be done. That data comes from and is managed by MIS and helps the manager to understand what he or she needs to do in order to run the business. Managers do not show up, see a bunch of building material, and have no idea what to do. Rather, they show up and have printouts and reports of data so they can manage, lead, and direct their teams the way they need to. It is not by luck that businesses grow. Instead, it is by careful planning that follows analysis of data. Just like we discussed, if management did not have people to assemble data so it made sense, they would have a pile of materials just like the house example we talked about. Managers ask the information management team to compile the data they need so they can analyze all that information and put it all together to make their businesses grow. Data has to be pulled from the data system the company uses in order to be assembled into something a manager can view and understand. The MIS houses raw data, and it is by no means organized and formatted for the manager to view. Rather, reports are compiled, saved, and run at regular intervals to pull data from the system so it can be reviewed. There are standard reports that most companies use, financial reports, inventory reports, etc., and they help run the company on a day-to-day or week-to-week basis. Individuals in the company that are responsible for these areas regularly receive these reports to see if they have too much or not enough inventory, if sales are up or down, or any other key aspects of business. This type of data is standard, if you will, and is a result of basic business needs. Having reports that are standard is great, but they are not always going to give us the information we need to either look back or look ahead of us as we run a business. Knowing where you have been will help you to understand how you got to where you are now. Understanding that process will help you plan for the future. We have to remember, though, that we are talking about data, and it's up to the management team to interpret it and use it to plan for the future. So from time to time, managers ask for custom reports that might focus on a specific area or issue. For example, let's say that you run some data regarding the sales of a particular item that is selling less than all your other products. As you review the data, you see that there are months where the product simply does not sell. Consequently, those are also the months where your sales suffer and you struggle to make the money you need to keep the company going. This data tells you what happened in the past and why you're getting the results you have now. But how can it help you to plan for the future? After all, you're not looking at a magic crystal ball, but merely data that you've reviewed to get an understanding of your current situation. Well, that data tells you that you need to either find a way to get that product to sell in the months that it does not sell, or you need to find other products to sell during that time frame to help your business. So this past data that you looked at is helping you to plan for the future. It is important to understand that you are collecting this data to help you plan for the future, but it's not a guarantee that the decisions you make will be correct. Instead, they are informed decisions based on information pulled from your data. It might sound a little funny, but all this data has split personality. It can either be qualitative, which explains the how and the why through some type of inspection or viewing of a problem or issue, or quantitative, which measures how long or how often something is occurring through statistical analysis. So when managers are asking to review data so they can make accurate decisions, they need to understand what type of data they're getting. It is easy to see how the quantitative data tells them how often something occurred or how long a situation has been present, but from that information they need to develop a qualitative analysis, the how and the why it is happening through first-hand observations or those of others. This might be the manager speaking with individuals or even asking for a different report. So while we have data, it cannot tell us everything we need to know, and we'll still need a manager to come in and put together why it's happening or why the results are what they are. Most management information systems give us quantitative data, and it is up to the manager to take that information, blend it with qualitative data, and then move towards a decision. Remember, we have two types of data. Qualitative, which explains the how and the why through some type of inspection or viewing of a problem or issue, and quantitative, which measures how long or how often something is occurring through statistical analysis. Taking these two sources and combining them helps a manager make informed decisions in the world of quantitative management. Thus, while the manager can ask for information, it is up to the management information system and people to pull that information and put it into a format that can be reviewed and assessed. Then the manager takes over and incorporates qualitative data to help reach a conclusion. People seem to have systems for just about everything. How to get ready for work in the morning, how to cut the lawn, and even how to do the dishes. The facts are we are a society of systems. Even people that do not have a system, well, that is their system for doing things. One way or another, systems are all around us and they are part of our world. Taking this a step further, the systems management theory believes that a system is a collection of parts brought together to accomplish some end goal or objective. Looking at it from that perspective, if one part of the system fails or is taken out, the system itself cannot work. Think about if you have a system to get ready for work in the morning, and part of that system is taking a shower. If there's no hot water, or worse yet, no water at all, the system breaks down and it is changed. There is still a system, just not the one you are used to, and you have to change the system in order to get out the door and go to work. That concept is really the foundation of the systems management theory. For this theory, everything is part of a system. All pieces go together, and while it can indeed function if one part is taken out, the functionality is impaired and the system itself has changed. If we take that thought process behind this theory, it is safe to say we can begin to see how this theory helps with a global representation. What I mean is, if we have systems and they work, we can reproduce them all around the world. Okay, with some modifications. Take McDonald's, for example. While the food in other countries might be different, there are no hamburgers at McDonald's in India, the system to get the food is the same. Walk up, look at the menu on the board, order combo meal number 4, and you're on your way. Thus, the system is duplicated around the world and it works. Again, we do have to make some modifications, and I do not want you to think that one system works the same everywhere. But even with modifications, the system makes it much easier for an organization to produce a similar customer experience around the world. While McDonald's is only one example, there are many more, such as Starbucks, Walmart, or boarding an airplane. The list goes on and on. As you can see, there is usually a company behind the system, but the system is part of how the company runs. In a few moments, we are going to talk about different viewpoints on systems, and that will also help you to understand the systems management theory. The best way to understand this concept is to imagine transportation and different modes of transportation. We can say we are going to California, but we could take a bus, car, or plane. The same applies to the different viewpoints of the system types involved in systems management theory. While systems themselves can be duplicated and go global, there are aspects of system types, or architecture if you will, that help frame the type of system being used. In systems management theory, we have 3 basic system types. Open system, a system that continually interacts with the environment around it. For example, a manufacturer might use several different suppliers of flour to make the product they produce, or an organization might have to move or change as the demands of consumers change. Closed system is the opposite of an open system. It is a system or company independent of the environment around it. Usually when we look at closed systems, we are looking at very high-tech types of products that have limited sources of input and produce a consistent product or output, like space satellites. In fact, satellites are produced in a protected environment like a lab to ensure there's no contamination. One of the simplest images that can help you grasp these first 2 types is a jar. When it's open, it's an open system. It can interact with air, water, and anything else around it. When it has a lid on it, it's closed system. It can only interact with what's inside the jar, There are no outside influences on it. The third basic type is a subsystem. This is much easier to understand. This is a system that is part of a larger system, much like how the train system around an airport can get you from terminal to terminal, the larger part of the system. Another way to get a mental image of subsystems is to think about the human body. One large system makes us what we are. However, we have the subsystems of the digestive system, nervous system, and circulatory system contained within us. The different types of systems exist, as odd as this sounds, where they are needed. It is best not to really look at them as separate systems, but rather as a viewpoint on what type of system, or we could say product, is present. Like our example of the company that needs flour, it is only an open system because the company does interact with the environment around it, a wide range of suppliers, and then ultimately a wide range of consumers. A closed system could be represented by the messages one might get from corporate headquarters. Those messages go out and tell you what to do, and they are not looking for feedback or interaction. Do not get confused about the fact that when we talk about systems here, we are not talking about the specific steps it takes to produce a product. We're talking about whether those steps, taken together, have the characteristics of an open, closed, or subsystem. No matter what system is present, there are times when the system will work right and have synergy, or order to a process where all the parts work harmoniously and in unison with each other, or there are times that entropy will be present, and that is discord or a lack of predictability, a gradual decline into disorder. In other words, either things work together or they do not. No matter what system you have, open, closed, or subsystem, there can be either synergy or entropy present. It is a matter of how the managers producing the product want the system to work. Do they want everyone to be on the same page and work in unison with each other as a team, like a pilot and a co-pilot of an airplane? Do they like it when there is discord and people compete or fight against one another, like a sales team where natural competition and discord is sometimes preferred? No matter what system, organization, or process is present, there will be varying degrees of synergy or entropy present. It is up to a manager to manage these areas and promote or remove them from the situation. Remember, the systems management theory believes that a system is a collection of parts brought together to accomplish some end goal or objective. Also, within that thought process, we have different system types. Open system, a system that continually interacts with the environment around it. Closed system is the opposite of an open system. It is a system or company independent of the environment around it. And subsystem, a system that is part of a larger system. These types of systems can operate with synergy or entropy. Just because the system is present does not mean it will run smoothly. What system an organization uses is dependent on the type of product they produce and how the company wishes to run. No matter what, at the end of the day, every company has to have a system in order to function. It is just a matter of what type of system they choose. I have to say I was never a Boy Scout. I do not mean that I did a lot of bad or wrong things when I was younger. Okay, I did some things when I was younger. But what I mean here is I was never an actual Boy Scout. I actually have a lot of respect for people that did become Boy Scouts, as they have to go through a lot of training and exercises to get badge after badge. And, while it might sound odd, the Contingency School of Management is a lot like the motto of Boy Scouts, which is, always be prepared. Companies or individuals that subscribe to the Contingency School of Management do so because they believe there is no one process, system, or approach to running a business. The thought here is planning, organizing, leading, and controlling must be tailored to the specific issues or circumstances a company might face or is facing. Some questions to ask in the very beginning by the management team might include, what is the correct thing for us to do in this situation? Should all the departments have the same structure or should each be unique? Should all decisions be made at one location or all locations? What should incentives look like for our team? Managers who subscribe to the Contingency School of Management believe that while you can have systems and theories in place to run your business, the right things to do depend on a complex variety of critical, environmental, and internal contingencies. There can be different structures and management philosophies in place, unique to each department or business unit, but even they can go wrong down the road or need to change based on internal and external pressures or circumstances. Thus, there will be plans and systems in place. They can be the same or different for each department, but should a problem arise, those systems too should and very likely will be changed. Look at it this way. Before the housing market crashed, companies were cruising along and doing good business. They had their plans and systems in place to run their business, then bam, the bottom fell out of the economy. They then had to develop contingencies to deal with that issue. So they could have believed in a contingency management approach that there is no one set way to run a business, and then when the market changed, they had to develop contingency plans to deal with that change. That is where the contingency planning comes in. Contingency planning is an approach that believes if you want to run a business effectively for any period of time, you must be prepared for emergencies or disruptions that relate to how your business runs. The goal or thought process is that you need to make sure that your company can still run or operate despite anything that might come up that could stop it from doing so. While it has not been around for a long time in relation to other management theories, it is one of the most important aspects of management. Let's face it, things go wrong, and when they do, businesses have to have some sort of contingency plan in order to survive what went wrong. There are small issues like the power going out for a while and not having phones, to large issues like all of your data crashing, and contingency planning is the one area that will help you work through these emergencies should they arise. Think of it this way. If you do not plan for things like this and they happen, you are in much deeper trouble as you will not know how to react to what did. There are several key elements or aspects of contingency management that we need to understand so we really can fully grasp its concept. The first component is business continuity planning. Business continuity planning is planning and enacting activities that either prevent problems from arising or allows for a plan should an anticipated risk actually occur. The preventing of problems from happening portion is a lot like the emergency brake in a car. You rarely, if ever, hopefully, have to use it, but if you do, it is there in case of an emergency, like your main brakes going out. Thus, it was planned for and is in place should a critical part of your company, in this case your brakes, fail. I think we can all agree that would be a very serious issue, and car manufacturers have planned for that by including an emergency brake in the car. The second portion or aspect is having a disaster recovery plan. A disaster recovery plan is the planned processes or procedures a company will take to recover from a disaster. Now, when we say disaster, we mean something very serious, such as your data center burning down. In this case, should something of this magnitude happen, there would be a plan in place to continue working while the issue was addressed, as well as having a plan to address the issue should it actually happen. It is something like an insurance policy, and plan if something catastrophic happens to your business and you cannot continue to work until it's resolved. Companies do not just come up with issues or areas that might cause them to lose time or money and would need some sort of contingency plan. Rather, they conduct what's called an environmental scan, or environmental scanning, to understand, for lack of a better word, what's out there. Environmental scanning is the careful monitoring of an organization's internal environment, aspects within the company's four walls, and external environments, aspects external to the company, to look for early signs of opportunities but also threats. Those threats are the areas that contingency planning will come into play. Typically, when looking at the internal environment, companies look at several different areas: human resources, manufacturing, finance, data networks. These areas will be reviewed, and any aspects that might cause the company to be negatively impacted, what to do if there's a strike, what to do if an important piece of machinery goes down, will be addressed. When looking at the external environment, companies look at technology, politics, competitors, economy. Once again, if they see an issue that could arise, say the election of a new president, they will address that possible issue with contingency planning. As we discussed, the Contingency School of Management is a management approach that believes there is no one process, system, or approach to running a business. Contingency management, or people that follow it, will develop contingency plans, which are plans to address any major or minor issues that could negatively impact the company. They will look at the internal and external environment And once they understand the potential problems and the level of severity they have, they will develop business continuity plans, which contain planning and enacting activities that either prevent problems from arising or allows for a plan should an anticipated risk actually occur, and a disaster recovery plan that have planned processes or procedures a company will take to recover from disaster. Contingency management is just like the Boy Scouts. People and companies that follow it believe they should always be prepared. When was the last time you bought something and were not concerned about its quality? When I say that, I do not mean small items like dishwasher detergent or paper plates, but rather an important item that took some thought before you purchased it. In today's world, everyone is concerned with quality, primarily because money is tight and a product can be reviewed by hundreds of people on the internet. If the product is not of good quality, it will get bad reviews that can be read by future potential customers. With that in mind, manufacturers have to make sure they produce a quality product in order to have any chance of long-term success. When we say product, we're talking about the entire purchase experience, which includes the product or service, after-sales service, warranty, delivery, and anything else that comes along with selling a product. It is that continuous thought process that is the foundation for total quality management, TQM. As we discuss this topic in more detail, we will talk about two very important aspects of it. The first is Kaizen, which was developed in Japan and primarily focuses on continued improvement. The second is re-engineering, a principle that argues that organizations or its processes should be reviewed and improved by changing or improving processes. First, we need to get an understanding of what TQM is. TQM is an all-encompassing and structured approach to how organizations and their processes are managed and seeks to improve the quality of the final product and services through continued refinements in response to continuous feedback. That is one heck of a definition, but in more easily understood terms, it is a belief or ideal that the entire company and its products or services need to be continually refined and improved to provide the best possible products or service. Way back in the day, products would be produced and then inspected to see if they were of the quality required by the manufacturer. As competition grew, so did the need for higher quality products, which then grew into the need for formalized quality control departments. Now we had quality managers running departments that checked quality to make sure the product going out the door was of the quality the company and the market required. However, it would take a major world event for TQM to really kick into high gear. After World War II ended, the Japanese economy and manufacturing system was in shambles. The Japanese saw this issue and realized that to compete in the global economy and to rebuild what was left of their manufacturing abilities, they had to focus on producing quality products as efficiently as possible. It became the single focus, and some say obsession, of Japanese manufacturing sectors. As the Japanese focused on quality, they began to rebuild their economy and manufacturing, and slowly grew into a world manufacturing power. As Japan grew, other companies began to take notice and realize that Japan's approach to manufacturing, TQM, was making them a very strong competitor, thus it was something other countries soon adopted. By the early 90s, countries around the world were working with TQM systems to ensure they would not get left behind. TQM became the accepted norm for products and services so that every customer would be thrilled with the products they purchased. The very essence of TQM is the customer-supplier interface. TQM realized that communication to and from the customer was vital in producing the best product possible. That communication helped refine processes within the company as well as change company culture to be more customer-focused and quality-driven. Gone were the days of just making sure the final product was of good quality, like items like TVs and toasters and cars, and now it was more about the total customer experience, purchasing, shipping, customer service, warranty, and repair, driven by customer feedback. But you might be saying, what does the company do with the feedback? Or how do they process it so that when they get it, they can improve as a company? Good question. What companies that have a TQM mindset do is take the feedback they receive and plug it into a defined process to fix or address any issues they might have. That process looks something like this. Title. The process is given a title to ensure everyone understands what the company is trying to improve. Purpose. The purpose of the refinement is clearly defined so everyone knows why the company is undertaking the improvement. Scope. The beginning and end of the process is defined. Inputs. This is what will be transformed, such as a faulty switch or poor customer service response times. Outputs. These are the desired goals or results of the process. Controls. The company uses controls to manage the process so it stays on track. And finally, resources. These are what the company or team will have at their disposal to ensure the change can be supported. Thus, the company produces a product or service, gets feedback, then takes that feedback and puts it into the process we just spoke about to fix, repair, or augment the issue that is arising. Here's an example to help you understand this a little more clearly. Title: Customer Service Response Time. Purpose: to lower customer service response time from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. Scope: the project will start on January 1 and end on January 30th. Inputs: customer service policies and training. Outputs: improve customer satisfaction with our customer service team. Controls: timed customer service response time over the program has been refined to ensure response times have been reduced. Resources: customer service team, trainers, software, IT department, and customer participants. So as you can see, the feedback drives the need to refine a portion of the company, and the process we just talked about will help get to that goal. It's easy to see that when a company decides to go through this process, they are re-engineering themselves or a portion of themselves. In many ways, they are breaking the mold, seeing what was wrong with it, then making a new mold that will hopefully help the company deliver a higher quality product. This is not easy to do, and this is also where culture shifts occur. Parts of the company might be fine with the way they are doing their job, and it takes a shift in their thinking and a shift in culture to make this happen. What if you were the owner of a company and you thought you made the best product in the world and then got feedback it was not as good as you thought it was? Would you have to have a mindset shift in order to comprehend that and want to make a change? Would that also lead to a change in the culture of the company? You bet it would. As we talked about earlier, TQM started with the Japanese rebuilding themselves after World War II. What we did not discuss is that they did not call what they were doing TQM, but rather Kaizen, which means a philosophy of continuous improvement, working practices, and personal efficiency. They believed the company was an organism that needed to have all its parts working to improve how they functioned. That improvement was not limited to just what the company needed to do, but also how employees could do their jobs better and more efficiently. It put everyone in a position of accountability to be the best they could, and was not limited to just having management decide to improve a process, but rather demand that the entire company continually work to do their jobs better, even if they were not asked to. So as you can see, TQM is all-encompassing and takes an entire company's commitment to quality. It is the driving force behind how all companies view their customer experience. As it is deployed, company cultures will change, new processes will be developed, and everyone in the company will need to work to be more efficient at what they do so quality can indeed improve. Indeed, as the internet brings us all closer and closer together, and we can easily share our likes and dislikes about products, TQM will continue to evolve as well to keep pace.
Business Process Reengineering, BPR, involves the examination and redesign of business processes and workflows in your organization. A business process is a set of related work activities that are performed by employees to achieve business goals. Basically, a business process is the way we perform our work, and business process reengineering is the process of changing the way we do our work so we do it better to accomplish the goals of our business. The idea behind business process reengineering is to make your company more flexible, responsive, efficient, and effective for all stakeholders, including customers, employees, and owners. In order for BPR to work, your business must be willing to make the following changes. Change from a management focus to a customer focus. The boss is not the boss. The customer is the boss. Empower your workers that are involved in each process to have decision-making and ownership in the process. Change your emphasis from managing activities to focusing on results. Get away from scorekeeping and focus on leading and teaching so employees can measure their own results. Change the company's orientation from a functional orientation to a process or cross-functional orientation. This allows for an increase in organizational knowledge among its members and a greater degree of flexibility in accomplishing tasks. Move from serial operations to concurrent operations. In other words, multitask instead of just doing one thing at a time. Get rid of overly complex and convoluted processes in favor of simple, streamlined processes. Use the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. Stop trying to build an empire and protect the status quo. Instead, invent new systems and processes that look towards the future. Business process reengineering consists of 4 stages. Stage 1, identification of goals and purposes. You must initially identify the company's strategic goals and purpose, of which the processes help to achieve. In other words, what are you trying to achieve with this process? Examples may include increases in customer satisfaction, more effective distribution systems, more efficient production, or development of innovative products. Stage 2, analysis of current processes. You really cannot improve upon a process unless you know how the current process works. For example, you can't improve upon a production process unless you know how your production line works, including the steps in the production process, the method of production at each stage, and the time and resources required at each stage. Utilizing a flow chart to map the process may be helpful. Stage 3, find or create new ways to improve. Now that you are completely familiar with the process, you should be able to identify problems or areas that could use improvement. Armed with this information, you can research possible ways to improve the process. Methods of research may include reviewing industry research and news sourcing and consulting with colleagues in your industry. Oftentimes, however, there may not be turnkey solutions. You will have to develop improvements yourself. The key question to answer is, how can we accomplish the goal with the least amount of effort, costs, and time? For example, you may decide that outsourcing the manufacture of some of the simpler components of a product may save time and money due to lower labor costs. You may also be able to eliminate some unnecessary steps in a process or replace human labor with technology, such as using robots for some assembly. You may also merge some departments to reduce coordination problems, reduce unnecessary expenditure and duplication of process, and increase cross-functionality. Stage 4, implement. The final stage is implementation of the new process. You have to ask yourself, how do you actually go about implementing the change in the process? For example, you may need to obtain bids from outsourcing firms and enter into the most beneficial relationship. Or you may need to order and install a robotic assembly system as well as hire and train the requisite technicians. Let's review. Business Process Reengineering, BPR, is a technique used to transform business processes for more effective achievement of business goals and purposes. If used properly, BPR will create an efficient, effective, and responsive business for its owners, employees, and customers. The process involves clearly defining your organization's overarching goals and purpose, analyzing the current company processes, finding or creating ways to improve the process, and implementation of the new process. An open system is a system or a group of parts creating a whole that interacts with its environment by changing energy, materials, and information with an aim of system renewal and growth. A feature of an open system is negative entropy, where the open system continues to import energy, information, and resources to function while becoming more heterogeneous and complex. This definition is a bit abstract, so let's explore it a bit. A perfect example of an open system is a living organism such as a human being. We actively interact with our environment, which results in changes to both the environment and us. For example, we eat to acquire energy. We are subject to the sun's radiation and the climate of our planet. We are exposed to natural and artificial chemicals that can either help or harm us. We also gather information, whether it is learning the seasons for agriculture or studying superstring theory on the internet. Of course, interaction is a two-way street. We act upon the environment to gather, grow, or hunt food. We mine and harvest. Our technology has transformed the surface of the Earth and even the space above it with orbiting satellites. Now let's move on to an example related to organizational management. A typical publicly traded corporation is a perfect example of an organization that is an open system. A corporation is in constant interaction with its environment. A corporation needs to gather resources and information from its environment, such as capital, employees, natural resources, and information from the market, government regulators, and customers in order to function and grow. The corporation also sends resources back into the environment with its products, investments, and other activities in the community. An organization must develop techniques to manage the inflows and outflows of its interactions with the environment in order to effectively function and accomplish its goals. Let's review. An open system is the core concept in the open system approach to organizational analysis. An open system is a system that interacts with its environment for renewal and growth. A key feature of an organization is the characteristic of negative entropy, where an organization continues to function while becoming more heterogeneous and complex by the importation of resources from the environment. A large, publicly traded corporation is an example of an open system that actively interacts with its environment by taking in resources and putting resources back into its environment. An organization must manage the inflows and outflows of its interactions with its environment.
Henry Ford, founder of the Ford Motor Company and considered by many to be the father of modern manufacturing processes, once said, "If you think you can do a thing or think you can't do a thing, you're right." While Ford was emphasizing the power of positive thinking, his quote also summarized another important psychological concept, the self-fulfilling prophecy. A self-fulfilling prophecy is a prediction that ends up being true simply because it was made, basically confirming its own correctness. Simply having a positive or negative approach towards a prediction does not make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. That approach needs to be the primary reason the prediction ends up being accurate. Let's look at a few examples of self-fulfilling prophecies in business: marketing budgets, the gasoline shortage, and entering the workforce. Consider the typical budgeting process in most U.S. businesses. When a new product is launched, analysts predict demand and make budgeting decisions based on their estimates. A product that is expected to have lukewarm demand will only get a moderate marketing budget. A moderate marketing budget probably won't spur that much demand, so the product ends up getting a lukewarm response. The analysts were right, but were they right because they predicted consumers' preferences correctly, or were they right because their estimate led to less marketing dollars, which led to the lukewarm reception? A good real-life macroeconomic example of a self-fulfilling prophecy is the gasoline shortage in California in the early 1980s. California media started reporting that gas reserves were running a little low and that a gas shortage was a possibility, regardless of the fact that the existing supply could easily meet historical demand. How did drivers react to these media reports? They panicked and headed to their gas station to fill up their cars and any containers that they could use to store gasoline. This artificially inflated demand led to the gas shortage. Had the media simply reported the facts, that reserves were a little low but still more than sufficient to meet demand, individuals most likely would have not changed their behavior, and the gas shortage wouldn't have ever happened. You may think that self-fulfilling prophecies aren't something that you experience, but they are more common than many people realize, especially in the workforce. Consider Susan, a recent graduate in marketing. While Susan was in school, she had an internship with the university's marketing department. She applies for a job that requires 1 year of professional experience. Susan is surprised when she gets called for an interview, but all she can think is that her internship isn't real experience, so she tells friends and family that there's no way she can get it. During her interview, the committee asks about her experience, and instead of discussing her internship, she shyly admits that she is only recently out of college. Susan isn't surprised when she doesn't get the job. Her prediction was right. The self-fulfilling prophecy phenomenon is caused by changes to behavior that are subconsciously made. In our example, Susan changed her behavior by not looking for ways to apply the experience she did have. That change in behavior led to the exact prediction she was anticipating. The problem, of course, is that Susan will believe her prediction was correct because the interviewers really didn't think she had experience. But in reality, Susan's own behavior led to the outcome she anticipated. Self-fulfilling prophecies can be good or bad, and they occur in everyday life. If your prediction is that you will score in the 90th percentile of an important college entrance exam, the subconscious changes to your behavior may lead you to study harder, retain more, and make sure you prepare for the test. If your prediction limits your abilities, such as "I'll never get higher than a C in this class," then you are likely going to underperform simply because you won't be able to justify the behaviors that will help you succeed. Self-fulfilling prophecies can be helpful, harmless, or hurtful. If they limit your abilities, support unfair or biased stereotypes, or predict another hurtful outcome for you or someone else, you should try to stop any behaviors that may fulfill your prophecy. This can be done, and it isn't hard to do. First, consider the perspectives of everyone in the situation. Second, do your best to think objectively, and question any assumptions that aren't based on fact. Your assumptions may be accurate, but if they aren't, they can be the major flaws in your thinking process. Finally, be careful relating previous experience to current situations. A bad experience with a certain person in the past doesn't mean all experiences with that person in the future will be bad. Racial and ethnic stereotypes are an unfortunate example of the social impact of self-fulfilling prophecies. Remember, as human beings that are constantly analyzing and thinking about our situations, we make predictions every day that may become self-fulfilling. A self-fulfilling prophecy is a prediction that ends up being true simply because it was made, basically confirming its own correctness. Some are good and some are bad. By identifying when subconscious changes to your behavior will lead to an undesirable outcome, you can learn to manage the self-fulfilling prophecy phenomenon to be more successful, personally and professionally.
Have you ever walked up to a pretty girl and when you started to talk, nothing came out but silence? Have you run out of gas just a few miles from the nearest gas station? Have you found yourself freezing cold, wishing you had worn a sweater? Or maybe you have had to pull an all-nighter to finish a project that you procrastinated on until the last possible minute. What all of these scenarios have in common is a lack of planning. Having a plan is a good practice for everyone, especially for managers. Here are some reasons why it is a good idea for managers to plan. Managers can examine critical issues facing the organization instead of waiting for them to blow up in their face. Allowing uncertainty, high risk, and doubt to rule an organization is never a good idea. Planning allows a manager to determine organizational goals and define a means of achieving them. A manager can set explicit guidelines for decision-making when done in advance. This allows the manager to be both small picture and big picture minded when making decisions. A manager is able to be more proactive than reactive in decisions. Failing to plan will take away your ability to look into the future and potentially predict an inevitable event before it becomes an issue. Planning increases the likelihood of long-term survival of an organization. A manager can focus attention on organizational goals and results. A manager is able to create ownership of the plan and develop a team that buys into and accepts accountability for their role in the plan. A manager can provide a sense of direction, vision, rationale, and purpose for the plan, which can be easily communicated to other members of the organization, showing them how serious a manager is about reaching organizational goals. A manager can create a competitive advantage by taking the time to plan, a process that allows an organization to examine who they are in relation to their competition, and thus provide a good deal of insight into how to be better than that competition. Now that we know why it's a good idea for managers to plan, let's dive a bit deeper into the planning function of management. In the world of management, planning is as fundamental as it gets. If you recall, the first of the managerial functions is planning. Many believe planning is the most fundamental of the managerial functions because all other functions, including organizing, leading, controlling, and staffing, stem from the planning function. Planning prepares organizations for tomorrow, today, by assessing what an organization wants to accomplish and how it will go about achieving that goal. Managers will spend much of their time planning for all sorts of things that may or will occur in the organization. Typically, a manager will create a plan that is aimed at accomplishing some organizational goal, such as increasing sales or improving customer service. However, it is important to note that planning is an ongoing step that can be highly specialized based on an organization's goals, division goals, departmental goals, and team goals. It is up to the manager to recognize what goals need to be planned for within their individual area. For example, let's say Erin, the enrollment manager, has noticed a steady decline in the amount of students enrolling in the business program, so she creates a goal to increase enrollments in that area. Erin must first spend time mapping out the necessary steps she and her team of enrollment advisors need to take to increase the enrollment numbers of undergraduate business students. These steps might include things like increasing online advertisements on business-related sites, creating a new advertisement for television or radio, asking current business students to talk to their friends and family about enrolling in the program, or going out to local high schools or community colleges to speak directly with students who may be enrolling at the university in the next semester. The steps are then organized into a logical pattern so that Erin and her team can follow it. While Erin has come up with a good plan for how to increase enrollment of undergraduate business students relatively quickly, not all managers are so lucky. In fact, there are several barriers that can hinder the planning process. For example, Erin was fortunate to have had the prior experience planning how to overcome problems with enrollment numbers. However, not all managers have the experience and knowledge of how to plan effectively. Knowing how to plan is only the tip of the iceberg. Even those managers who understand how to put plans in place aimed at achieving an organizational goal face barriers for effective planning. Sometimes it is not the knowledge about how to plan that impacts the success of the planning process, rather a lack of accurate information or resources that does. A manager will need information to be correct, up to date, and reliable when creating a plan. Otherwise, it will more than likely fail. Some managers make the critical error of not looking far enough ahead when planning. They get stuck in the present at the expense of the future. Putting too much emphasis on the short term and not enough on the long-term factors in a plan can have devastating consequences. Essentially, managers should be careful not to lose sight of the forest when looking at the trees. Those managers who fear uncertainty and failure will tend to focus on creating plans that they feel in control over. Concentrating on events, people, and things that a manager can control limits the manager's ability to react when a change in the external environment occurs. Again, this inability to adapt to challenges can place a negative impact on an organization and its ability to reach its goals. Likewise, there are managers who lack commitment to the planning process. Let's face it, planning can be a time-consuming, challenging process. The list of barriers managers face when planning is significant. However, By creating an awareness of these issues, they can be identified early in the process. Once these issues are identified, a manager must take the necessary steps to overcome these challenges so that he or she can continue on the path of working towards organizational goals. Let's review. The first of the managerial functions is planning. Many believe planning is the most fundamental of the managerial functions because all other functions, including organizing, leading, controlling, and staffing, stem from the planning function. Planning prepares organizations for tomorrow today by assessing what an organization wants to accomplish and how it will go about achieving that goal. The advantages of planning include the ability to examine critical issues facing the organization, set explicit guidelines for decision-making, be more proactive than reactive in decisions, focus attention on organizational goals and results, create ownership of the plan, develop a team that buys into and accepts accountability, provide a sense of direction, vision, rationale, and purpose for the plan, communicate the plan to members of the organization, and create a competitive advantage. There are several barriers to effective planning that can hinder the planning process, which include a lack of experience and knowledge of how to plan effectively, a lack of accurate information or resources, not looking far enough ahead when planning, focusing too much on creating plans which managers feel in control over, and lacking commitment to the planning process. Effective managers take the time to acknowledge these barriers to the planning process and work to overcome them so that they can continue on the path of working towards organizational goals. Have you ever heard the saying that those who fail to plan to fail? While I can't speak to all facets of life, this is certainly true in business. Managers find themselves planning for all sorts of things, so much so that planning is one of the 4 major functions of management, and in doing so, a manager can be certain that he or she is working towards some organizational goal. There are 3 main types of plans that a manager will use in their pursuit of company goals, which include operational, tactical, and strategic. If you think about these 3 types of plans as stepping stones, you can see how their relationship to one another aids in the achievement of organizational goals. Operational plans are necessary to attain tactical plans, and tactical plans lead to the achievement of strategic plans. Then, in true planning fashion, there are also plans to back up plans that fail. These are known as contingency plans. To better understand how each type of plan is used by managers, let's take a look at an example from Nino's Pizzeria and how Tommy, Martha, and Frank carry out their planning responsibilities. To best understand the relationship between the different types of plans, let's start at the top. Strategic plans are designed with the entire organization in mind and begin with an organization's mission. Top-level managers, such as CEOs or presidents, will design and execute strategic plans to paint a picture of the desired future and long-term goals of the organization. Essentially, strategic plans look ahead to where the organization wants to be in 3, 5, even 10 years. Strategic plans provided by top-level managers serve as the framework for lower-level planning. Tommy is a top-level manager for Nino's Pizzeria. As a top-level manager, Tommy must use strategic planning to ensure the long-term goals of the organization are reached. For Tommy, that means developing long-term strategies for growth, improving productivity and profitability, boosting return on investments, improving customer service, and finding ways to give back to the community in which it operates. For example, Tommy's strategic plans for growth, improving productivity and profitability, and boosting return on investments are all a part of the desired future of the pizzeria. Strategic plans also tend to require multi-level involvement so that each level of the organization plays a significant role in achievement of the goals being strategically planned for. Top-level managers such as Tommy develop the organizational objectives so that the middle and lower-level managers can create compatible plans aligned with those objectives. Now that you have a general idea for how organizational planning evolves, let's look at the next level of planning known as tactical planning. Tactical plans support strategic plans by translating them into specific plans relevant to a distinct area of the organization. Tactical plans are concerned with the responsibility and functionality of lower-level departments to fulfill its part of the strategic plan. For example, when Martha, the middle-level manager at Nino's, learns about Tommy's strategic plan for increasing productivity, Martha immediately begins to think about possible tactical plans to ensure that happens. Tactical planning for Martha might include things like testing a new process in making pizzas that has been proven to shorten the amount of time it takes for prepping the pizza to be cooked, or perhaps looking into purchasing a better oven that can speed up the amount of time it takes to cook a pizza, or even considering ways to better map out delivery routes and drivers. As a tactical planner, Martha needs to create a set of calculated actions that take a shorter amount of time and are narrower in scope than the strategic plan is, but still help to bring the organization closer to the long-term goal. Operational plans are the plans that are made by the frontline or lower-level managers. All operational plans are focused on specific procedures and processes that occur within the lowest levels of the organization. Managers must plan the routine tasks of the department using a high level of detail. Frank, the frontline manager at Nino's Pizzeria, is responsible for operational planning. Operational planning activities for Frank would include things like scheduling employees each week, assessing, ordering, and stocking inventory, creating a monthly budget, developing a promotional advertisement for the quarter to increase the sales of a certain product such as the Hawaiian pizza, or outlining an employee's performance goals for the year. Operational plans can be either single-use plans or ongoing. Single-use plans are those plans that are intended to be used only once. They include activities that would not be repeated and often have an expiration. Creating a monthly budget and developing a promotional advertisement for the quarter to increase the sales of a certain product are examples of how Frank would utilize single-use planning. Ongoing plans are those plans that are built to withstand the test of time. They are created with the intent to be used several times and undergo changes when necessary. Outlining an employee's performance goals for the year would be considered an ongoing plan that Frank must develop, assess, and update if necessary. Ongoing plans are typically a policy, procedure, or rule. Policies are general statements or guidelines that aid a manager in understanding routine responsibilities of their role as a manager. Examples of policies include things such as hiring, training, outlining, and assessing performance appraisals, disciplining, and terminating subordinates. A procedure details out a step-by-step process of carrying out a certain task, such as assessing, ordering, and stocking inventory. A rule provides managers and employees with specific and explicit guidelines of behavior. That is, what they should be doing and what they should not do as a member of an organization. Even the best plans can fail, especially in today's fast-paced, chaotic business environment. And as such, it is important for managers at all levels to engage in contingency planning. Contingency plans allow a manager to be flexible and change-savvy by providing an alternative course of action, which can be implemented if and when an original plan fails to produce the anticipated result. Having a contingency plan might seem like extra work, but much like a reserve parachute when skydiving, better to have and not need it than to need it and not have it. Let's review. Planning is one of the 4 functions of management that allows a manager to develop and implement strategic action steps aimed at reaching an organizational goal. There are 3 major types of planning, which include operational, tactical, and strategic planning. A 4th type of planning, known as contingency planning, is an alternative course of action which can be implemented if and when an original plan fails to produce the anticipated result. It helps to think about operational, tactical, and strategic planning as a set of stepping stones, where each one plays a part in working towards a greater organizational goal. Operational plans are necessary to attain tactical plans, and tactical plans lead to the achievement of strategic plans. Achieving organizational goals starts with top managers who create strategic plans that paint a picture of the desired future and long-term goals of the organization, such as increasing productivity or profitability. These strategic plans serve as a framework for lower-level planning. Tactical plans support strategic plans by translating them into specific plans relevant to a distinct area of the organization. Tactical plans are concerned with the responsibility and functionality of lower-level departments to fulfill its part in the strategic plan, such as testing out a new product that can shorten the production time. Operational plans are made by frontline or lower-level managers and are focused on the specific procedures and processes that occur within the lowest levels, almost individual level of the organization. Examples of operational plans include things like scheduling employees each week, assessing, ordering, and stocking inventory, or creating a monthly budget. Operational plans can be either a single-use plan or ongoing. Single-use plans are those plans that are intended to be used only once. They include activities that would not be repeated and often have an expiration, such as a monthly budget. Ongoing plans are those plans that are built to withstand the test of time. They are created with the intent to be used several times and undergo changes when necessary. Outlining an employee's performance goals for the year would be considered an ongoing plan. Ongoing plans are typically a policy, procedure, or rule.
The foundation of any marketing plan is the firm's business mission statement. A mission statement explains the purpose of why a company is in business and what they're trying to accomplish. A business statement can't be created without analyzing the company and environmental conditions. A mission statement should be focused on the market and environment and not just on company's products or services. When a company focuses too closely on their products or services rather than benefits to consumers, then the company is exhibiting marketing myopia. If a company writes a mission statement which says they are in the soda business rather than in the beverage business, they are limiting their opportunities. An example of an excellent business mission statement is Apple's. The mission statement is, Apple is committed to bringing the best personal computing experience to students, educators, creative professionals, and consumers around the world through its innovative hardware, software, and internet offerings. This covers a lot of ground and, as we know, allows Apple to delve into many areas of the market. Once a mission statement has been created, then it is important to conduct a situational analysis on the overall business environment in order to compete effectively. Have you ever had to decide whether to take a risk? Maybe the risk was buying a brand new car, choosing your college. Most people make a list of the pros and cons to a choice before they make a final decision. Businesses also have research and analyze choices before choosing a path. Their decision-making process is called conducting a SWOT analysis, also known as a situational analysis. SWOT, S-W-O-T, stands for internal strengths, internal weaknesses, external opportunities, and external threats. The main purpose of the situational analysis is for marketers to understand their current and potential environments. The first part of the SWOT analysis is examining a company's internal strengths and weaknesses. In this step, a marketing manager looks internally at the company's resources, such as finances, engineering, marketing, employees, and production, to see where they excel or need improvement. Marketing managers should not just look at the current situation of the firm, but also look at past historical sales, profit, and cost data. When looking for company strengths, it's important to ask what you're best at, what you're known for. Do you have a unique selling proposition, a USP, or unique selling proposition is something that you're very good at, but your competition is not. Disney would be an example of a company with great internal strengths in their area of human resources and employee development. They are known for their excellent employee training via Disney University. When looking for company weaknesses, a marketing manager asks what areas need improvement. What could our competitors view as a weakness? What issues could cost us sales? They then attack those areas and have a plan in place to protect and improve their situation. If a company is realistic up front, then they're less likely to fail down the road or to be caught by a competitor. A marketing manager needs to consider factors like poor location of the business, inexperienced marketing, poor quality, or poor reputation as a big weakness. Comcast constantly ends up voted with poor customer service, and this would be a massive weakness in their industry. The second part of the SWOT analysis is examining the external opportunities and threats. Marketing managers analyze the overall marketing environment. They can accomplish this difficult task through the use of environmental scanning, or the collection and interpretation of environmental conditions, such as relationships, the economy, events, demographics, social, political, and technological changes. Scanning is done in order to see what changes are happening in the marketplace that could result in a positive opportunity or a negative threat. For example, the fall of the housing market and the inability for people to buy homes has led to many companies shifting their products from expensive redecorating and home improvement to cheaper home fixer-upper items. Marketers can consider new markets, mergers, or even taking over an area left by an ineffective competitor as excellent opportunities. Threats come in the form of new competitors, pricing wars, new product innovation from a competitor, or government intervention in your industry, such as new or higher taxes. One of the very first steps in creating a marketing plan is the formation of a business mission statement. A mission statement should be worded according to a company's market and not just about a specific product or service. Once a business mission statement has been created, then it's important to conduct a situational analysis on the overall business environment to compete effectively. Businesses also have to research and analyze choices before choosing a path. Their decision-making process is called conducting a SWOT analysis or situational analysis. SWOT, SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. A marketer must look at each part of the SWOT analysis to decide on the correct path and plans in order to create an effective marketing strategy.
If you have ever wanted to know what an organization's purpose is, what it stands for, and why it exists, you can find all of that in one statement. The mission statement captures the essence of an organization. It makes a bold statement to the public and organizational members about the goals and underlying philosophies of the organization. The mission statement should explicitly state things related to its business, such as industry, products or services, employees, culture, customers, and other stakeholders, objectives, adherence to things like quality and efficiency, pricing, social responsibility, and the community, suppliers, competitors, and the individual niche or competitive advantage. An organization's mission statement is a very personal and deliberate declaration that symbolizes its legitimacy to the world and what its desired public image is. However, it is most important that the employees of an organization understand the mission statement above anyone else. This is because members of the organization are expected to be able to identify with and commit to upholding the mission statement. Consequently, the mission statement should be reviewed frequently to ensure that it truly symbolizes the organization, its goals, and what it stands for. Some examples of mission statements from organizations that you may be familiar with include Facebook. Facebook's mission is to give people the power to share and make the world more open and connected. Coca-Cola, to refresh the world, to inspire moments of optimism and happiness, and to create value and make a difference. Ford Motor Company, one team, one plan, one goal, one Ford. As an employee of your organization, you should be familiar with the company's mission statement. If, however, you are not already aware of your company's mission statement, I encourage you to look it up and evaluate it. After reading the mission statement, ask yourself the following questions. Is the purpose of the organization easy to recognize? Does it reflect what, why, and how the organization does what it does? Do you identify with the mission as an employee? As an employee, are you inspired to uphold the mission? Does the organization's culture reflect its mission statement? Would you be able to understand the mission if you were not a member of the organization? Does it make an explicit statement about how they want the public to view the organization? Is the mission statement recent and reflective of the current state of affairs at the organization? The mission statement is one of the key components of strategic planning in organizations. If you recall, strategic plans are designed with the entire organization in mind and begin with the organization's mission. Top-level managers, such as CEOs or presidents, will design and execute strategic plans to paint a picture of the desired future and long-term goals of the organization. The mission statement serves as a blueprint for where planning in the organization needs to begin so that it can achieve its fundamental purpose. For example, let's say Josh is the CEO of Simple Socks Incorporated, whose mission is to provide the world with high-quality socks at a fraction of the price. Josh will use the mission statement to guide his strategic planning efforts by creating strategic plans that are focused specifically on quality and cost efficiency. This might include looking into higher quality materials or pricing out different manufacturers to get the lowest price on their end, which will result in a lower cost to the customer. Let's review. The mission statement captures the essence of an organization by identifying its purpose, what it stands for, and why it exists. It makes a bold statement to the public and organizational members about the goals and underlying philosophies of the organization. The mission statement is a very personal and deliberate declaration that symbolizes their legitimacy to the world and what their desired public image is. However, it is most important for the employees of an organization to understand the mission statement above anyone else because they are expected to be able to identify with and commit to upholding the mission statement. The mission statement is one of the key components of strategic planning in organizations. Some good examples of mission statements include Facebook, Coca-Cola Company, and the Ford Motor Company. It is always a good idea for you to understand, identify with, and be inspired by the mission statement of your organization. If you are not already familiar with the mission statement of your company, or if it has been a while since you have reviewed it, be sure to look it up so that you can become better acquainted with the mission of your organization.
A process is a set of steps that result in a specific outcome. For example, a customer service request might have the following steps. 1. Customer requests service. 2. Service department enters request into a tracking system. 3. The request is routed to the repair department. 4. A repair technician is assigned to evaluate the request and to respond to the customer. 5. A technician is dispatched if appropriate. 6. Once the response is made, a survey is sent to the customer to confirm their issue was resolved. In this case, the process is response to customer service request, and the outcome is resolution of the customer's problem. The goal of process planning is to improve and streamline the business methods of a company. This would have results like lower costs due to fewer staff needed to complete the same process, higher efficiency by eliminating problematic process steps like loops and bottlenecks, higher accuracy by including checkpoints and success measures to make sure process steps are completed accurately, greater understanding by all staff of what they need to do to meet their department objectives. Here are some general principles to keep in mind when evaluating or improving processes. First, define the outputs. Then look toward the inputs needed to achieve those outputs. Define the goals of the process and evaluate them regularly to make sure they are still appropriate. This would include specific measures like quality scores and turnaround times. When mapped, the process should appear as a logical flow, without loops back to earlier steps or departments. Any step performed needs to be included in the documentation. If not, it should be eliminated or documented, depending on whether or not it's necessary to the process. People involved in the process should be consulted, because they often have the most current information on what works and what does not. Process planning involves the definition, documentation, review, and improvement of steps in business processes used at a company. Each of these steps will be described below. First step is to define what the process should accomplish. Make sure you can answer the following questions about the process. What is the output of this process? Who receives the output and how do they define success? What are the inputs for the process? Are there defined success measures in place, such as a turnaround time or quality scores? Are there specific checkpoints in the process that need to be addressed? For example, let's look at an order fulfillment process. The output of the process is a complete and accurate order shipped to the buyer. The recipient of the order is the buyer, and they define success as receipt of their purchase within a reasonable time frame, generally as specified at the point of purchase. The inputs are order information from the sales department. Defined success measures would be specific to the company. Examples might be a 2-day turnaround time from payment receipt to shipping, a 99% accuracy rate in terms of items shipped, and a back order rate of less than 5%. One example of specific checkpoints might be ensuring payment has been received prior to fulfilling the order, or alternatively, that the customer has a credit account with the company, with sufficient credit available to cover the purchase. The next stage is documentation. During the documentation stage, interviews are conducted with company staff to determine the steps and actions they take as part of a specific business process. The results of these interviews are written down, generally in the form of a flow chart, with copies of any forms used attached. These flow charts are given to the involved departments to review, to make sure information has been correctly captured in the chart. In the next step, the flow charts are reviewed for potential problem areas. These may include multiple input points, which can lead to confusion regarding the stage of the process the input is in. Handoff of information from one department to another. It is important to make sure handoffs are clear and the handed off information is complete and accurate so the next group can properly do their job. Bottleneck steps, where a lot of documentation or information flows through a single point. Loops, where information from one department is sent to another, and then comes back to the originating department again. Checkpoints at inappropriate places in the process. For example, the check to ensure the customer has paid should occur before the purchase is boxed and not after it's already shipped. Success measures that cannot be measured or tracked. Finally, the charts are reviewed for improvement with the idea of streamlining processes, if it is possible to do so without removing essential steps. The new process still needs to include appropriate checkpoints and success measures, and they need to be defined and measurable. New proposed processes are drafted and circulated to the involved departments for review and comment. Once the review process is complete, a project plan for implementation is put together, including any new systems, equipment, and/or other items needed for implementation, as well as dates for implementation, training plans if needed, and methods for measuring the success of the new process. Once implementation is complete, the process is reviewed again to make sure it is working as anticipated. Let's review. In this lesson, we defined process planning, discussed the goals of planning processes, and gave an overview of some basic process planning principles. Then we discussed the definition, documentation, review, and improvement methodology for process development. These skills can be used to plan or improve processes in any organization. Josie is a daycare worker. On any given workday, she has a small group of 10 preschoolers to look after. Her coworker, Mary, has a second small group of 10 preschoolers. Josie comes to work one Monday morning to quite the surprise. Poor Mary has suffered a fall over the weekend and has broken a leg. She will be out of work for several weeks. Josie is told by the daycare manager that the decision has been made to combine the groups. Instead of 10 preschoolers, Josie will have 20. How will she manage 10 more children, especially when the goal is to provide quality childcare for each one? She foresees a number of chaotic days until she can find a routine that works for her and the kids. Josie's current situation is a lot like management systems of the past. In the beginning of the 19th century, growth in business was centered on the manufacturing sector. Managers were faced with explosive demand. The increase in demand led to an increase in the labor pool. In a time where the focus was on machines and not on people, managers simply did not know the value of human capital. This, along with the fact that communication between those in charge and the workers was all but broken down, led to an organizational environment with no structure and in a constant state of disarray. It was during this period of time that the systematic approach to management was born. Systematic management is an approach to management that focuses on the management process rather than on the final outcome. The goals to this approach to management were to create specific processes and procedures to be used in job task completion, to ensure that organizational operations were economical, to ensure that staffing was adequate for the needs of the organization, to maintain suitable inventory so that the demands of the consumers could be met, to establish organizational controls. This type of management approach was the first to directly link orderly operations, human resource management, and communication to organizational success. There are several key individuals who can be credited with the development of the systematic approach to management. Adam Smith was the earliest theorist to contribute to the idea of a need for a system in management. In his book, Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, brought about the initial belief that division of labor was the best way to increase productivity. Following Smith were four more theorists who added to the systematic approach. Robert Owens, a theorist in the early 1800s, strongly believed that human resources were much more important than the focus on machinery that existed during this time. He felt that a proper management system could place the needs of the employees above all else. Charles Babbage was the author of the book, On the Economy of Machinery and Manufacturers. This book analyzed the state of manufacturing during the mid-1800s and gave suggestions to improve practices by the use of division of tasks. Henry Town was the president of the Yale and Town Manufacturing Company. During the late 1800s, he proposed the idea that management needed to be a separate field of study and that principles needed to be established to guide managers in various managerial situations. The last theorist to mention in the area of systematic management may very well be known as the father of the school of systematic management. His name is Henri Fayol, and he was a major player in the field of management theory. Fayol was a staunch supporter for managerial education. Having served many years in the field of management, he was well versed in what worked and didn't work, and felt that managers were not born. Instead, with training and education, they could be created. Fayol proposed 5 functions of management that created a system. These functions are as follows. Planning, making a plan of action for the organization. This is the most difficult of the 5 functions and involves the entire organization. Organizing, a well-run organization must be organized so that it runs smoothly and efficiently. It requires breakdown of job functions into smaller units with increased supervision and guidance for each one. Commanding, taking charge of the organization in a way that is beneficial to all. Coordinating, making sure that each department has what it needs to complete a task. Controlling, making sure that policies and procedures are followed so that an efficient flow exists for consumers as well as producers. Fayol was able to establish and explain the need for systems and structure in a way that shaped the world of management that we still know today. If you remember from the beginning of the lesson, Josie has been given a big responsibility. She knows that there are 20 preschoolers who are looking to her to meet their needs. On top of that, are 20 sets of parents that not only entrust Josie with the care of their children, but also expect her to perform at the top of her game. The only way that she can do this is to have a plan of action. She has to develop her own breakdown of what will and won't work in order to complete the task given to her in a manner that's beneficial for everyone involved. She needs to have a systematic approach to managing these kids. Without one, she may fail her given task, which will have detrimental effects on each person directly involved. That is the importance of systematic management. Let's review. Systematic management is an approach to management that promotes the breakdown of job duties. It enables both management and employees to see small sections of the bigger picture. It also allows for more efficient planning, forecasting, and budgeting. This approach to management evolved throughout the late 1700s and early 1800s, but did not come to the forefront until the 1890s to 1900s. With the help of such historical theorists as Adam Smith, Robert Owen, Charles Babbage, Henry Town, and Henri Fayol, the concept of the systematic approach to management is now commonplace. It's the normal for those in management to devise a system and order of operations and for employees to follow given guidelines. With the competition in business now being globally situated, systematic management is a much-needed tool.
Part of the planning process, business goals describe what a company expects to accomplish over a specific period of time. Businesses usually outline their goals and objectives in their business plans. Goals might pertain to the company as a whole, departments, employees, customers, or any other area of the business. Businesses should not fear setting goals, because there is absolutely no downside to the process. Goals give a business direction and help measure results. There are 4 detailed and important reasons why a business should have goals. 1. Measure success. Good organizations should always be trying to improve, grow, and become more efficient. Setting goals provides the clearest way to measure the success of the company. 2. Leadership cohesion. Setting goals ensures that everyone understands what the organization is trying to achieve. When the leadership team clearly understands what the business is trying to accomplish, it provides greater rationale for the decisions management might make regarding hiring, acquisitions, incentives, sales programs, etc. 3. Knowledge is power. If an employee knows and understands the goals, it becomes easier for him or her to make daily decisions based on the long and short-term goals that were established. 4. Reassess goals. When goals are set, they can be monitored on a regular basis to verify the business is headed in the right direction. If the business is not achieving or moving towards accomplishing its goals, then changes or adjustments need to be made. Setting business goals can go wrong if not done correctly. Seasoned business managers put a great deal of time and energy into developing and implementing business goals. There are 2 big pitfalls a business manager should try to avoid. 1. Setting unrealistically high goals. When a goal is perceived to be unreachable, no effort will be made by the employees to achieve them. A business person needs to set realistic goals so that the employees can come together as a team to achieve them. 2. Setting vague and ambiguous goals. Goals that are not specific enough do not lead to action and are useless. If achievements cannot be measured against the business's expectations, then a manager cannot observe any progress towards the goal. Establishing goals is only half the work in a business plan. Once the goals have been explained to the employees and a plan has been developed to achieve those goals, it's important to review those goals at certain times during the year. A business manager needs to take a time out every so often and ask himself or herself the following questions. Is the business on target to achieve our goals? Is a course direction needed to get the business closer to achieving the goals? Are the goals still relevant with the ever-changing business world we live in? Are the employees still focused on helping the business achieve its goals? The answers to these questions will help management decide if corrective action is needed. For example, if a business is not headed in the right direction, the manager might want to get all the employees together to review what is happening and make changes to help achieve the goals. Whether the management is good or bad, it still needs to keep the employees informed about how the business is performing and how the employees are doing with respect to the goals. Let's consider a couple of examples of business goals in action. The R&D paper company is under pressure from its competitors. The upper management has decided to add several new goals to help combat the external threat. 2 of the newest goals include ways to streamline operations to produce a less expensive product, and they added more funding to their marketing budget. After 3 months, management reviewed the goals and determined that their position in the market had improved. Like the R&D Paper Company, the Ace Paper Company was also under pressure from its competitors. However, in their case, upper management decided not to implement new goals to help minimize their risk. After only 5 months, the company had lost 6% of the market share, and subsequently their quarterly profits were down. Both examples illustrate the consequences that can arise from deciding whether to implement goals or not. Goals are fundamental to any organization and are a necessity to its very survival. Let's review. Business goals describe what a company expects to accomplish over a specific period of time and are very important for the health and well-being of any company. Goals help a company measure its success, as well as help with overall planning. While establishing goals is never a bad idea, companies do have to be careful of common pitfalls. Ensuring the goals they set aren't unrealistic or vague and unclear is necessary if they are going to succeed. Contingency planning is developing responses in advance for various situations that might impact business. Although negative events probably come to mind first, a good contingency plan should also address positive events that might disrupt operations, such as a very large order. Every business has the possibility of a situation that adversely impacts operations. If the response to the situation is poor, it might have a dramatic impact on the future of the business, such as loss of customers, loss of data, or even the loss of the business. A good contingency plan should include any event that might disrupt operations. Here are some specific areas to include in the plan. Natural disasters, such as hurricanes, fires, and earthquakes. Crises, such as threatening employees or customers, on-the-job injuries, and worksite accidents. Personnel, such as death of a senior manager or union members going on strike. Data loss, such as loss due to natural disasters, sabotage, or other criminal action, such as an attack on a website. Mismanagement, such as theft, neglect of critical duties, or accidental destruction. Product issues, such as a huge order that requires reallocation of plant resources or a product recall. There are 4 steps to the contingency planning process. Step 1. Analyze risks. To begin, we need to list out all of the possible events that could disrupt operations. We can use the list mentioned earlier to help us brainstorm possible risks for our business. Step 2. Determine the likelihood and impact of risks. It is possible to come up with an enormous list of potential impacts, but some of the events will be so unlikely that it may not be reasonable to include them in the plan. Here's a process to focus in on the most critical events. List all possible events that could disrupt operations. Give each one a ranking from 1 to 10 based on its impact on operations. For example, an explosion at the plant might be a 10, while a fire at a specific machine might be a 3. Give each one a ranking based on your estimate of the likelihood of the occurrence. It might be useful to make a chart for this, with a 1 indicating that it might happen once in 100 years, while a 10 might indicate that it could happen once a month. Multiply the impact ranking by the likelihood of occurrence ranking to get a total score for each possible event. Use the scores to rank the events. Begin working on the highest scores first in your contingency planning and work down the list. You may have a cutoff so that you don't spend time planning for scores below a specific value, since they would have a lower impact and lower chance of occurrence and might not be worth the time to address. You might also look at the low score items and come up with a general process to address any items that occur that aren't specifically addressed in the plan, with a decision chart to determine steps to take. Step 3. Develop a process for each item. Starting with your highest score events, document each one. Disaster recovery, or steps to protect people and property during the incident. This would include actions like evacuating a building, contacting emergency personnel, and accounting for all staff. Continuity, or steps to keep the business operational while the event is addressed. This would include actions like setting up an off-site work location, transferring phone lines, and contacting large customers to let them know when their orders will be delivered. Think in terms of the minimum acceptable level of services and make sure that level is achieved. Security, or steps to protect resources while the event is addressed. This would include actions like bringing in guards to restrict access to damaged facilities. Step 4. Look at alternatives. Often there are steps that can mitigate risks, or in other words, steps that could be taken in advance to reduce the possibility or impact of the event. These would include actions like clearing brush away from facilities and purchasing business interruption insurance. These steps should be evaluated, and the most cost-effective steps should be separately listed on a project plan with a date for implementation. Once the plan is completed, it should be distributed to all people who have a role in any event included in the plan. It's also a good idea to have a meeting of those people and go over the plan in detail so they know their role if something happens. It's also important to have a defined follow-up method for your plan so that any steps that need to be implemented are completed and so that the plan is reviewed on a regular basis. A team should be assigned that is responsible for the plan and meets on a regular basis, at least annually, and probably more often at the beginning. At each meeting, the current plan should be reviewed for completeness, and any new or changed risks should be identified and analyzed. Mitigation plans should also be reviewed to make sure they have been implemented. When the plan is updated, a summary of changes should be created, and the summary and revised plan should be distributed to all who would have a role in any event included in the plan. Let's review. Contingency planning is the process of developing responses in advance for various situations that might impact business. To protect the business as much as possible, it's very important to have a contingency plan in place in order to mitigate any issues that may arise. These issues can range from a loss of personnel to a major natural disaster. Taking time to create and implement a thoughtful, detailed plan will go a long way to protect the business against future unknowns.
Do you get overwhelmed by large projects? Do you wish you had a way to keep track of how the project is coming along? Well, you have a way to do just that. It's called a Gantt chart, and it is super easy to create one in Word. The Gantt chart provides a structure to break a large project into manageable sections that allows the project manager to see the status of the work as it is completed. Its name comes from its creator in the 1900s, Henry Gantt. The Gantt chart shows the specific activities for the project, the point in the process each activity should start, the length of time allotted for each activity, and any overlap of activities leading up to the end of the project. Let's walk through the process together step by step. The first step in creating a Gantt chart is to plan the project. Before you start, you need to know how many activities are involved and what the expected due date is. You will use a Gantt chart to manage your process for writing a business report. Your deadline is to submit within 7 days, so you'll want to break the project down to work on it a little each day. You will need 8 columns, 1 column for each day, and 1 column for a label. You break the project into 9 segments or activities, so you will need 10 rows, 1 row for each activity, and 1 row for the label. Here is the step-by-step process. Open the Microsoft Word application. From the Insert tab, click on the Table icon and choose Insert Table. Type 8 in the number of columns text box and 10 in the number of rows text box. Hit OK. Fill in the top row with the time segments. Leave the far left one blank. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, etc. Fill in the first column with the activity segments, type of report, collect data, organize, etc. Now you can start filling in the time blocks with my expected length of time to complete that activity. For your chart, you determine the type of report you need on day 1, so you color block the cell that intersects at day 1 and type of report. Add the color block by putting your cursor in the cell you want to color. From the Home ribbon, Paragraph Group, select the Shading drop-down list. It has the icon of a paint can, and choose a color. Continue adding color blocks according to how much time you might need to complete each activity. You want to give plenty of time. How about 2 days to collect the data, 2 days to organize the data, 2 days to write a rough draft, 2 days to write the executive summary, a day to create any graphs or tables, 2 days to proofread, which leaves you 2 days to proofread again and submit the report. You have completed your Gantt chart. Notice there are some overlaps, which is typical in project management. Unfortunately, this doesn't look very professional, but you can add some changes to jazz it up a bit. First, bold and increase the size of the column and row headings. Highlight the first column from the Home ribbon, Font Group, select the B, and click the Increase Font Size button. Please note the Increase Font Size button is not available in Word versions before 2013. To change the font size in earlier versions, you'll need to select a new font size from the font list. 14 or 16 should work perfectly. Now eliminate the borders of the cells, the lines separating each block. Select the table, use the Selection tool in the upper left corner of the table. From the Home button, Paragraph Group, select the Border drop-down list and choose No Border. You can also use a different color to indicate a segment that has been completed. You can take this Gantt chart structure and make changes to it for various projects. For example, if you wanted to complete the project in 1 day, you could change the time increments to hours or even minutes. See how easy it is? A Gantt chart is a way to keep track of large projects by separating the project into small, manageable sections or activities. You can use the Table tool in Word to create a Gantt chart. Using the Table tool, we created a table with the number of rows, +1 for the activities, and the number of columns, +1 for the time increments. We typed in the time increments across the top row and typed in the activities down the left column. Using the Shading tool, we learned to add color to the cells that represent the expected amount of time needed to perform each activity. Then we learned how to make the Gantt chart look more professional by adding bold, increasing the font size, and getting rid of the lines separating the cells. We then saw how we can keep track of the project's completion by changing the initial color of the cells.
Navigating in today's chaotic business environments is much like trying to steer a tiny boat back to shore while caught in the center of a hurricane. There are many forces at work that a person will need to respond to in order to make it safely back to port. Just like this tiny ship, today's organizations and their managers are faced with a significant amount of factors that require an immediate response, often in the form of organizational change. The forces that drive this change in business are known as the internal and external environments. This lesson will discuss how both the internal and external environments of an organization induce change. The internal environment of an organization refers to events, factors, people, systems, structures, and conditions inside the organization that are generally under the control of the company. The company's mission statement, organizational culture, and style of leadership are factors typically associated with the internal environment of an organization. As such, it is the internal environment that will influence organizational activities, decisions, and employee behavior and attitudes. Changes in the leadership style, the organization's mission, or culture can put considerable impact upon the organization. The external environment are those factors that occur outside of the company that cause change inside organizations and are, for the most part, beyond the control of the company. Customers, competition, the economy, technology, political and social conditions, and resources are common external factors that influence the organization. Even though the external environment occurs outside of an organization, it can have a significant influence on its current operations, growth, and long-term sustainability. Ignoring external forces can be a detrimental mistake for managers to make. As such, it is imperative that managers continually monitor and adapt to the external environment, working to make proactive changes earlier on rather than having to take a reactive approach, which can lead to a vastly different outcome. In order for managers to react to the forces of internal and external environments, they rely on environmental scanning. Environmental scanning refers to the monitoring of the organization's internal and external environments for early signs that a change may be needed. to accommodate potential opportunities or threats, and to make adjustments to allow the company's strengths to combat its weaknesses. If you recall, one common type of environmental scan is the SWOT analysis, which looks specifically into the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the internal and external environments. A manager will begin by analyzing the internal environment by looking into inefficiencies inside the organization, and will then look outside to the external environment and things occurring independent of the organization. Environmental scans allow managers to use the knowledge gained during this scanning process to decide what strategic steps, changes, the organization needs to take to create or maintain a competitive advantage. To better understand changes in the internal environment, let's look at the following example. After graduating from college, Cassandra decided to buy an existing tanning salon in her community. Before Cassandra purchased the salon, it was in terrible financial trouble. Many of the employees complained about the general manager's leadership style, and the staff were often confused about what products and services they offered at the salon because the manager continuously implemented his next bright idea with little warning, most of which were complete failures. Cassandra knew that if she was ever going to be able to bring any level of success to the salon, she needed to make several changes to the internal environment of the tanning salon. The first thing Cassandra did was to fire the existing manager because of his ineffective leadership style. She replaced the manager with someone who practiced a leadership style that was better aligned with the company and its employees. Next, Cassandra spent time developing a clear mission of the company and communicated the new mission to all employees. Over the next several months, Cassandra spent time getting to know her employees and worked hard to foster a culture that was positive and rewarding. All of these changes made by Cassandra were necessary due to the internal forces that were pushing for change, and with the help of her employees, Cassandra was able to bring the much-needed changes to the internal environment of the company. If we return to the example of Cassandra's tanning salon, we can also find some external forces that required additional change at the tanning salon. If you remember, one of the major issues the staff was having with the previous general manager was his continuous changing of products and services at the salon. What his staff did not know was that he was trying to respond to external factors relating to changing customer demands. As a result, Cassandra spent time talking to her customers to find out what they really want in a tanning salon and was sure to make any changes necessary to accommodate those demands. Additionally, because of the struggling economy, Cassandra needed to ensure her pricing was affordable to her clients and comparable to what her competition was offering for similar tanning services and products at their salons. Let's review. The internal environment of an organization refers to events, factors, people, systems, structures, and conditions inside the organization that are generally under the control of the company. The company's mission statement, organizational culture, and style of leadership are factors that are typically associated with the internal environment of an organization. The external environment are those factors that occur outside of the company that cause change in organizations and are for the most part beyond the control of the company. Customers, competition, the economy, technology, political and social conditions, and resources are common external factors that influence the organization. In order for managers to react to the forces of internal and external environments, they'll rely on environmental scanning. Environmental scanning refers to the monitoring of an organization's internal and external environments for early signs that a change may be needed. Environmental scans allow managers to use the knowledge gained during the scanning process to decide what steps or changes the organizations need to take to create and/or maintain a competitive advantage. The sponge is unlike any other kitchen tool. It can adapt and transform to any shape needed for maximum functionality and efficiency. Because of this adaptability, the sponge can soak up a great deal of fluid. Just think about your kitchen sponge. It's likely that you've had spills around your house and you've reached for that handy sponge because you knew that it would suck up any type of liquid. You might be asking yourself, what does the sponge have to do with management? Perhaps you've heard the phrase, to absorb information like a sponge. Much like the sponge, the learning organization goes through the same process of absorption and adaptation to reach maximum functionality and efficiency. But instead of fluid, the learning organization processes information and knowledge. This lesson will define what it means to be a learning organization and provide a list of benefits to becoming one. The learning organization symbolizes a company where its members are constantly learning from everything that they do. Experience from both successes and failures is used to improve the company's performance and to reach organizational objectives. New knowledge is continuously acquired, shared, and applied among organizational members in decision-making and work processes. All members take an active role in identifying and resolving work-related issues so that the individual and organizational goals can be accomplished. In the learning organization, people are able to create the results that they truly desire through personal expansion of creativity, appreciation for new ways of thinking, collaborative efforts, and shared vision. The idea of the learning organization became popular largely by Peter Senge's book, The Fifth Discipline, which was first published in 1990. Senge is the director of a Center of Organizational Learning at the MIT Sloan School of Management and is considered an authority on organizational learning. Senge proposed that the following 5 disciplines are characteristic of a learning organization. 1. Personal mastery of the individual worker who must have personal professional development goals in which to focus energy, and the organization must recognize and nurture these goals. 2. Mental models refer to the generalization and assumption that we use to make sense of the world and how we react to it. In this context of the learning organization, we can look at mental models as the organization's culture, being one that is mindful and respectful of the intricacies and theories that provide the framework for how effective organizations function. 3. Building a shared vision implies that the organization and its members have a shared vision. That is, the organization consciously blends individual aspirations with company goals. 4. Team learning stresses the importance of collaboration, shared dialogue and decision-making, and mutual accountability in work groups. And 5. Systems thinking, also known as the 5th discipline, in that it integrates the previous 4, acknowledges that organizations are complex systems made of interrelationships. That is, marketing depends on finance, finance depends on IT, IT depends on research and development, and so on. Senge believed that these interrelationships must be carefully examined and understood to uncover opportunities, problems, and possibilities within them. A simple way to understand what it means to be a learning organization and its benefit is by comparing it to a more traditional organization. We can examine 2 organizations in the same industry. Let's take the automotive industry, for example. ABC Automotive is a traditional organization. They pride themselves on continuing to manufacture and sell the same vehicle models with a few adaptations that they did from the moment they opened their doors. The management of ABC live by the saying, if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. They believe what enables them to be successful in the automotive industry is the consistency in the products ABC continues to offer their loyal customer base. ABC sees no need to put fancy bells and whistles on their products just for the sake of doing so. Because the culture of ABC is so traditional, employees spend their days maintaining the status quo and carrying out business as usual. Many of the employees have been working at ABC for over 10 years, and most plan to retire with ABC. XYZ Automotive is a learning organization. Unlike ABC, XYZ thrives on continuous improvement and innovation. A great deal of resources is spent on discovering, developing, and selling novel vehicles. Even with a great deal of success, XYZ knows that they must work 10 times harder than its competition in order to maintain a competitive advantage in the marketplace. To accomplish this, management at XYZ works closely with the employees to brainstorm, research, and create unique product lines that are reflective of customer demands. Knowledge is shared frequently between departments to ensure that the most up-to-date information is being disseminated throughout the organization. Some of the most innovative ideas have come from the most unsuspecting areas of XYZ, making it imperative to keep the lines of communication open and flowing. At XYZ, each employee is considered a valuable asset with distinctive qualities, insights, and goals. These unique characteristics are acknowledged, nurtured, and aligned with organizational objectives to maximize the success of the individual and the success of the organization. Now that we understand each organization, let's look at the benefits of being a learning organization over a traditional organization. The traditional organization maintains the status quo and remains relatively stable over time. XYZ is much like that sponge we talked about earlier, working to absorb information and adapt to reach maximum functionality and efficiency. Because of this continual reinvention, XYZ is superior to competitors, such as ABC, in that XYZ is capable of imagining and developing a product line of the future. XYZ is a learning organization, which means that each employee's ideas and perspectives are appreciated and welcomed. Information is communicated freely, and it is assumed that everyone needs to know. Such an inclusive culture promotes a sense of ownership and appreciation among all employees, regardless of their position within the organization. Being an industry leader who promotes innovation also allows the learning organization to attract and retain the best talent the industry has to offer. Once a part of a learning organization, members are encouraged to improve their personal skills and qualities so that they can continue to learn and develop alongside the organization. The team learning aspect allows members to learn a variety of skills, making it possible for employees to perform and appreciate the roles and tasks of others. It also promotes improved social interaction and interpersonal skills in employees. These are just a few of the benefits of becoming a learning organization. While it might seem logical for all organizations to become learning organizations, it is a complicated process. Becoming and maintaining a learning organization status requires a great deal of dedication, commitment, education, time, energy, and other resources. Many organizations get frustrated when any of these aspects do not go according to plan and simply give up. Still, there are many organizations that have withstood these tests and have persevered as learning organizations for many years, including General Electric, Pizza Hut, Honeywell, Microsoft, Apple, and the Toyota Motor Company. The long-term success of these companies as learning organizations serves as a testimony that with a little work, the benefits of continually learning are what set them apart from the competition. Let's review. The learning organization symbolizes a company where its members are constantly learning from everything they do. New knowledge is continuously acquired, shared, and applied among organizational members in decision-making and work processes. All members take an active role in identifying and resolving work-related issues so that the individual and the organizational goals can be accomplished. The idea of the learning organization became popular largely by Peter Senge's book, The Fifth Discipline. Senge proposed the following 5 disciplines are characteristic of a learning organization: personal mastery, mental models, developing a shared vision, team learning, and systems thinking. The benefits of becoming a learning organization include being superior to competitors, being capable of imagining and developing a product line of the future. Each employee's ideas and perspectives are appreciated and welcomed. Information is communicated freely. Promotes a sense of ownership and appreciation among all employees. Promotes innovation. Allows the organization to attract and retain the best talent. Members are encouraged to improve their personal skills and qualities. Members learn a variety of skills, making it possible for employees to perform and appreciate the roles and tasks of others, and promotes improved social interaction and interpersonal skills in employees. Becoming and maintaining the learning organization status requires a great deal of dedication, commitment, education, time, energy, and other resources. Many organizations are not up to the challenges associated with being a learning organization. However, organizations such as General Electric, Pizza Hut, Honeywell, Microsoft, Apple, and the Toyota Motor Company have had long-term success as learning organizations, serve as testimony of the benefits of continually learning.
People say change is good. Change can be a good thing when it's done holistically, taking the whole organization into consideration, including processes and systems and the culture of the organization equally. In most American homes, the Thanksgiving table is set with turkey, stuffing, and pie. Traditionalists will support the idea that it's always been that way. It's tradition. Suppose one year the turkey gets replaced with tofu, and the stuffing with seaweed salad, and the pie with goat milk granola and berries. Some family members who are used to tradition may be disappointed or upset by such changes. Just like families, organizations are made up of shared stories of the past, a mission for the present, and a vision for the future. It can be shocking when things change in an organization. This is organizational culture, and it's a combination of shared norms, beliefs, and values that form from the founders of the business. It is an embodied mantra of the way they have always done things. When Mr. Winslow, president of Winslow Junior College, WJC, hired his nephew, Buford, many of the staffers were worried that Buford was going to make waves. Buford was from a large, high-tech university. Staffers liked the way things were at WJC and did not see a need to change a thing. In Buford's first month, he made small changes to the dress code and the staff dining policy. The staff were no longer allowed to wear casual or informal clothing, or eat at their desks during class time. Buford's goal was to create a more professional academic environment so that he can attract a new target market of students. The staff was so used to the old ways, they became resentful to the small changes. Sticking together, the staff refused to alter their behaviors in any way. As Buford walked the hallways, he noticed Professor Dent eating a hot dog while working with a struggling math student. He noticed Professor McGuire wearing her muumuu and flip-flops during a psychology lecture. Even old Winslow was spotted wearing his favorite Hawaiian shirt and shorts on campus. See, staffers took their lead from Winslow's behaviors, and this created a relaxed, casual work environment. The culture at WJC actually inhibited change. In fact, any attempt to change the way things were being done was met with resistance. Buford performed an analysis of the areas of the college that need change. He came up with changes in response to both internal and external factors. There are two types of organizational changes that businesses endure: internal change, external change. Internal change involves changes within the organization's control, like processes and systems, human resources, decision-making, policies, and procedures. The organization has full control over these changes. These changes are generally initiated to increase productivity and profitability. Internally, he knew the culture needed to be changed from a relaxed resort-type environment to a purely professional academic environment in order to attract new students. This also meant changes to curricula and processes and systems for delivering curricula. External changes involve political, technological, social, and market changes that are out of the organization's control. Buford also needed to think about meeting the needs of the new student population. In order to attract a global student body, he will need to bring in new technology for online courses. Online courses require adhering to a much stricter financial aid policy for tracking student attendance. This meant training staff on both. Everything at WJC was about to change. Buford's quandary: just how do I go about making change without dismantling the positive things about the current culture? Buford spent much of his first month trying to figure things out on his own. President Winslow was no help. He was totally immersed in the current culture. Winslow was as relaxed as the rest of the staff, and just as resistant to change. In order to gain a better understanding, he met with each department to discuss the impending changes. The outcome of the meetings was shocking. Buford found that staffers were resistant to change because staff acted in self-interest. Change was not in their best interest. Staff valued their current culture and saw no need to make changes. Staff did not see a reason for creating additional processes or systems. Staff did not trust the motive for change. Staff did not fully understand the changes. Staff was uncertain about their future after changes. Now that Buford knew why the staff was so resistant, he came up with a plan to facilitate change in the most participative way. He developed a process for change. Assess the need for changes. Decide on the changes. Implement the changes. Evaluate changes. Buford can assess the need for change by taking an inventory of the current processes and systems and comparing the outcomes with the organizational goals, like higher enrollment, a more professional campus atmosphere, and accountability to attendance regulations. He asked staff about their workload and elicited suggestions about improvements. Once the assessment is complete, Buford will decide on the changes by evaluating the cost-benefit, time frame, projected outcome, and other factors. He also evaluated the impact on staff motivation and satisfaction. Once the decisions are made, he will prioritize the changes from most important to least important. This is not as easy as it sounds. Let's face it, in order for the external changes to take place, the current culture must change. Buford had a few tactics up his sleeve. Communicate and educate staff on the need for change by using strong examples of the current and anticipated future conditions at WJC. Involve staff in every step of decision-making, including a dress code, curriculum, and online courses. Negotiate changes so that staff and management have balanced power. Support staff through the changes with training and rewards for their efforts. Coerce resistant staffers to comply with change through promise of reward or threat of punishment. Once Buford was able to gain key allies in his war for change, others jumped on board. Even old Winslow hung up his Hawaiian garb in exchange for a scholarly Oxford and khakis. It's been some time since the days of hot dog-eating math professors, and WJC is well on its way to becoming a respected professional college. Buford often reflects back to his first days. Buford was so impressed with the swift changes he was able to exact on WJC, he decided to write a book about his experience. In his book, titled Successful Change, Old Dogs Learn New Tricks, he discussed several important factors for change. Change was urgent. He also talked about gathering a supportive group who would persuade others to change. His clear vision was disseminated. Small victories were celebrated, and changes were made as needed. These days, WJC is a leading online college with students from over 200 countries. As new staff is brought on, old staffers integrate them into the current culture of a forward-moving academic institute of excellence. When an organization sets out to make changes involving processes and systems, it often affects the existing group norms, beliefs, and values, making change a challenge to managers. This is the organizational culture, or the combination of shared norms, beliefs, and values that employees hold dear. There are two areas of change an organization generally makes: changes to the internal environment, like systems, processes, and policies and procedures, and changes to the external environment. Change in political, social, technological, or market conditions drive change. Both internal and external change affect the current culture for several reasons. The staff are self-interested, like the old ways of doing things, do not trust the change will be positive, do not understand the change fully, and are uncertain about their future. As the process of change takes place, it's important to work with staff so they are fully integrated into the plan and adapt quickly and seamlessly. At each step of the change process, management will need the support of key allies. The change process involves assessing the need for changes, deciding on the change, implementing the changes, and evaluating changes. Once changes are planned, management can use several tactics to transition staff to the new environment. A wise manager would create a sense of urgency for change and form a support group who will spread the vision.
The concept of a learning organization was first developed by Peter M. Senge in 1990. Dr. Senge is a senior lecturer of leadership and sustainability at MIT's Sloan School of Management. He is the founding chairman of the Society of Organizational Learning. His book, The Fifth Discipline, discusses learning organizations. According to Dr. Senge, a learning organization is an organization that encourages and facilitates learning in order to continually transform itself to survive and excel in a rapidly changing business environment. The highly complex, interrelated, and integrated global economy of the 21st century presents new challenges to managers and employees attempting to effectively compete in such a dynamic business environment. The characteristics of a learning organization will help managers and employees meet these challenges by providing them tools to pursue a creative vision, learn and work together effectively, and adapt to change. Learning organizations display 5 characteristics. 1. Systems thinking. Sometimes we lose the forest for the trees, as the old cliche goes. Systems thinking provides a framework for you to see patterns and interrelationships or the bigger picture. For example, businesses are often focused on the next fiscal quarter. Most of their decisions are based upon the next quarter without much, if any, thought about the long-term consequences of the decision. Systems thinking asks you to look beyond the immediate concerns and issues and look at the issue as a part of a whole system. 2. Personal mastery. 3 components are essential for you to obtain personal mastery. First, you must obtain a personal vision, which is a concrete picture of the future you desire. Second, you must accept and use creative tension. You need to try to make reality reach your vision. Third, you must have a commitment to truth and not deceive yourself, no matter how comforting or convenient self-deception might be. 3. Mental models. You need to change your mental models, which are simplified frameworks we use to understand the world that affects our behavior. For example, a common mental model for managers is that low-level production workers are lazy. We can affect this change by discovering the models, testing the model's validity, and seeking to improve them. 4. Shared vision. A shared vision is not some canned mission statement, but rather provides the answer to the question, what do we want to create or accomplish? Note that it's not just what the impersonal organization wants to create or accomplish, but what the members of the organization want as well. A shared vision facilitates learning and pursuit of excellence in execution of goals because all members of the organization will want to pursue the common vision. 5. Team learning. You will have to master the techniques of discussion and dialogue to effectively participate in team learning. Discussion occurs when views of different members of the team are presented, and the group tries to find the best view to support the decision to be made. On the other hand, with dialogue, you and your team members go beyond the individual views of each person and discuss the issues from many different points of views. A decision is made after dialogue. For example, let's say you are a member of a marketing team and you are meeting to address the entrance of a new competitor into the marketplace. You and each member of the team discuss your views of the problem. You then engage in a dialogue, discussing the complex issues surrounding the problem creatively by using the points of views from team members. Let's review. Learning organizations are a relatively new concept in contemporary management theory. The concept was pioneered by Peter M. Senge. A learning organization actively encourages and facilitates learning throughout the organization in order to effectively transform itself in an ever-changing and challenging world. 5 characteristics of a learning organization include system thinking, personal mastery, mental models, shared vision, and team learning.
Peter M. Senge is known for being a senior lecturer at the MIT Sloan School of Management, the author of The Fifth Discipline, The Art and Practice of the Learning Organization, and the founding chair of the Society for Organizational Leadership. He is also known for outlining 5 disciplines needed to develop a learning organization. one of which involves mental models. According to Senge, mental models are conceptual frameworks consisting of generalizations and assumptions from which we understand the world and take action in it. We may not even know that these mental models exist or are affecting us. Mental models are an important component of Peter Senge's conception of a learning organization, since you must have a command of mental models in order to effectively build a learning organization. Learning organizations are important because they facilitate and encourage learning within all levels of an organization, permitting the organization to adapt and transform in a complex environment. Mental models present some significant obstacles to learning and innovation. According to Senge, mental models often limit the ways in which we think and act. If our mental models are incorrect, we will make the wrong decisions. For example, a common mental model for a production manager may be that low-level employees are lazy, and that's why production goals are not being met. This mental model consists of an untested assumption and prompts the manager to ignore other possible causes of the problem. You can overcome erroneous mental models by managing them appropriately. That means you need to discover your mental models, test each model's validity, and improve them based upon information learned from your analysis and external sources. In our previous example, the production manager must first realize that his belief is based upon generalizations and assumptions about the laziness of low-level employees. Next, he should test the validity of his assumption by investigating the productivity of his employees. The manager may find that individual worker productivity on the line has remained the same. He then needs to improve his mental model by exploring other probable causes for the decrease in production, such as maintenance problems slowing production down. Let's review what we've learned. MIT's Peter M. Senge is known for his 5 disciplines of a learning organization, one of which is mental models. Mental models are conceptual frameworks consisting of generalizations and assumptions that affect how we view the world and act in it. These models are an important component of building a learning organization. A learning organization facilitates and encourages learning within all levels of an organization, permitting the organization to adapt and transform in a complex environment. An effective member of a learning organization must manage mental models by discovering them, testing their validity, and improving upon them. Otherwise, mental models can limit the ways in which we think and act.
The 5th discipline, the art and practice of the learning organization, helped explain and popularize the concept of a learning organization. A learning organization seeks to facilitate and encourage learning at all levels of the organization in order to permit the organization to adapt continually and transform itself in a highly dynamic and competitive world. The author, Dr. Senge, is a senior lecturer at MIT's Sloan School of Management, where he lectures on leadership and sustainability. He is a founding member of the Society for Organizational Learning. According to the book, it's no longer sufficient for an organization to rely upon just one person to learn for the organization. A successful business is one that can effectively develop the capacity for members to learn at all levels of the organization. A learning organization requires its members to be open to new ideas, be able to communicate effectively with each other, understand the organization, form a vision shared by all members, and work together to achieve that vision. Senge identifies 7 learning disabilities from which an organization and its members suffer. 1. I am my position. We often use our jobs as a proxy for our identity, often failing to understand the purpose of what we're doing for our organization, or we perceive ourselves as having little power and no need to take responsibility. 2. The enemy is out there. We fail to understand that external and internal problems are part of the same overall system. 3. Illusion of taking charge. We often confuse reactive action as proactive when dealing with problems by focusing on outside threats instead of first determining how we contribute to the problem. 4. Fixation on events. We're too focused on the short term, which prevents us from seeing long-term patterns of change that are the cause of the immediate events. 5. Delusion of learning from experience. People seldom experience consequences of their decisions directly. 6. Myth of the management team. We tend not to work together, but rather fight over turfs and avoid doing anything that risks our looking bad. 7. Parable of the boiling frog. We tend not to notice, or be unwilling to notice, threats that rise gradually, which results in an inability to react until it's too late. In order for a learning organization to be effective and overcome the 7 disabilities, Senge argues that the organization and its members must master 5 disciplines. Systems thinking. We need to learn to see patterns and interrelationships. Personal mastery. We need to develop a personal vision, work to bring reality to our vision, and keep a commitment to truth. Mental models. We need to challenge stereotypes. For example, low-level employees are lazy, by discovering them, testing their validity, and improving on our models to better match reality. Shared vision. As members of an organization, we need to determine what we want to create or accomplish. Team learning. We need to improve team learning by discussion and dialogue so that the best action can be taken. The 5th discipline, The Art and Practice of a Learning Organization, is a book written by Peter Senge that outlines an approach to management that facilitates and encourages learning throughout the entire organization. In order to be effective in a dynamic and complex world, organizations must overcome 7 learning disabilities by using the 5 disciplines of system thinking, personal mastery, mental models, shared vision, and team learning.
Have you ever tried to build a house of cards? In order for it to remain standing, it is important that a strong base is built. The relationship between organizational design and structure work the same way. When a new venture considers the design of its organization, it thinks far beyond the color of the office walls or the wood tone for the desks. Organizational design is actually a formal process of integrating people, information, and technology together in the right mix to achieve objectives. These are management choices that form an organizational culture. Organizational structure is the formal lines of authority and power, as well as the roles employees assume. To best understand the relationship between design and structure, let's visit the production and sales departments at Big Waves Surfboard Company. Big Waves' organizational design is such that each department works together. They share communication on sales and production goals and work collaboratively. As a result, each department is always aware of what the other department is doing. The sales manager, Dano, promotes Kahuna surfboards all over the world. As he learns more about the surfer's needs, he communicates those needs to the production manager, Paolo, so they can get to work on making changes to design and function. The way the communication is done is through technology. Dano and Paolo connect several times a day via video chat and messaging. As Dano meets with clients, he sends a text. At the end of the day, they debrief during their chat sessions. Any changes to design or function are then put into action the next day. Both Dano and Paolo have the authority to make important decisions on the spot. They are also held responsible for monitoring the outcome of changes in sales because of the changes. Big Waves is designed to allow employees to interface with each other using advanced technology to make important decisions and to be accountable for their work. Top management does not get involved with the day-to-day decision-making. It is left to a few in charge, like Paolo and Dano. Because the structure is based on autonomy with a few hierarchical tiers, Big Waves is also a pretty relaxed place to work. Of the 12 employees, 11 are avid surfers, so catching a wave during lunch is very common. But when it comes time to build and sell surfboards, there is no hanging 10. They are all business. The relationship between design and structure is demonstrated in the balance between production and employee relations. The formal process of design is evident in the relationship between Dano and Paolo as they work together to design perfect surfboards. There is a formal line of authority as well. Dano and Paolo decide on changes and assume the management role when delegating changes to surfboard makers. Top management gives plenty of latitude in decision-making, but the employees remain accountable for the design decisions. There are several factors that affect relationship between organizational design and structure. Organization size, organization life cycle, strategy, environment, and technology. Organizational size is a factor. A large organization has more employees and tends to have multiple levels of formal authority. By design, employees have less input in decision-making. There is also less social interaction between employees in a large company. Big Waves is a smaller company with few employees. As a smaller company, they have fewer management levels and manage in a more personal way. Fewer employees means everyone in the organization is responsible for meeting goals. Organizational life cycle refers to one of 5 stages of an organization's life, including introduction, growth, maturity, decline, and death, and each stage affects the organizational design and structure. A company in its birth stage will have people and technology in place, but it will not be as sophisticated as a company in maturity. A mature company is generally running smoothly with little change to systems needed. Big Waves is fairly new. They have systems in place, but as they grow and expand, it will be necessary for them to make changes. It may not be feasible for a sales manager and a production manager to text message and video chat. As more orders are placed for surfboards, it may be difficult to simply change a design or function on the fly. A new system of decision-making will have to be developed to accommodate mass production. In turn, this may change the relaxed culture. This may also end lunchtime surfing. Strategy involves the actions performed to meet organizational goals. The larger the organization, the more likely it is that strategies are in place and employees are comfortable with the status quo. Strategies for design and production are not totally in place at Big Waves. In order to remain competitive, they need to be innovative with not only their product, but with their action plans. Environment refers to external factors that affect the internal organization, like political, economic, sociocultural, and competitive forces. As things change in the environment, changes need to be made internally, and these changes could be product design, pricing, and even customer service. Surfboards are a relatively differentiated product with a small target market. There are few companies who manufacture boards, but Big Waves is not immune to changes in the environment. A change in safety codes may mean a stricter set of standards, making design changes almost impossible. This can affect customer satisfaction. Technology involves things like computer systems and communication systems used to facilitate operations. For Big Waves, surfboards are handcrafted and customers are used to waiting weeks for their delivery. As Dano takes more orders, Paolo must keep up with production. Technological changes could mean more employees are needed to do the work. With a larger staff, it may be necessary to incorporate a few hierarchical tiers, changing the power structure within departments. While this is a good thing for the overall organization, it could mean a disgruntled staff. One or several factors can affect the structure of an organization. It is important for management to consider the impact organizational design has on its structure. There is a relationship between organizational design and structure because of different factors. Organizational design is actually a formal process of integrating people, information, and technology. Organizational structure is the formal authority, power, and roles in an organization. Organization size, organizational life cycle, strategy, environment, and technology work together to form a complete organization. As an organization grows in response to competition, its size impacts the type of and systems for authority in decision-making. An organization's stage in its life cycle affect the systems needed to produce products. A newer company may not have the needed technology to remain competitive, while an older company may be so set in their ways that they do not see a need for change. New strategies can affect culture because employees may be very comfortable with the status quo. There may be a resistance to innovation that could affect the organization's competitive edge. Environmental factors, like changes in safety requirements, may cause products to be designed differently. Customers may not like the new features, causing sales to drop. New technology may require a larger staff, thereby changing the levels of hierarchy. And managers must consider these factors as they design the organization.